Hey, you guys. I think Long Crime hasn't started yet, but Sylvia's feed just did, so we're going to get caught up with that. And that means we won't have captions right away, closed captions, but we'll get them eventually, so just so you guys know. And the sound cuts in like a little into this. There we go. So, how is everybody? And do we think we will get to cross examination this afternoon? They need to
Transcripts, Your
unmic the
Honor,
court.
on
Yes.
one of the phone calls that we were
Yes.
arguing about.
Yes.
The state has, I guess, preliminarily provided you with a copy of their original sort of general memo of law. If you could give us an opportunity to respond with regard to the specific call and the content, we would ask for some time. This is
Yeah,
out in the
it's a
future.
ways away. Sure, that's fine. You want
Okay.
10 days?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
they
you.
have that. And conversely, Ms. Abbasi had filed something about intrinsic acts. If the state would like 10 days to file a response to that, y'all can do that as well. Sure. Anything else? All right, I'm not sure whether we've got all of the jury ready yet or not, so we'll just sit tight until we get word that they're ready. Do we have Mr. Copeland?
Big question. Yeah, use all the Woody emojis today. Good morning to Tika, Queen Nia, Brina, She Loves Fantasy, Deanne, Hope, Godfried. Hey, Jenna T, Barbie Duh. Shell says you got adult creamer for your coffee this morning. That's hilarious. Good to see you, Steph, Demetia. Yeah, look at all these Woody emojis getting some action already.
Do we want to get these things out now?
And yes, JR, it will be real court today, not those boring evidentiary hearings. And I don't know about the sound system. I'm hearing some crackling. But after we did a rewind this weekend watching Detective Gaither's testimony back in April, and man, the audio was painful back then too. So I think it's been better lately than it used to be. Plus, during the Detective Gaither rewatch, Judge Glanville was sneezing like directly into the microphone every couple of minutes. It was a time. And then good morning, Crazy Joe Low. Good morning, Audaciously Black. Tisha, William, Melissa. Hey, Betsy. Yeah, everyone's looking for this cross. That's right. Hello to all my co-conspirators, indicted and non. Good morning, Terrell. Jason, good to see you. That desk, that states table looks like everybody's up and at 'em. Except for Love. Okay, so JT says, I'm a little slow with this stuff after watching the Detective Gaither stuff yesterday, and we just caught up to real time. Is the DA cherry picking the evidence they're willing to have released, as in they, quote, can't find reports that don't support their story? It sure seems like it, because Detective Gaither insists that she left physical copies on the 5th floor, doesn't know what happened to them, but Love was insisting that they were files that were lost in a digital hack. So something about that doesn't seem to fit nicely with each other. So not really sure how those explanations fly. And hey to M. Ryan, hey to Tyween. You're riding around listening to Thug and Rachomi Kwan. Yeah, Woody just might be telling the truth about lying. He got his get back because of betrayal. And I think it's also interesting to note that with Detective Gaither's testimony, looking back at it, she focuses heavily on an unaliving that involves DK and Nard and not really these 6 co-defendants. The theory is that that unaliving was part of the overall conspiracy in furtherance of YSL as a gang. But she talks a lot about Woody. Woody would be calling her. And the rest of her investigation was like, we scrolled through social media posts. Oh, but you never saw pictures and collaborations between Young Thug and Donovan Thomas? Oh, wait, isn't that
The
Rich Homie
video
Quan in a video
is
with Young
gonna
Thug
take- that is
when you said the
getting
feud already
watched
started.
right now.
So,
Okay.
oh, and they're back off with the sound again. Thank you, David, for being a member for a month. David Liebold says, thank you, Kat. One other thing, I did these crimes. Oh my goodness. Well, if they're doing this anyway, let's see if Law and Crime, let's switch over to Law and Crime and get captions. Not that they're always right, but, you know, they give us a little bit of entertainment value and help anyone that's having trouble hearing, at least somewhat. But yeah, I would definitely go back. Watching Detective Gaither was an interesting time. Noticing a lot more second time around, and things that even if you paid detailed attention the first time around wouldn't make sense until you see some of the stuff that's happened since. But one of the things that stood out to me, and I did a small clip video with it, is on August 16th, so a week and a half ago, 2 Fridays ago, Love was like, how do I know this picture of Shannon Stillwell was taken on January 10th, 2015, where he's looking out a window and, well, I can show you the picture. I think I have it up. Let's rotate it. So talking about this contentious post that was apparently they hovered over it and took this January 15th date, but the username has changed. It was 109 weeks ago, so they didn't screenshot it when it was actually posted. It was posted over 2 years ago before they actually screenshotted it. And we don't know if the caption has been changed or whatever. But Shannon Stillwell, Max Schardt on his behalf, had filed a motion about that specific exhibit that they're trying to introduce. You don't know when that picture was taken. You don't really even know for sure when it was posted. You don't know who posted it. You don't know if that caption's, I don't even know if they argued about the caption being changed, but it's possible that's not the original caption. Like, what is your foundation for this? And Detective Gaither said her job was looking through social media posts, trying to look at what everybody was doing, to watch the gang activity that was being announced online. So 2 weeks ago, when Love was like, well, I'm going to call 88 Sprinkle to help verify this photo that Max Schardt's raising an issue with, Max Schardt said, well, was he the one that actually pulled this photo, gathered this evidence? And then Love was like, well, I'll call Detective Gaither. Well, is she the one that did it? Well, she can explain the process. But when we watched Detective Gaither's testimony, Brian still asked her 4 times to explain what Repost Wiz app is or does. And she just said, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I don't want to give false information. But what Repost Wiz app does is in the name. And I don't know why we don't have sound, but good old courtroom stuff. But yeah, it was definitely interesting, especially with everyone in the chat participating along, watching some of the stuff in retrospect. And again, Gaither could be called back. So she's still under the state subpoena. Brian still has Gaither on his witness list. I'm sure that'll be a time. And thank you, TTG Gaming, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. And then the D-Life's Jenny D says, do you think prosecutors will bring in the phone calls Steele talked about from Woody? I think there'd be 2 problems with that. They had some other homework that they were supposed to do over the last weekend or so. I just don't think they maybe don't have the capacity or the work ethic. I don't know which one. To do the extra legwork to go through what seems like a lot of calls involving Woody. And they had already said they planned to be done and pass the witness by this afternoon. If something delays them because there was a tech issue or, you know, that might be a reason to delay the expected time of passing the witness over. But if they suddenly want to start doing these jail calls, it's going to be extremely obvious. And I think they'd have to have a reason to, because they didn't identify these specific calls to the defense as something they plan to use while direct examining Woody. So I think it'd be problematic for them to try to do that. But again, who knows? They be trying to do what they feel like they want to try to do. Yeah, and I do really think the majority of the day will be spent on direct. It looks like we're playing around with the text so the jury can see. Shout out to Miss Percival. She's like, I got this. Yeah, I don't know. IT was supposed to fix this last week and then later last week. All right, now she's talking and they're still not miking her in the court. I have 2 feeds open and neither have audio, just so you guys know. Was that a juror? Oh my god, was that a juror? Disavow, I'm not the one showing them. I mean, maybe he's part of IT, but I feel like we just saw a juror. So yeah, hopefully that was just a tech. No, they've said that there's at least one juror that has a backpack. I think. Maybe they don't mean like every day though, but yeah, and then Sylvia has a one that's true. Sylvia's nicknamed one. Okay, that might be an IT guy because now he's walking out with the people. Thank goodness, because can you imagine if they had to have a whole like hour and a half of some type of argument about if they need to deal with the juror being on camera again? Oh my goodness. It was also interesting doing the Detective Gaither rewatch because that was only back in April, but there was a different makeup, different ADAs that were sitting at the states table. So I don't know if that's indicative of turnover. I guess that's kind of to be expected when you have a trial that runs this long. Like if someone wants to quit their job, take a job somewhere else, get up on out of there if they got several months to do it. Hylton looks very strong in what she's saying. Thank you, AI Designs, for the super sticker. I appreciate you so much.
Sure.
Okay, we had sound for 2 seconds. Yak looks over it. Moses Dupree says Hylton's arguing why pineapple goes on pizza. No. Ah. Oh my goodness. I did add a new emoji yesterday. I forget what it was. It was related to Woody, but it... Oh, it was the D's Nuts guy. Because just so you guys know, when I'm on, I use StreamYard. StreamYard, you don't really have like a button you can click to choose emojis easily. So when you see me drop emojis in the chat, I always do it through YouTube. So I be forgetting what's out here sometimes. But yeah, we got a new one. Yeah. Aw, heck yeah. Thank you for, I'm going to call it tea. I'm going to call this tea because that's what I've got today. Thank you so much for the tea support, Aries one. And shout out to all my fellow Aries. I'm trying to think of other interesting stuff with Gaither. You know, Gaither just seemed more like they were talking about her career history than anything material. She didn't know that Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey Williams and even Rich Homie Quan had ever been pictured together. That's still blowing my mind. Oh, there was a hot mic moment, you guys, where Judge Glanville, well, it wasn't really a hot mic. He knew he was talking into the microphone, but I don't know why he had to say it out loud in open court. But he said, guys, I wanted to apologize for when I said Love lied earlier. I didn't mean that she lied. That was a good time. I think I timestamped it, so we can cue that up and watch that on one of the breaks. But there was some fun stuff. Some fun stuff. And then Emmanuel McRae, good to see you, says, I expect Woody's cross-examination will expose frauds with his immunity agreement. Remember, Glanville had to agree before meeting in his chambers. Yeah. And I think it's, you know, the revelation about the June 7th ex parte, and now there's questions of, well, when did they coordinate for this stuff to happen? Was there a third one? Something still seems like the dots are missing. Like they're still missing another gap somewhere where it seems like they must have met once again. But I do really wonder, seeing that, I don't know how much Woody pays attention to this stuff, but if he caught wind of what happened on June 7th and can compare it to what they were trying to tell him on June 10th, not even within the June 10th meeting, but remember, Hylton was speaking to Kenneth Copeland before Hylton and Kenneth Copeland enter the chambers on Monday, June 10th. So thinking about that in retrospect, that's something that would piss me off. You're telling the judge, and the judge is agreeing with you, on Friday, the day you sent me to jail over the weekend, and didn't feed me for 3 days, on June 7th, you're repeating over and over, we're the only ones that care about Kenneth Copeland. We don't want to put him in jail. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We're the ones that care for him. If I was Woody, it pisses me off and I'm not him. But if I was him and I heard that that's the way they were talking when they just sent me into custody, oh, I would be so scorned. I would be so scorched earth. They are probably lucky, very, very lucky. Woody has had, what, like 2 months now? Probably to have some fun. He has been having opportunities. He has had some positive outlook. Can you imagine if all of this came to light, we didn't have a 2-month break, and he had to get right back on the stand and then said, can I say something? Like crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. But I absolutely agree, Emmanuel McRae. I don't know who I think will go first on cross. I feel like it might be a Careton Matthews going first, especially if they know they might not have much time for someone with a longer-winded cross to get into the weeds of things today. If they get their witness for, like, maybe they pass the witness at like 4:30 today. Doug Weinstein, if you missed it on Nick Starrow's Friday panel show, Doug Weinstein says strategically his strategy, he's planning to have a very short cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland. So he might be the one that gets up there and goes, you say you're a liar, right? Oh, okay, thanks. Like, that's it. Cross is estimated to be today, but who knows, because the state has not been great with their time estimates. So, and we still have, I don't know the time frame, but I think we had like a third of this 9-hour video left on, you know, there's like a player indicator at the top right of the screen. When it zooms in, we'll be able to see it better. And I think when we left off last time we were watching it, it was about 2/3 of the way through. So that'd be like hopefully under 3 hours left. But they're still supposed to replay. Remember, the defense wanted them to replay that like 40-minute break where they left the room, they left Kenneth Copeland in the room, and he starts talking to himself and slamming his head down. They like went back and played it for a second, but didn't actually play it. So I don't know if we still need to watch that too, because that would be another 40 minutes to tack in. So if you think about it like that, that would take us after lunch. And I wouldn't be surprised if the state doesn't really have other questions to ask Woody. They just like playing these videos for him. But it's their last chance on direct. I don't know. I do think they want to be careful because they probably want to stick to these videos. Because if they start asking about anything he's done since these videos, that could open up the scope a little bit more to stuff to be crossed on. So, I don't really know if I think they'll pass today, you guys. I don't really have a guess. There's just too many things that can go wrong in a courtroom with, like, flip-flopping IT reliability. And then I would say what I would call the self-imposed limitations of the state, because they're the ones that chose to want to play this whole video. And then Jen, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, look at that. Yeah, hat gang. And what is this big tub over here? Like right in front of Love. And I just realized that's why my mouse appears sometimes and not others. I have to actually click into the window to be able to circle what I'm talking about. So now I just learned something new about streaming. That makes sense now that I think about it. I like when Hylton wears the, and Love too. I think they look like nice when they do the black or dark gray. And then I think it was Hylton a few days ago wore the main color, the primary color was black, and it was like thin pinstripes. It was like very dark gray pinstripes, so faint pinstripes. And I thought that looked really nice. Oh my gosh. Puke bucket, Clorox wipes. Right, it does look like a giant vitamin container. It's not the reports. That's hilarious, Superwoman. Ibuprofen. Peanut butter. I'm sure there has to be somebody in that courtroom that's allergic to peanuts. Yeah, you guys might be right. It's a tub of wipes. It's just shaped kind of funky for a wipe container. And then for the Aries babies, I am a March 28th girly. I think when they said they were redoing the zodiac signs, I was a Pisces based on like they added a new sign. I was like, no way. I don't even know much about zodiac signs, but people always go, you're an Aries, that makes sense. So, and there you go. Thank you, Taurus. So Aries, you're April 5th. That's awesome. My best friend's birthday growing up was April 6th, so good week, good week. And then HTX Cast says, what happens if Woody doesn't testify for defense? I mean, I don't know. I guess technically there could be a contempt issue, but I don't know. I feel like it could be helpful for the defense if he just doesn't want to answer. And I don't know why he wouldn't just do the I don't recall over and over. The I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. Because he can do that. But I think it would be really helpful for the defense if they're like, hey, were you beefing with Shell Kell around January 10th, 2015? Did you like, drive around? Did you say you were with your brother on January 10th? Did you say that, you drove by this barbershop on January 10th? Did you say you gave this bashed up Infiniti to Threat on January 10th? Like all these questions, he might answer them. He might say, I don't recall, but I think it's a problem for the state. And I think people will tune in. We're going to be watching these videos this morning. It's going to be boring. if they do pass the witness, the change from something boring to something interesting, whether that's how we start the morning tomorrow, brand new, or it's just a change of pace this afternoon, I think will grab attention. And when you're paying attention, you remember things better. You put it away in your own mental file cabinet better. This is a grand old time with this. They do keep looking over there, so I do feel like they're trying to set up everything to make sure the jury can see these videos. So whatever they keep looking at over here, they're probably working on that screen. Yeah, I know they can hold him in contempt, but I do think his answers are mostly the I don't recalls. All right, so now they're kicking us out of the court, guys. They said get out of here. Get out of here. What a time. It's crazy. I thought they were starting early. I think that's true. They might still be waiting on the juror. But it's not very, I don't feel very optimistic about them at the same time looking over at that screen constantly. All right, so we are missing the one juror. And you know, in the meantime, we could find that. Oh, are we coming back?
All right, I think it's going to just be a few more minutes. There may have been a misunderstanding by one of the jurors this morning about start time. I'm not quite sure why, but it sounds like that might have been what happened. So anyway, she's almost here. So we'll get started as soon as she's in
All right, so
the jury room,
I wonder if the juror thought they were off today.
in the courtroom.
Sleeping in. You know, you've ever had one of
so
those
just
days
sit
where you
tight
think you
until
can
then.
sleep in, you're sleeping so good, and then you wake up and you realize there's actually something you're supposed to be doing and you have like 10 minutes to get it together. It's probably what happened to the juror. Because a lot of people kept thinking that this week was, like, Monday was when the Labor Day holiday was. That's next week. And yeah, I would be confused. Or a juror has a hangover. Slept past the alarm. I mean, it happens. It happens. Yeah, jump up, wake up, for real. No, they're not. Hopefully, they do not dock her $25 to $20. Oh, man. JR says the juror's probably like, I can just watch this on YouTube like they've been doing during the days. They don't have to be there. Steele has his jacket off. Maybe that's a sign Steele plans to start cross. I gotta get the steam off me right now. You'd stop and get breakfast. Walk in with the bag. Oh, actually, has Woody posted, you know? Okay, that wasn't that bad. So let's see what outfit he chose.
We've got all the jurors.
I wonder if he thinks that he'll be
Ready.
questioned today,
Uh,
or if he'll
we
just
have
be
Mr.
these
Copeland
videos.
outside. Do you want to just go ahead and bring him?
I think he'll dress like casual. Looks like Careton Matthews is stretching legs too, so I don't know, maybe Careton Matthews. He really does, still really do look like he's revving up. Yeah, Woody's with Charleston White somewhere. Doing another 20v1. Ah, Albert Edens! Heck yeah, 10 people just got memberships. That means 10 more people can use Woody emojis today. What a great gift so early, Albert Eden. Thank you so much. And Woody went casual. He's wearing a short sleeve hoodie. A hoodie. A Woody hoodie. Wait, what does his shirt say? I hope they zoom in on. Yeah, Woody in a hoodie is the new elf on a shelf. Except he appears one day he's at the beach, next day he's in Chicago, next day he's in LA. What if he wore a hoodie that said, "I did these crimes"? The state would
Thank you
motion
very
for a
much.
mistrial.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope that y'all enjoyed your
All right, how come they have closed captions
break.
and
Got everybody in school,
There we go.
ensconced safely.
Let's move 'em.
And for those of you who are doing that and otherwise just enjoyed some time off, we're going to get back to business this morning. If you'll recall, we are in the middle of or towards the end of maybe Mr. Copeland's examination by the state, and Miss Hylton, you can go ahead with that, and fingers crossed we have all of our sound issues fixed. We had our tech department working hard on that last week, so go ahead, Miss Hylton.
No headphones. Oh, these. I put it on.
oh, is it like earbuds? They're gonna make him deaf when they start it.
It ain't right.
Thank you so much for the support, Diana. I'm shocked that they didn't do a better job prepping to make sure he would have a working pair of headphones, knowing that he's going to tell you he can't hear.
I'm need something in my.
Imagine every time he hot mics, it just echoes that way. Is it? I think you're right. The sweatshirt says, "I am the problem."
For the record, we're going to start at 3:35.
That's hilarious.
All right.
Diana with the good eyesight in here. Thank you so much. I am the problem.
Where are the old headphones? Do we know what happened to the old headphones?
Oh wait, is it the product? Maybe it's his product.
You know, clean, right?
Can somebody try to track down the old headphones?
I am the problem is still hilarious though. You should make that as a hoodie. A Woody hoodie.
You're welcome. Let's see.
Because the fourth letter looks like a D. I think it's product. I just turned my head to be able to look.
What you standing next to, or you're gonna see it when you away from it. Either way it goes, they're gonna see it. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm last year. You took a jailhouse picture with fucking little chick. Okay? And I know with chick.
This is Dennis and Thorpe, and I think maybe Gaither's in the bottom there. You see the knee.
I saw the fucking photo of chick in the fucking jailhouse and you behind him, and the reason why, because I'm a motherfucker who wrote for the basketball player's case. You didn't see no picture with me in no jailhouse with you. Sure. I'm looking at it again. Sure. So I look at it, that's Kenneth Copeland. You're wrong. Sure.
And look, that's our progress bar up here.
You don't want me to bring that motherfucker to the game, because guess what? All he do is game shit. So you don't think I'm going to do nothing with him. Shit. Okay, Gabe just called me too. Shit. I didn't even answer the phone. You didn't see me in no picture with Tick. I'm telling you this myself. You know what this time, I'm telling you what you didn't see. What I saw. You didn't look at it again. Shit. Let me tell you something. Man, the reason why I leave is not to go to the real shit, but to see fucking image. Okay? And I'm here to tell you, I saw your face and his face. I said, what the fuck them two girls hanging out with each other? In jail. Yes. Man, Tick ain't never been in the dome together in jail. This what I'm trying to tell you. And where were y'all at? Man, Tick never been locked up in jail. Where were y'all at? Did y'all took a picture together? You keep calling we took a picture together. We took a picture a long time ago. Man, Tick ain't took no long time ago. Man, Tick ain't took no picture. But you got to ask my question. What a long time ago? Not this year. Not during this year. Last year. I don't know. We took pictures on the street, not in no jail. I mean, now this man on the street. Let me see. Dude, he was locked up for that armed robbery. Before he went to jail for that armed robbery, man, he was like, when he got out of that armed robbery, man, you wouldn't see me on no more picture. No. You haven't seen me and Tick on a picture together in jail. Tell you. You ain't got to look at that picture again. Somebody might look like me. You didn't see me in the picture with him. Let me tell you, there's like a whole lot of people's faces. I got S in my head, because I know it's all I'm going to get mine. I'm going to leave a whole lot of motherfuckers. Okay? And I'm going to tell you, when I hit 55 and I'm out this bitch, your face will be eliminated, but I will still maintain your image. Just in case I see your ass walking up the street. I'm trying to tell you now. Because this 6 months with the frustration, a 55-year-old old motherfucker may decide to carry your struggle with you. For wasting everybody's time. We could have ended this shit a long time ago and saved everybody a whole lot of stuff. You're not listening, man. Y'all ain't in the struggle, man. I mean, y'all ain't got own struggle, but listen, man, I got all the blood on me. You already do. No, but you got the ear. You got the ear, man. Y'all did it. Now, all the blood, like, it's gonna bring me all the way. Man, I think what I said to you just earlier. If they raised you and go to prison, Nut was a high-ranking member of the Blood. There is no jail that don't know about it. So either way it goes, when you touch down, and they be like, who's gonna do this? That's the boy of the movie. Nut, who did it kill Nut? What? Get that off the Come on, man. Anybody you know who did it, who actually fucking did it, we can prove it. Now listen to them. He wiggled. Now, okay, I'm gonna tell you, okay. They will kill that. Boom. Okay. Now they get locked up. They find out I was told, and they can show it in black and white. Okay, but they go through. Where's the name on the street? Y'all, they get thorough connected to a lot of people, man. Okay.
Pausing at 3:39.
Thank you so much, JH, for the super chat. Oh, the quietness sounds nice. My ears are relaxing. And the progress bar doesn't have a time. It's just a graphic.
They worry about their lady. What they gonna be worrying about? You see how many people worry about me now with these murders? You see, everybody worry about this and this murder. People still call my picture. Why you say, why I see you know you don't kill right? Come on, man. Because you haven't told anybody else what you just heard. You haven't started with, this is the mouth of the street right here. When people watch it, hit the news, this man has nothing to do with it. 11 police locked up these four motherfuckers for his mother. They're like, oh shit, man, what are you doing? So what?
You said.
Nah, I ain't with them. My brothers. That's what they gonna say. Okay,
But that ain't true. Either way it goes, you should have killed that story when the shit happened. You let that fester. We can't change what the street already know. You been rolling with it for 6 months. How can you get mad now?
It ain't. Y'all ain't.
Yeah, we are definitely all here for Cross Mason. Good to see you. Although maybe we'll get some hot mic moments. Keep us going. We've got to celebrate every time this progress bar makes it another little rectangle at the top. We've got 3 more to go. What if Woody's like, y'all not gonna press play?
Everything working on that video? Okay.
You telling me? Huh?
Yeah,
It just blinked off.
okay. Well, that was just.
Oh, so his screen stopped playing the video? Oh my, what if the battery on the laptop died?
Like, them before right there, they not gonna tell you. I don't know about too much, but them niggas not gonna tell you. That's why they not saying. You know what I'm saying? I understand right around enjoying and stuff, but I think gonna make a way. They be like, what he told them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and once again,
this is what you got to worry about. That's you. That's everybody that you got to worry about. What point? Exactly. So why are you standing telling me what they're gonna say when they get their discovery back or whatever? It's just fuck them. These are the 2 people you need to be worried about, right there, or 2 groups you need to be worried about.
I am.
Because
I'm telling y'all.
although they can make you disappear in another way, this gonna get you disappeared in another way. So either way it goes, you're back into you done put yourself in a bad spot. That's all it is. And the only way you can get it out, or how you decide to work it out, is on you. We can't make you do anything. We can't make the streets not say things. Stuff happen.
Thug did it, put me in bed spot.
You let him. You a puppet? You a puppet?
Yeah.
You the
I don't get famous, man. I mean, I really want to get famous. Guess what? He famous. He make a difference. Because he put your name with nothing. Because everybody's up and down. Everybody's hating you. And these motherfuckers walk around like, oh, that's Woody, that's him. They out there. Them motherfuckers still walk around with you know, I ain't jealous in that, but that's how you know it happens, bro. The people who I'm real cool with, close to, don't even talk to them or they talk to seven of them. I mean, this nigga said in turn, my own people away from me. Because you allow them. And here's your thing, though. You allowing other men to define you. When you allow other men
Oh
to
my
define
gosh.
you, that makes you the bitch.
This guy wants to be a YouTuber, like, for real. He's always giving some, like, life monologue. Detective Thorpe. Like, he's always trying to make Woody feel embarrassed by not saying what he wants him to say.
Man, I mean, but you don't show it. You don't show it. Because I'm just saying about.
This might be true, Shayna.
I wasn't going there to go to jail. And now that I'm in a situation I'm going to jail. And I mean, and then they keep coming back on them. Everything right now that y'all pushing me about is stuff they doing. And now that they put that out there, you give us the opportunity.
With this, it ain't even nothing to question you about this. We got video.
I know that.
There's nothing to talk about.
I know. But I would never had it if it was, I put myself. You would never had that if you would have said what the business was in the beginning and all this other shit.
January 10th.
Since January 10th. But this probably wouldn't even exist. You would have told us what the fuck was up when we was first asked. You know, I wanted to say something, but I just like.
You know what it is.
It wasn't that, because if I would already know say that period, I mean, I was just you don't want to say? About what? I don't know what you're talking. This is what you just said. Huh? Did he not just say it?
You said what you want to say, but and then
I don't know. Okay. Now, excuse me now, man.
I want you to relax and think about what you're saying and everything that you got facing you. That's what I want. I don't want you to be scared or anything like that.
You can't stop thinking about it, man. I mean, you can't stop thinking about what? I made a dumb mistake. I mean, it went, like you said, one of these probably did shake me up. I mean, cause it was like I was keeping the gun there. Then he was standing in there, like, I don't know why he didn't just give it and go on by his business. It was like he gave me the money right here and there. You just take it back and bring me the money back. I mean, I was.
Who can you trust?
Who can you fucking trust?
What friends do you have left?
It ain't about them. You know what I mean? It's just you trust.
For 20, 50,000, 25 apiece, your two childhood friends might think twice about you.
I don't even think they'll do it, but my they'll do it on the screen.
With that being said, why are you being so loyal to them?
I just told y'all what it is. And I'm looking at it, and I'm asking you this because you came right on out, and you said it without a hesitation. And I just want you to continue. Okay? Keep it real, keep it real. You came out with no hesitation and said, Shannon is the one who put Peanut down. You said that without hesitation, yes? Is that because...
You say Shine or
you
Shannon?
assuming he's the one? Shannon, your mom? No, sure. Okay. How do you know that? D. D told you all that because D was riding with him. Nah, it was Doo-Wop. Shannon, Jack was driving. Jack was driving. Shannon. I don't know what seat Shannon knows in. I didn't know he said Jack was driving and Shannon was showing the chopper and Nug was showing the handgun. Which handgun was Nug shooting? You don't know? You know what kind of caliber it was? I did. I know you don't want to hear me. I just want to hear about it. I was like, damn, bro, man, what the hell? But I don't think I did ever. I didn't have that shit. That nigga ain't the bomb. Know what I mean? The nigga Cal is. That was the start to like. And then I can remember like the stuff Nut used to be saying. I mean, like Nut put up at the camera house and he tried to talk to me. You did. I did one time. I cracked one. He like, damn, blood. I ain't blood, bro. Know what I mean? But damn. I mean, if I pulled over. When I pulled over, I got caught and they did boo talking. I mean, I jabbed him up. Boom. Shannon right there. Shannon walked right past. Looked at him like, you know what I mean? And he was like, man, what's up with you and Kel? Man, they young trippers. I ain't got no problem with it. You know what I mean? So we were talking. We got there talking. Like, I'm hollering at me. I'm going to let y'all niggas know what's up. You know what I mean? This and that. That's what Nut said. Yeah. So when me and Kel seen each other together, Kel was like, well, he want to see what Thug got to say. So I called Thug on FaceTime for Kel. And Kel like, we ain't that shit go till you pay for my window. I mean, Kel, yeah. Thug like, Kel like, what? Pay your window? So he look at me like, I'm like, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with it. It's on y'all. I'm out of there, bro. I mean, it's like, man, get better on the phone. You did. That's what Kel was saying. They talking on the phone, Thug. I mean, so Thug FaceTime back, like, what that nigga? I'm like, he's still right here. He's like, what he driving? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I seen what he driving. I ain't want nothing to these niggas already out of town. I'm still here. Somebody do something, they gonna think I did. Right. I don't know where he driving. He's like, I ain't found where he driving. Hurry up. Hung up the phone. So I get back and call the insurance. We leave. So Careton follows us. They behind us. So we get on the spread with Careton and keep straight. I mean, then next thing you know, that was Sunday night. Monday night, Doug came back. They went to Kush. And then when the fight went down, I mean, so, but when Nut got killed, the dude telling me the story, he's like, shit. But they talking about it, you know what I mean? But I ain't never heard Shannon talk about it. I heard Nut talking loud about it, you know what I mean? What he said? Like, man, fuck that bitch. You know what I mean? So I laughed. Then I heard Thug Push talking about it. She talking about it a lot. You know what I mean? What she say? She just black girl. Yeah. She just talking about it like, yeah, fuck that nigga. I'm talking to him, I pay my brother. I mean, do you know exactly where Don got locked up at? On Cleveland Avenue. He was on Cleveland Avenue? Yeah, the police busting the one out. They was in him cut, they recorded him. About how long ago was this? It was this year? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Angie.
Call Cleveland Avenue. You know what kind of car he was in? You remember McCord killed the girl on campus. Killed Squirt. Yeah. You remember Squirt's name? That's the girl. Yeah, you remember her name? Mm-hmm. She got baby by her sister. So whatever her name, whatever. So Don is related to the girl that Corey killed. No, he got a baby by her sister. And she the one got him locked up. And he in Rice Street right now. Yeah. He got a warrant for the county, I think, probation. He likes getting dark skin with the light. He likes it. I mean, like that to him? Nah, but he called. You know, I haven't read it, not like it. I'm gonna try. All right. What was your name? You won't contact him.
Take your phone, G.
So we're gonna have.
Lil D is Zachary. He's having health issues.
You gotta go to Fulton County.
And they think he's gonna have troubles testifying and might not be cooperative.
Is anytime we are charging about one?
She's not gonna get no bond. I ain't gonna tell y'all no dream, bro.
I'm saying, y'all can't go talk to the SG, go house arrest or something, man.
We're not gonna do that.
Because of the gang charge. I'm saying, y'all try to, why y'all give me the gang charge?
We're gang investigators. This is a gang case. You are a gang member.
I wasn't, it isn't like I was going to tell you, I was doing stuff.
Listen, you are at the top. You are the primary reason that all this shit, you are.
Doug is,
They said Woody is the reason.
It'll go Thug, you, and all your homies, and then it'll be like, Nut, Chill, all his A-gang, all them, If gang, whatever. And y'all are going back and forth. That's how it looks. You say you ain't retaliated. Just because you physically ain't retaliated don't mean your friends ain't physically retaliated. You know what I'm saying? Just go ahead.
If you be happy about me,
I believe that. But it's in the name of you. At this point.
It didn't name me because I was placing the money and all this. I mean, all this it just come from Thug. Like, it came from him.
But do you understand what we saying? You allowed this man to misuse your name. That's just like saying, I killed Trayvon Martin. Or somebody said, well, Dennis killed Trayvon Martin. I didn't kill Trayvon Martin. So you ain't gonna say I killed Trayvon Martin. You get what I'm saying?
So y'all gonna try to help me get out of jail?
Yes. Well, not necessarily get out, but it's gonna be some working going on, yes. We gotta verify everything you just said. There's nothing you just told us that we could walk up this door and go get warrants to do. Nothing.
Oh, I just told y'all who shot the man.
That don't mean nothing. You still gotta verify.
I told y'all
What if you said he shot a gun and he was informed of it? People lie. You didn't lie.
I didn't lie. I
didn't say you lied this time, but
I didn't just tell y'all.
you did exactly. You tell us half of the truth.
I told y'all the whole thing.
The thing of it is you don't know what we already know. Just because we ain't said nothing to you don't mean we don't know certain stuff. What do you think we do all day? This is our job.
So y'all find I ain't lying then with.
See what happens. We probably gonna have to come in here again and have another talk. Just what I want you to grab your mind around is you're not gonna go home today, bro. All right? Okay? That's the point I'm thinking you can say one magic word and we gonna open up the doors. That's not gonna happen. That's me telling you that will make me a liar, and I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? But
So y'all really got guns in?
I don't want you, me personally, I want you to bring down the house.
Okay, start right there now. I say everything they did.
I want this is what while you got time you involved in, anything that Shannon, the Mikion Thug, and whoever else you know is involved in within all this grand scheme of things, so we can do our job. That's what I want. You talking about getting your girl out the way, getting you out the way. That's gonna come with that's coming with something. We can't just make moves like, hey, go get this girl and take her to the Holiday Inn Express. Like, we ain't got money like that. But it's called protective custody. Yes. They can give you move you somewhere else. You have to leave Atlanta. At this point, why is that such a bad idea?
Why was it such a bad idea?
To leave Atlanta. Why are you so scared to leave? I know this all you know, but there's more to life than the shit that you involved in. You gotta walk around with a bag with an assault rifle. That ain't life. You trapped in a war zone. You at war with your own friends though. You can't even get in the car with me because you're scared I'm gonna knock your head off. What type of shit is that? How can you sleep? You see what I'm saying?
Thank you so much, Nez, for the gifted memberships. Now it's quiet. Thank you so much, Nez. You guys make sure you say thank you in the chat. Yeah, someone said that Nez is helping build the Cat Chat Rico gang. There's 5 more members. What is...
Can I walk out? Right here.
Step out.
Oh wait, are they approaching the bench? Uh-oh. Were they supposed to play something that wasn't supposed to be played? What happened? He asked if he could step out. I wonder if they overplayed something. And within it had to be the defense that objected because it wasn't in the mic. Because if it was the state that said, Your Honor, can we hold on for a minute? I feel like we would have heard them say it into the microphone. So my guess is one of the attorneys back here said something without being mic'd, but the judge could hear it. I think that they probably overplayed something they're not supposed to play because... And honestly, you would think that they would want to be prepared for that because it's a reasonable person watching a long video will probably forget to pay attention 15, 20 minutes in when they're supposed to stop at a specific second. So that's why maybe you should have had things clipped up or redacted ahead of time. But maybe it's a different issue. But I don't really understand why we would break exactly when we did if it didn't have something to do with the video. And Vans Raj, are you talking about Westmoreland? I like when she argues too.
Mr. Schardt, you can just go ahead and repeat that.
So for the...
Your Honor, we are in court playing what's supposed to be the redacted version of Mr. Copeland's
There you go.
June 10th, 2015 interview at approximately 3:55, say 45. It was just played in court. Investigator Dennis speaking to Mr. Copeland and essentially saying that Lil D and Shannon are the ones that are going to kill Mr. Copeland in the future. That according to my notes, that was
Wow.
not supposed to be played in front of the jury. The state was to redact certain portions of this transcript as was litigated a couple weeks ago, and the state assured us that they were going to stop at the appropriate times and pause at the appropriate times. that was not done. And it is a statement about it's prejudicial, it's bad character, it's a statement about my client's future dangerousness that the jury has been exposed to. And at this point, I am moving for a mistrial on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Imagine she granted it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have here, when we went over the redactions, the portions that the state was supposed to redact. And what I have here from this chart, Your Honor, is page 396, line 21, which begins with, I heard Shannon and Dee was shooting at niggas on Simpson Road. And I have that we were going to be redacting from 396, line 21 through 397, line 11. And that is the portion that we had just paused on before the objection was launched. So the portion that Mr. Schardt is discussing was not, at least in the notes that I have, the portion that the state was supposed to redact, Your Honor. So we would ask for a denial of any mistrial at this juncture, given the notes that I have. And I also sent this over, the highlighter redactions, to defense counsel to confirm that the portions highlighted are the portions that need to be redacted. And no one brought up to my attention at all that I missed a particular highlight. So we would ask.
It depends on what the ruling is. It doesn't matter if your notes were wrong.
And
If
do
the
you
ruling
believe
said
that you
otherwise.
missed a highlight, or do you believe that what you highlighted is correct?
What I highlighted is correct. Based
All right,
upon my
I'm going to
notes.
take a brief recess and look back at all of my notes from them.
I'm trying to look through my notes and see where I mentioned the word out. What day were they doing those Woody? Because I feel like I remember that, and I remember saying that's a huge win for Stillwell. I feel like I remember that, and I remember it being the line, and obviously, like, if there's an issue with the lines and Max Schardt didn't correct it then when the ruling was made, that's problematic. If Hylton's notes are wrong, that's Hylton's fault. But if they're supposed to take out that line, and that's what I remember, because remember when we were watching some of the evidentiary motions about these long videos, it was kind of hard to keep up with the timestamps they were talking about. So I have to conceptualize it in terms of, Your Honor, this is Kenneth Copeland saying my client and Lil D, Zachary, are going to kill Kenneth Copeland. It's highly prejudicial. So I remember it in terms of that thing being said. I'm not gonna remember the timestamps. Yeah, we are live. We are caught up. If you just joined, they just took a recess because something was played that was supposed to be redacted. Hylton is maintaining that she redacted it properly. And that if anything, it's the defense's fault because she sent them a list of what she redacted, but the issue is really what was ruled out. And honestly, I would argue if they got the lines wrong, but Whitaker, the argument, verbally, the argument from Schardt involved that specific line. If he said that line out loud, I want this part redacted, the judge sustains that objection. If there was an error with what timestamps that actually applied, I still think that this is a hot water issue. So, Sheeny Beanie says, let me guess, Judge Whitaker will cure this with, quote, training. Yeah, I think you are right. I think even if, and this is so perfect back and forth. Thank you for the super chat, Sheeny Beanie. Always on point. Right in line with that same concept here. Phil says, y'all know damn well, even if Miss Hylton is wrong, this judge ain't granting a mistrial. It'll just be another warning. Yep. So we'll cure it. And even worse, what's the cure here? Instructing the jury to forget that they just heard that one of the co-defendants sitting in this room and someone that's not sitting here were supposedly planning to kill Kenneth Copeland? Like a curative instruction it's that eliciting the images of Dumbo again. You would just be reminding them. They might not even have heard that get said in the video. So does a curative instruction really cure it? Or make it worse? Does it salt the wound? Or does it band-aid it? So, and thank you so much. Gen X Chick is helping 20 of us in the chat are now unindicted co-conspirators as part of the Cat Chat Rico gang. That is super, super awesome, Gen X Chick. That is 20 people that can now use these emojis all day for 30 days. Super, super nice of you. I love the gift feature. It's such a nice way to support the time that goes into doing these streams, but it's so much fun for the people that get the gifts. So super, super shout out to Gen X. Everyone say Gen X in the chat. Or just, we're all Rico now. Yeah, look at that. And remember, if you want to be able to receive gifted memberships, you do have to click that little symbol where you type, there's like a money symbol, and make sure your gift receive settings are turned on. It will never bill you unless you choose to renew your membership if you get a gifted membership. So thank you so, so much again, Gen X. And then Jay Shepard's like, I want in. Jay Shepard became a member. Thank you so much. Leah's dad says, if you notice, the state never follows the same paperwork as the defense and the judge. They're always on their own type of time. Yeah, I noticed that too. They'll be like, everyone will be confused in the courtroom. Sometimes it's the defense. Sometimes it's the judge that says, wait, I'm not seeing that on the page you just told us to look at. And they'll be like, oh, our version's different, Your Honor. Like, definitely not very organized. And it's exactly why this type of issue could potentially happen on accident, although that doesn't make it okay. And I think it's interesting that the judge is going back and looking at her notes. But what happened? Was that Thursday? It was either Wednesday or Thursday. We didn't have court on Friday. But the defense, was it Harvey and Westmoreland? The defense pushed back and said something like, you'd made this ruling already. And the judge suggested the defense making the effort to keep track of the different rulings. And the defense had to be like, you need to keep track of your own rulings. We're just over a month and a half in with this judge being presiding over this case. And she can't keep track of what's happened since she started. And right here is an issue. She's got to go back and remember what she ruled on this specific thing. And I'm not against checking notes to be thorough anyway. But it seemed like she didn't really have a clue one way or the other which way it would go. But yeah, definitely have noticed that same thing. And shout out to Satchel. I always want to say your first name, but I know you've changed your YouTube name. Thank you for the super chat and also the commentary here. Another jury instruction for sure. And I think personally, guys, you know, maybe Schardt will decline that type of remedy if it's the only option on the table, because it just, to me, would salt the wound. If anything, now that it's out, I don't know. I think Shannon Stillwell is the most at risk because of the things that Kenneth Copeland has said out of the 6 co-defendants in this room. There's a little bit for Yak too, and you know, I get the concept that he's saying that he gave Thug's name and that's supposed to give credence to the idea that Thug is the ringleader. But really, I think the most inculpatory stuff, if you take it at face value from anything we're getting out of Kenneth Copeland, seems to inculpate Shannon Stillwell the most. But maybe strategically, depending on how you think Woody will respond to you, I don't know. If Woody has such a gripe with the state, maybe you could effectively use something like this on cross-examination. But it's just so risky that you shouldn't have to, especially for the defendant, who has certain constitutional rights to a fair trial that the state does not have those same rights. This mistake shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be the defense's burden to find a way to clean it up for themselves. But I do wonder what Kenneth Copeland would say if asked about it. Maybe I don't recall. Maybe I was just saying that because I know they wouldn't find anything to stick to them. Who knows? But yeah, I do not think a jury instruction is something that's going to be ideal for Shannon Stillwell here. It'll just remind the jury of something that they may not have heard the first time it was played. And then Jay Shepard says, love your streams. I watch every day. That's awesome. Definitely makes my day go by. That is one of my favorite things to hear, because on the flip side, when I'm doing work, I'm in somebody else's channel, and you know, there's other people that I watch that get me through the day. Like, I've spent so much time in like Nick Starrow's coverage and a ton of other people. So it's really cool to be on the receiving side of a compliment like this. And thank you so much also for the super chat for supporting the content. So helpful. And I hope your day, we're on a pause right now. We're watching these slow videos, but I hope it's still moving pretty quickly for you. And then JH, thanks so much for the super sticker. And yeah, you guys, I don't know. What are you guys thinking here? You guys are saying Whitaker's talking to Glanville and what she should do. He's busy in his case. And I definitely do want to, I'm sure she'll tell us. I tried to look back through my notes, but it was so long ago that, like, I don't really, sometimes I can remember where I wrote a note because I can picture what the page looks like. I don't really even remember that. Or what day that would have been, because they spent a few days on this. And I'm sure the defense is also like, I mean, this is kind of to the benefit of all defense attorneys, right? Whether this statement might not have anything to do with them, their clients, but to be able to catch the state messing up like this, I'm sure you've got the 6 of them sitting there like looking for that day. The interns looking on YouTube. And if you're just tuning in late, guys, we were watching that 9-hour video of Kenneth Copeland, and suddenly the feed cuts. Our guess was that there was an objection because something was played that shouldn't have been played. And sure enough, they come back from the bench and Schardt speaks it out loud in open court. And that's exactly what happened. Something that was supposed to be redacted, where Kenneth Copeland says he was afraid of Shannon Stillwell and Lil D because they wanted to kill him. That apparently wasn't supposed to be played, and the state played it. State is arguing, Hylton's arguing that, Your Honor, my notes say that we were supposed to trim at these specific timestamps, and that's what we did. And judge is double checking to see if that's actually what her ruling said, and not just Hylton having the wrong notes. So, and think about the time this is eating, you guys. You know, we were estimating cross-examination of Woody this afternoon. I'm not sure if that's that's going to be on the horizon. I'm looking through all my old notes and it's just like quotes of Woody saying, I only said what I needed to say to get out. It's just the same thing through all of these notes. Everything is a lie. Then I've got notes from the January 8th call here. Wow, this was so long they took to get through his stuff. And they had to do it twice because I started to do it with Glanville. And then thank you so much, Susan. Susan, you're so pretty and look so sweet. And here you are helping 5 people become part of the Rico Cat Chat gang. Come on. Thank you so much, Susan. Show some love to Susan in the chat. You guys probably already did. I'm noticing it late. Oh my goodness. There you go. Love all the green names popping up in the chat. And then Ike had said, am I remembering wrong? Transcripts did not match audio timestamps. State had one, everyone else referred to the other. We said this is on purpose. Yeah, and I think that's exactly talking about the Woody evidence. Which, you know, they could have redacted. They chose not to. So I think this is exactly it. They were using different timestamps. And I hope the judge doesn't try to wriggle out of it, but the concept is Schardt is very long-winded when he's very detailed in why he wants to exclude something. He doesn't just go, I want to exclude 403 prejudicial more than it is probative. That's not how he makes his objections. He's the type of person that will say, in this section, Mr. Copeland is saying that my client, and also Zachary, he'll lay out the exact thing that's happening. So his objection, either way, regardless of the timestamp disconnect, because the state's using their own timestamp schematic, and the defense and the judge are looking at another. I would say 100% that Schardt's objection included the verbiage. I have no doubt in my mind that the verbiage was included, as this verbiage should be removed. Yeah, exactly. You get everything from Schardt if he's not interrupted. So there's just no way that the objection isn't going to include this verbiage. But I wonder if Judge Whitaker will look for a confusion point based on these timestamps as a way to wiggle worm out. Crazy. And am I pronouncing, is it just verbiage or is it verbiage? I don't know. Sometimes I just have bad pronunciations of things. And then Chloe Albert's Revenge says, good morning. Was going to ask if I missed anything good, but you just answered my question. Yes, we are still in Narnia. Yeah. And I think Chloe Albert's Revenge, I think your favorite part would be Hylton's excuse that, well, my notes say. Well, and I'm really glad that the judge clarified with Hylton. Because sometimes the judge isn't that snippy with Hylton. She's really kind of been snippy with Hylton like one time. But that clarification was kind of a don't try this. Judge Whitaker wanted to know, well, are you saying that you think your highlights are correct? Or are you saying that that's what your highlights say? So there's a big difference. Because your notes are not what my ruling necessarily was. Yeah, judge is checking transcripts with court reporter. Yikes. Yikes. Oh. Oh, I say leopard. I don't say leopard, or I don't know if there's other variations. I definitely just say leopard. Yeah, we gotta go to the YouTube videos. And thank you again, everyone that's gifted memberships. Love it, love it, love it, because it's fun for the chat. So Albert, Angie, Nez, and then Gen X chick. Jay Shepard got his own Secret Santa. He was his own name. He got himself his own membership. And then Susan, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Not for nothing, but someone on Twitter pulled the clip yet? No, just summaries of it. Mail calls. I know they redacted. I'm at parts where they're redacting something from Zachary. So how did I skip this June call? All I know is that I remember. I swear I remember saying that was a huge win when it happened. And funny, I have notes here for the June 7th ex parte transcript. And I timestamped love asking for professional conduct from everybody. What else is new? What else is new? They're probably doing a better job finding it than me. Okay, cool. So verbiage is the correct way, not verbiage. Verbiage sounds like cabbage, like a vegetable. You can eat some verbiage. Uh-oh, what happened?
All right, having reviewed my notes and okay, having reviewed my notes in, okay, you tell me when you're ready. All right, having reviewed my notes.
And yes, G-Lander, Harvey rule
and
applies.
Ms. Persfield, having reviewed her notes, they both reflect the same thing, which is the last thing that we all discussed was, and I don't have the timestamp, but I have the transcript page number, was transcript page number 389. And I made a ruling on that. And then we moved to the February 21st transcript. So it appears that y'all already had some sort of an agreement, and so we didn't have to discuss it, but Miss Winfrey is that's what she was doing just now, is reviewing the transcript so we can see what, if anything, got said about that. So we're just going to do that right here, and we'll see what that reveals, if anything.
Oh. Is Schardt saying something back there? Is he just leaning? He's just staring. Oh. I felt it. I felt like he was going to try to say something. Come back on, sound.
In ensuring my candor with the court, have you received my email?
No.
Oh, okay. Ms. Pursfield, you haven't received an email from me? Ms. Hylton, did you? No. Okay.
Maybe hit resend.
I'm showing it was sent at 10:04. But if no one's received it, that can't be right. But it's looking good
13
on
minutes
my
if
end.
anyone's in a different time zone.
Okay. Well, you want me to read the email? I can't. I've checked my notes,
Yes.
and so there, and this is just one part of my notes, but I want to be clear with everyone. 396 line 21 is the beginning of a redaction. This statement that I objected to was on 396 line 19. So there's a distinct possibility. Of course, I don't believe that that's an appropriate thing for the detective to say, but there's a distinct possibility that I misstated the time that
Dang,
the
Schardt.
redaction was supposed to start as 21 as opposed to 19. And that may have just, it's likely that was an error on my end. So I just wanted to be clear to the court on that.
All right, well, I mean, that may be, but it appears to me that maybe this was something, from my notes at least, that the state and the defense had come to agreement on and
Right.
not anything that the court was having to make a ruling on.
Right.
But in any event, if in further reflection, your notes of whatever y'all agreed to redaction wise would not have captured his question, is that what you're saying?
It would have been the agreed upon redaction as I have it is just after that. And I believe that's what Ms. Hylton was saying. Of course, I'm of the opinion that that was not an appropriate thing for the jury to hear, but I also recognize that I likely did not articulate that previously. I would ask for a curative instruction, just that the jury is not supposed to consider what was last said by the detective.
Okay. I'm
would
happy to
ask
give
for-
some sort of a curative instruction. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that this is pressure tactics and persuasive tactics and what have you on the part of the detective doing the interviewing, and not any kind of crystal ball that he has into the future stating any kind of facts. I don't actually think it's particularly damaging, but I understand. And so what language would you like for me to instruct them in?
I would ask that you instruct the jurors that they are not to consider the last statement made by the detective on the videotape before we broke.
I don't get why they can't just
As
instruct that
fact or
questions by the
whatsoever, or
detective are not evidence.
do you want me to say any suggestion made in the last statement, or just,
That any suggestion made,
okay.
they're not to consider any suggestion made by Investigator Dennis on that videotape just before we broke.
All right. Any comment by the state?
Your Honor, we would object to a curative instruction. The entire passage of what Detective Dennis said, starting at line 10 through line 20, would put in context what the court just said. He starts off, to leave Atlanta. Why are you so scared to leave this all? I know this is all you know, but there's more to life than the shit that you're involved in, dude. You gotta walk around with a bag with an assault rifle. That ain't life. You're trapped in a war zone. You're at war with your own friends though. You can't even get in the car with me because you're still indiscernible. What type of shit is that? How can you sleep? You see what I'm saying? Shannon D gonna end up killing you, dude. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, that's the part he's bothered about. The very last part about.
The, like,
Shannon
last
and
couple
Dee will
words.
kill you.
So it should have been,
Doesn't seem like the kind of curative instruction the state ought to be objecting to.
So,
they only want to take out like 5
Yes.
words.
Would you like to make a suggestion as to how to
Love.
craft the curative instruction?
no, Your Honor, we just want to make sure that what is disregarded is the last sentence, nothing before the last sentence. Because we stopped it there, then we asked for, then there was a break. So the last portion. which
You can't
would
really
be-
cure it
you see what I'm
specifically
saying?
without restating it.
This is to disregard the Shannon D's going to end up killing you by the detective.
So you want it to be more specific? Do you want me to say something like, you're not to consider a suggestion made in the last question by Detective Dennis about anything that Mr. Stillwell might hypothetically do? Or no?
No, I think that would be drawing more attention to it.
Okay.
I would just, I think if we just say the last sentence or the last statement made by Investigator Dennis, the jurors are not to concern themselves with that statement.
All right, you're not to concern yourselves with any suggestion made in the last question by Detective Dennis. All right. Anything more from the state on that?
My only concern around is that it's taking out the entire portion of that, because the last thing they heard is Detective Dennis before I pause. So they may think they can disregard all of it except for the last.
Well,
Shannon.
you know what? It's just the question anyway. So that's the instruction I'm going to give. Mr. Steele.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Your Honor, I just want to again put my objection. I didn't want the recording any recording to be played the way it's been played over our objection for this reason. And I don't know why anything that
Pausing and
Detective Dennis
playing.
said about, I don't know why you want to leave Atlanta and carry an assault rifle. That shouldn't come into evidence before this jury. So my position has always been the state has to ask a question. If they're going to impeach Mr. Copeland, then they can play the excerpt. But I just don't want it to sound like it was waived by some agreement. I never entered that agreement. I understand the Harvey rule. I'm not going back on anything I've said, but my objection is that it should never have been done in this manner. And we're just watching videos for a day plus. So my objection is that the state should never have played that portion at
Yeah.
all from all the lines 10 through 19.
Okay, because your objection is to the methodology
Yes.
in which they are conducting the impeachment.
Yeah, there's two. That wasn't impeachment. Detective Dennis statements.
All right, well, we had an opportunity to go line by line through every one of these statements and make more specific objections to questions or answers, and that was not raised with this court. So that is waived. With regard to whether you had an objection to the methodology of presenting the statement in full, that is a separate issue. And frankly, given that Mr. Copeland disavowed everything that happened in any of them, you know, I would have overruled that objection anyway, but all right. Anything else for the record?
I don't believe I waived anything by my objection to the wholesale playing of the recording.
No, I don't think you waived that objection. I think you have waived an objection you might have had to this particular question by Detective Dennis, because we had an opportunity to make kind of very targeted, specific line by line objections to the things that were going to be heard in the playing of the recording.
I hope that if another court looks at it, that they will see my objection as being to anything that the state does not ask a certain question for.
All right.
So I believe it's encompassed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in.
Thank you so
Hang
much.
on,
Positive
actually,
cue. Oh, we got
Just
more.
So do you know where we're going from here? Is there any dispute as
Where are we
to-
pressing
since
play?
It seems that the rest of this interview, y'all did not put before the court to make specific objection rulings. You came to some sort of understanding about what was going to be played. So do we need to clarify anything about what's getting played next?
Not from the state. I have everything that we agreed to. It's been highlighted, sent over to defense. I haven't heard anything
All right.
inconsistent with
The
that.
mic that you're pressing right now
Sorry, Your
is
Honor.
not anything we're using. That is in case the sound system goes out. Your mic's still that one that's attached to the.
Oh, so they didn't give everyone individual
Well, I
mics?
heard it from that anyway. Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor. From the state's position, we believe that we've covered all of the redactions. This is what I forwarded to defense to make sure that I was correct with my redactions, and we didn't hear anything otherwise. So I believe. we're
Well,
ready
and
to go.
as it turns out, that one was, you were correct that the redactions y'all had talked about were the redaction you highlighted, at least for that one. But anybody want to triple check before we press play again?
So am I correct that we're picking up now at 397, line 12?
Yes.
All right, let's get Mr. Copeland in.
Your Honor,
Not yet. Yes.
since there's a cure of instruction before the next question's posed, there has to be the renewal of the mistrial motion. Can we do that now and preserve it for any appellate review?
For clarity's sake, Mr. Schardt, are you still making a mistrial motion? Because you seem to have said that, clarify that for me. Or have you withdrawn that?
I am making one, but I also acknowledge what I've said to the court.
Okay, all right, so that is denied. I will give a curative instruction and yes, it's preserved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let's get Mr. Copeland and the jury.
So Positive Q says, good morning, Kat and everyone. I will say if she calls a mistrial, it will not be with prejudice. If a mistrial is called, she will let the state get their ish together to be able to retrial. And what I think is interesting here is after finding out that Schardt had sent the wrong line in the transcription, it still comes down to this whole issue of these videos playing wholesale. They're not stopping and asking specific questions to certain
Right,
sections of
took
these
one
videos.
During that break, right? So we don't need one in 10 minutes. Okay.
Oh no, the pee breaks. But thank you so much, Positive Q, and good morning to you. And Garrett says he totally sharted the bed this morning. No. And then Satchel says, why do I think that Whitaker is covering? Yeah. I mean, you can tell, like, the way she looks at things is whether or not, as Steele is pointing out, a higher court may or may not find a certain way, certain thing. Yeah, and so Kayla was supposed to have gone to court today with Courtney Kramer, but there's too many people in the courtroom, which was kind of expected because jury's back and it's Kenneth Copeland on the stand. And then Woody's there with some friends. But their stream's like 7, I think there's a delay for the closed captioning to kick in for Law and Crime. So I don't know if that's like 7 or 14 seconds or something like that. But that's why we use Law and Crime, is for anyone that wants to enjoy the captions or have some help hearing what's being said.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to instruct you that you are not to concern yourselves with any suggestion made in the last question by Detective Dennis. Go ahead, Ms. Hylton.
We're an hour and a half in and we've probably watched like 30 minutes.
Meaning, nobody knows he's going.
So what's at the studio?
The guns.
So what are you talking about? They getting rid of them?
They get rid of the guns that they using. They're not keeping those guns.
So they trade them, they sell them?
You know, I think take them far out, break them down. I don't know what he's doing with it. But he made sure that it's on my time. But all person they knew where the gun is going was that.
Why are you the only one that knows?
Told put him in his position.
You trust him?
Yep, and told him to get rid of him.
What is
So Mark McLean, this is a good point that this probably still looks like to the jury that the state messed up doing something with this video. If they're tuned in. That's a good point. I didn't think of that at all. But we stopped the middle of this video. We have to leave the courtroom. We come back and we get this instruction. I think it's helpful that they leave the speed drop down live. That way you know the whole time what speed it's on. I think he's probably kicking something under the table.
Please.
Oh, is Kenneth Copeland on the stand tapping?
Yes. What?
Is there a question on the floor?
No, she's trying to queue up the next part of the tape.
I'm getting all this information, man. Yeah, they been working. Yeah.
You ain't, bro,
Yeah, I got somewhere to run.
at the end of the day, Woody, you gotta understand that your hands ain't clean. Not only do you have this case, right? Technically, you have another gun charge possibly coming with the gun that was at the house. And you got another possibly possessed of stolen property case coming. So you got 3 cases technically out. Crazy how when you steady piling shit on.
I'm telling y'all what's going on.
After the fact. You ain't telling us before the fact. You telling us once you got jammed up. If you was trying to really help, you would have told us this 6 months ago.
Y'all really ain't.
We did what?
Y'all ain't like. I'm thinking if I tell y'all ain't gonna check me or help me, man, like that.
What did I say to you about when you came back in January 3rd?
What you said?
Why you don't move away? What you tell me? Y'all ain't gonna get rid of me though. That is helping you.
Y'all let me move. What I said, what I know, man. What
Call protective custody.
You didn't say that. You just.
I said, what you tell me? You want to know why it ended at that? Because you said, I'm not gonna say it. I was born in Atlanta. I was raised in Atlanta. I'm gonna die in Atlanta. I ain't ready. I ain't they gonna have to kill me in these Atlanta streets. Did you not say that? You remember saying that?
I said
You said it somewhere like that, correct? So I took that as, it ain't even no point in trying to get you somewhere to go because you're not gonna go. If you ain't gonna be setting you up 2 states over, then you're gonna come back to Atlanta and get killed anyway. That's stupid.
if you would just told me, well, we helped you. Y'all didn't say y'all would help me, so I was just looking at like, I ain't did that, so, I mean, I ain't got nothing to worry about, like right now, I still ain't did that, but I got a lot of shit to worry about, like, I ain't did that involved with what y'all pushing me about, but besides this right here, but
You are all the way with the stuff we asked you about. They connected to you, which makes you connected to it.
I'm not.
Your gun that's in your possession, this gun, was purchased
you guys got to take gun with me.
No, I'm not saying that at all. But the moral of the story is he's a gang member in the same gang with you. Y'all friends. It's all tied in together. It's not like a standalone case. What was that? It's not a standalone case. It's all together. So therefore, it's like to sit back and say, I ain't did nothing, I ain't did this, I ain't did that. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Okay, I haven't retaliated. I haven't tried to retaliate and none of that. I'm not gonna really protect myself.
What
You know what I
happened?
mean?
Listen, I have that question though.
And you know what? I'm sitting right here because okay, these guns. I mean, I'm not sitting here because I'm out there trying to hurt nobody. I'm protecting myself, man. Like, and then the police never told me. I ain't never tried. I was just staying low key. Man, I was just. But
You ain't gonna say that.
listen to protect myself.
Protecting yourself at your home. At your home.
I was giving it back.
So you say.
Huh?
So you say. When we talk to Lil D, what you think he gonna say?
What I'm trying to do about it?
This gun, his gun.
What about it?
What about it?
What you mean? What are you gonna say about it?
I don't know what he gonna say. What is he gonna say?
What you can't say? I don't know what this gun is.
I hope not. I hope this gun don't come back, because then you got another problem.
So when they don't come in, y'all let me go.
No. It don't work like that. What you think is that, like, it's just you say one word, we can pull a button if you want.
I'm just thinking. I'm thinking if I get y'all will.
In long term, yes. Right now, overnight, next week, no, it ain't gonna be that quick.
Well, y'all just couldn't just, man. I think they try to trick me, man. Y'all.
We ain't tricked you. We didn't. We did not trick you at all. How?
Cause I thought y'all gonna help me.
You thought you was gonna walk out of here today.
I know, man. I have.
What did you think?
Huh?
What did you think?
I thought y'all was gonna help me, man. I thought y'all was just gonna.
Long term, yes. You won't instant. You grew up in the microwave age, where you want to hit the button.
The microwave age?
And shit done. It don't work like that. You just told me a pad full of stuff. Right?
Man, I can tell y'all everything y'all want to know. Y'all just ain't asking. Y'all can't just. But I just can't think.
Start with the shoes. Who did what shoes?
What shootings? I say every shoe right now, but at the end of the day, y'all can go tell me now. Oh, we just gotta verify that it's true. I don't have no reason to make that up a lie.
But listen to this. If you wasn't, or were you there for these shootings? Or D told you?
Nah.
You see what I'm
They
saying?
talk about it.
I feel you on that. But that's rule number one. Verify information. They could be telling you a falsehood and you're telling the same falsehood. That's just like me telling you, yo, dog, hey, I just went with Beyonce. And then you go tell Gator, yeah, Dennis went with Beyonce. And then Gator tells Thorpe, like, he went with Beyonce. Just because everybody says it doesn't make it true.
So what make you believe?
Now we got a Jay-Z and Beyonce comparison.
What clarity? What a gun that was used at? Who else can verify what you're saying? You see what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
So the cut is never killed and you want to know the name of it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you how it was. Thug ran a cut it.
Right? You told us that.
Yeah, Amina ran a cut it.
Who is Amina?
I think it's going to be enough. But is she going to help me though?
Yes.
She's my long one.
Be right back, there, brother.
Thank you so much for the super sticker, Esquire. Yeah, you guys were talking about how he's wearing the like blanket
23.
and possibly covering some of his hands and arm motions. And then earlier, if you guys are wondering what happened earlier, Woody, while on the stand in real time, was tapping on the witness. That's what that knocking was. And Judge said, stop doing that. Yeah, Looney Boy, how can these videos help the state if the jury believes Lil Woody is lying in these videos? Because he told the jury he lied.
You know, Thug phone number. How you get in touch with him?
My head hurt.
You want to talk to him? All right.
I don't care no more.
You should, bro.
Man. This shit suffering, man. This shit make me suffer. I'm looking for shit I ain't doing, man. I mean, I'm asking for help, man.
Well, you asked for help after the fact, though. After you done did some shit. Did we put this gun on you?
No, y'all didn't. I did.
Did we put these people property in your house? Did we put a gun in your house? You want us to go get your girl? You want us to show us with it?
No.
So how do you want us to play?
I just asked you, man. I just want to help, man. I mean, this not helping if I'm being jail, sitting in jail, no bond, no anything.
It is heavy.
I know it's not.
It is.
It's not.
Because you safe.
This is down safe, man. Jail ain't safe. That shit's stressful, man. My head hurt. Keep thinking, man, I gotta go there. Shit, my big birthday comes up next week. Man, I can't go out. I can't do that. I got shit in
How you
everything.
gonna bond out anyway?
What you mean?
You said you ain't got no money, huh?
I know.
How you gonna bond
I
out?
got a couple cars after my family.
Who?
I got family. I got family. Huh? So wait, the nigga ain't giving that young him count.
He said he'd get it back to you once you get out.
That nigga lied. He told me he got me a lawyer.
He did?
Nah.
Why didn't he get you a lawyer?
I bought one of my own. I paid one with the money I had. All this saying, I give y'all all the information to y'all. Hey, y'all keep
You
trying
feel like he's not helping you. Give it time. That's all I'm asking. Can you give us time?
y'all trying to do a game.
You not in the game?
No. I'm not. I'm honestly not.
No.
No more.
You ain't blood.
No more. No.
So if I show you something to prove you otherwise, you're what?
I'm not a blood.
What are
I
you?
don't have a check.
What are you?
I'm just me. Don't think
Since when?
shit just always happened. Like, before it happened, I wasn't a blood no more. Yeah, I wasn't. So I don't never put that blood shit up like, man, lie. Nah, man.
Well, let's see your blood.
And all of them here, Ladie, same shit dog again. I told
Which
you.
legit? Dominion or
Yeah.
Cornelius?
The one Cleveland ain't a blood.
Yeah. What is it?
He did. Ladie Cleveland.
He don't claim that?
Huh?
He don't claim that?
Nah,
What's the relationship between him and Monson?
who?
Him and Monson. Why you always up on the Monson? They gave him?
Stopping at 4:10:58.
And thank you so much again, Looney Boy. Chloe's recalling the old Jay-Z line. Well, that was Will Smith, but yeah, let me be correct. It's not Chloe making the. Just for the listeners, I want to get it right. So Chloe's making a play on the Will Smith moment, saying Jay-Z, with Detective Dennis trying to name drop relatable things, build rapport, talk about life stories. Recalling here Jay-Z and Beyonce, but keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Resuming at 4:13:15.
I don't think any of that works on Lil Woody, but I think they swear it did.
You just tell me dirty or something?
Nah, you thought whatever. He bought a stolen gun, legit gun. If I come in right now, still I got guns in your back. Man, buy everything.
Just because he got it. What does Birdman have to do with all this?
Birdman, quiet.
He don't tell him to calm down?
Man, Birdman, nah, he don't want to talk to her.
He don't know y'all like that.
He won't be right there. He talk to me a lot, but it don't be about that. It's a
Small talk.
yeah. What the hell this nigga talking about?
Does he get it?
It sounds like it.
You think so?
I don't think he. I don't know.
So with all the stuff with Nut, what was his reaction to it?
For me, we're trying to pay them to keep quiet.
Hey, who to keep quiet?
Then,
Who was that?
hey, folks.
Oh, let's go about that business.
Yeah.
Here, take this, shut the hell up, leave it alone.
I think it was 200,000.
Pay off.
I heard it by my own ears.
Who he supposed to pay it to?
Fly.
Who's Fly?
The man who owned the elected TIG. You're not trying to figure it out. Any kind of way y'all can get it. Man,
Woody, look at me, dog.
I know what you've been saying.
Look at me.
I know,
Honestly, I want to look you in your eyes when I say it.
I know you can't do that.
No, that's not what I said. Listen to what I'm saying. You gotta listen to that. Give us time, man. If anybody, if she ain't proved to you by now that she mean what she say, what else can she do? That's the first person you call as soon as you get jammed up. No matter what. Like, she your mom or something.
Yeah, but guess what she said now? Like, she can't get help me get out of jail now.
What you mean? I'm the one that got the warrant. We can't just let you go.
I know it is, but I'm saying it ain't no way y'all can go talk to the judge and tell her give me a blunt hospital police.
We gonna continue to talk to the judge, the DA, and all of the above.
If you go explain to them like, okay, I just got nothing with his gun. They gave me a blunt, they let down the hospital. He supposed to believe it. I go with them tomorrow, bro. And I see right there, I had a wine room, a video camera.
Pausing at 4:16.
And thank you so much, R. Baskin. Bumpus is going to have to learn that Hylton and Love will use you, friend or not. And I think you got to be wary, like cops, prosecutors, state, for that reason.
I promise you, gun, man.
Because you can't, you want to just be out.
I was gonna take these niggas guns and bring to y'all myself. I would tear them up myself. I would do whatever it takes. I will, man. I will. I would do whatever it takes. I don't want to go to jail, period. I don't care about none of that. Keeping with the idea of helping with like, remember when I asked you about the house? Remember when I asked you about the house? The police want to ask you a couple questions. Just a couple questions. They gotta make sure he ain't on no fuck shit as well. Okay. This the police. I ain't never heard of it. Meaning they police officers, they police the police officers. Like they make sure they're not other police. They make sure we doing what we doing right. Okay, so they want to ask you a couple questions. Do you know her last name? Nah, but look, when you go on through a page, I don't know what Instagram, but your mouth. I can tell you whatever, man. I can tell you from every show, from houses, who did it, and I don't think I really said the car. I just want y'all to help. Just help, brother. I'm not helping you out of jail. We gotta get past this to get to that. Straight up, I tell you, man, it was help, man. I don't give a fuck no more, man. I just want to be in jail. Alright, hold on.
Stopping at 4:18:03.
That was like 3 minutes about how he'll say anything to not go to jail. Thank you again, R. Baskin. And that Bumpus may have been so caught up in the Hylton Love chit chat that she didn't end up putting those convos on the record. And you guys know my stance. It's still, at the end of the day, it was the state's duty to disclose those ex parte meetings and the contents within them. And that includes June 7th, where Kayla really had no role at all in that. And then G. Linder, yeah, Hylton claiming she was building rapport with Woody was like, I don't know if he sees it that way.
What's your date of birth, man?
July 25th, 1991.
So what's your affiliation?
I used to be with Doug. Then
John Burchell?
I'm from Kennedy.
Okay.
You know, that neighborhood.
Part 30?
I was there with 30. I mean, we just be out there, you know what I mean? They got them. Couldn't think, but they were like, I ain't got down with the blood game. But the people who I was with was a snitch, they snitching. So everybody who was with them, they got kicked out. I mean, so, and I just stayed out of it. I didn't never get back down.
Stopping at 42705.
And Roberta, this is, well, I don't know about now, but earlier it was Detective Dennis most of the time. It's Thorpe with the shiny bald head and the green, like, satin vest that he called Squirrel Brain. But in general, he did kind of characterize them as
16.
they would listen to anything I told them, which kind of implies they're all gullible.
Chill, huh? I admit, just to hang with them. I mean, start putting names in the songs and stuff. Like, oh man, we start hanging a lot. Start taking places and stuff. I let a person know I appreciate everything you doing for me. I ain't no problem. That's how I start hanging. What those be? Oh, he got a studio on Metro Party. It's another studio, DJ Drummer studio right downtown by the Skeleto. It's right on Marietta and North. He got another studio right down Bed Street. And he got a studio on Northside Drive called Garden. It's down like almost to a Highway Road.
Stopping at 42908.
There's Thorpe making an appearance at the bottom, I think, maybe. Although the shirt looks different.
Zooming at 43337.
About why I should have been told.
Maybe just a different shiny head.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to tell my so-called friend at the time, but and the way he saying, like, I talk to the police a lot. You know what I mean? Like, he knew I ain't tell, but I'm talking to him. So I don't know how he get his information, but when he said it, I thought he was just talking to him, trying to just scare me up or whatever.
Who was that in there?
The store there. His name Jeff too.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay. So what makes you, why you want to tell all that now?
I'm about to go to jail. And it is like, I'm tired of the police. I mean, I've been going, I have a girl, man. And I've been going to beat up for her, but I hate thinking of my shoulders. I mean, I have two big words, man. I have police and I have EP. I mean, and now I'm messed up. I don't got myself in trouble. And then some of the stuff that I'm in trouble for, I ain't having to do with, I ain't do. I mean, and I'm going to jail, so I just felt like if I should just tell them, let them know what's going on, they should take it easy on me, help me out. So, I mean, but I'm just tired of looking on my shoulders about this shit, and I ain't having to do it. I know nothing about it until after it happened. I mean, I ain't never know what's gonna happen. I ain't know nothing. I'm tired of being questioned about. I'm tired. I mean, I heard it. Thought it was like having killed, like. So I don't want to go do that, man. At first, I didn't care, but when I look at my baby, she be so happy and she be kicking and it just, man, I try to make a way, man. I just don't want to be in jail. I mean, I've been telling, but I've been telling them the whole story and the truth. Cause I didn't want to feel like in jail. I mean, I'm just telling them stuff I was in. I mean, and some of the stuff that I know. And I said, now that these niggas gonna trade them, like they coming at me. So I just like, man, I'm in a lose-lose situation. So I gotta get somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Police thinking I'm doing something I ain't doing. I might as well let them know that, man. It's them that I need. They plan on killing me, so I don't care. They like y'all only gotta deal with it. So that's why I went ahead and just said it. But at first I went, they want like nobody said it.
Stopping at 4:36:37. Court resume at 4:41:35. 4:41:35.
Man, make the shit worse. You fucking don't tell me police. Fuck that, I ain't telling you, man. I'm gonna go to jail, man. Fuck, gotta get me out, man.
We're gonna fast forward to 4:43:56.
I think this is him tapping in the video now, not in the courtroom.
Man, damn, man.
And thank you, Looney Boy. What do you guys think? Will the jury believe Woody in 2015 recordings? Or the Woody sworn giving testimony now? The one saying today in 2024, he made all that up.
We're gonna pause at 4:44:17.
I think it's really believable when someone says, I'll do anything to get out of here, and it's a 9-hour video. Like, who in their right mind would think that would be an unreasonable thing? Again, everyone's saying today, 2024, 2024. I don't know. Jury doesn't seem too smart, in my opinion. You mean because they didn't take that opportunity to say, I can't forget? Yeah, 2024. Now, I think the defense wanted this part in because it shows he's just sitting there bored out of his mind. If you make the jury sit there, they're going to also feel bored out of their mind. It'll resonate with them why someone would want to get out of there by any means. Maybe resonate with them. Maybe not, because they didn't want to raise their hand and get out of this very long trial. Both. They're going to believe both. Carrie says, I think he's telling the truth now. Now. Neither one. Woody now. Good to see you, Peter.
We're gonna resume at 4:59:22.
All right, Detective Dennis is back.
I knew that.
Thank you, Chloe.
You told me that earlier, though, right?
Yeah, when I said it did the first time,
Who did the second?
they did.
Who was that?
Okay, and whoever, he got his own school.
Could be.
His own.
You don't know why?
Let you run, coach.
Okay. So it's possible they let you as well.
I would say probably, but like,
What about Monto?
I can go for more too.
What?
I can go for more too, bro.
How you think? Shit. Pokey?
Yeah.
Who else?
I would say more too, but I ain't for sure. Like you said.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
I put question marks by him. Lil D, maybe.
He probably would too.
I thought you said he wasn't a shooter.
Say probably went. You saying he had a gun. I know for a fact.
Like,
Pokey talking about. That young nigga don't care.
how old is he?
Man, he's 17 now. He was just juvenile.
Where did you locked up for robbery?
I don't know. He got caught like 8 guns.
Where?
They took a metro. I don't know. High speed chase.
I need something to get his real name. Where the high speed chase? What jig would they go?
I don't know. Locked up when he got locked up.
Like where they would county they were in?
Yeah.
Where though? Like I need someone to be able to find this guy's name.
He got coded.
Who was one of his coded? Government name.
They said the gang you push. Pokey the nappy head black. I think Pokey and what's the nigga name? Other one got tattoos in their face.
Marquivas?
Pokey got I think a snake in their face. You know what I'm talking about?
Snake tag. Face.
I think I maybe Pokey. Yeah, like Pokey thought real nephew. It's just it been his son who died.
Do you get what I'm asking you though? Like a government phone?
I can't.
What high school he goes to?
This nigga going, I think, CEP. They was going, not the other one was going to CEP. I don't think he was going to school. He dropped out.
When did he get caught? Where? What type of... Give me one to code again. You said the gang even got him. When?
They were questioning him about, he said they questioned him about the, I mean, is that y'all?
How long ago?
He had got locked up for a burglary. The police went to CEP and got them.
This year?
Yeah, everything else, somebody gonna be this year. Posey like, man, I can't even remember his Instagram name. His code for the man, Fetty, I think. Some shit like that. Truly, yeah. Something like that. He got on last week, he had like 8 guns in the cupboard. 7-hand pistols, I think a chop.
Why you have so many guns?
I think he ran around robbing people. Last time I heard he was in Metro, he's supposed to be getting shit over the right street.
You just turned 17.
Yeah.
They sent you on your birthday. Supposed to be 17, he already there.
Yeah, that's what I said, he's supposed to be there. His birthday, what is it, June, May, what is it? January, February, March. I think I lost in March. They really don't care right there, though.
You don't care.
Nah, he don't sure something. For him? Who is that? No, it's not, okay.
Okay.
Found me. I can take credit for somebody else's
The
work.
first was for. You know who she is, man.
Look, gave him that, too.
I probably ain't know Joe.
What I'm saying, y'all can help me, man. But I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna go to AD, man. Listen, I'm telling you, I can't do too much because I'm right here, but if you can put me in the backfield car right now with these handcuffs on and shirts, and I go front of each spot right now. I mean, I can already.
That day will come. It's just not today, bro.
I know, right? But
You gonna
just tell me, give you stuff like I can just be talking. I want to show you that I'm dead serious.
and I believe, like, with this stuff you giving me, I believe you. Because when you telling me something that you really telling the truth on, you sit straight up and down and you talk about it. When it's something you trying to give some half shit, like when it's time to talk about the neon and you be like, you start doing your mouth. And you don't even know, it's like a nervous twitch.
What you want to know? What you want to know about this?
What bodies?
What he is?
What burnt bodies he got?
Like, what he killed himself?
Or who he had done?
He had nothing killed.
We're stopping at 5:05:53.
And thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. It took the Karen Reed experience to finally see the good in Lolly-Bye and Judge Cannoli. He'd have objected 47 times to this video, and she wouldn't have let it in. And that would have made that even a longer trial. Like, even if they had to play parts of it. It's probably a blessing that they didn't record long video interviews with Jen McCabe. I don't know how many people in the chat paid attention to the Karen Reed trial, but that was crazy too. A lot of crazy stuff in that trial. And Looney Boy says, I believe the jurors didn't take the easy out because they want the clout. Yeah, that's a good reason, I think. That's a valid explanation. This is the longest trial in Georgia history, and judge recusal, I was there, clout.
Resuming at 5:09:05.
There's so much about him. I mean, so when he got killed, they're like, damn, you must have trying to run somebody, something like that. And then T see me like, hey, you know what happened, gang? I'm like, nah, like,
Oh, they muted the court audio? So I don't know if there's an error because they're talking in the video. Are they just playing through something they redacted with audio? Because of...
yeah. So he like, slow hands that play on like that. I mean, what you mean? Like, that nigga told me gangster the master, that man is still there.
Yeah, so this...
Court's indulgence for one moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry? Court's indulgence for one moment.
So are they trying to keep track? This is bad timing. After everything that happened this morning, they were in the clear because it was Schardt's mistake. But down here, they're trying to mute something. And now Hylton just had to ask for more time.
Jerry, if any of y'all need to stand up and stretch, feel free to.
And Positive Q says, oh my gosh, this is so, it really is. It really is. And because of the delays this morning, I don't know if we'll get cross this morning. Although I don't think they have very many questions to ask, Woody. And we've only got like 2 squares on that time lapse to get through of this video. But I can't stop watching. The jury knows the verdict. Hung, not guilty. It's really sad that this is going on this long. And I do wonder if we'll get a split verdict on some of the charges. What I think is really difficult is there's so many names, there's so many different charges, and you're giving people a way to, all right, we can say some people are guilty of some stuff, even if we think the state did a bad job at proving everything else. So I don't know what I think will happen as an outcome.
He told you a lot of things about it. So he told me a whole lot. Dang, he done told me so many stories, man. He done told me so many on the side of it. Damn, man. They said a lot, man. You know, I know. Well, what's he going to try to find a picture? That's all right. Right, well, you know what I'm saying? I swear to God, man, God is just, yeah, God, man. I don't know whatever it takes, man. I make it a lot easier. Please do. You done made it hard for 6 months. But we knew you was the key. I just don't understand, like, I'm not just saying now, I wanted to be say something, but I just like, man, it doesn't have nothing to do with me, like, I mean, I ain't out there getting in trouble then, so. And now that I got in trouble, I feel like, I didn't know where to be in the jail, man. But I ain't trying to go through none of that. I ain't trying to get jumped on. I ain't trying to stay up. Well, they waiting on you at Fulton, and they gon' get you moved. It ain't no way y'all trying to give up one. That's not up to us. That's totally. Even if we speak on your behalf, not only that, you made us literally wait and wait and wait. That was they wait 6 times for 6 months. So what you want? What you want? Something new? No, I can't. I have authority to say give him a bond. You know what I'm saying? Like we definitely gonna let the powers that be know that you've given us a lot of information, but we still have to work these stuff that you give. We can't just go by your word. We still got to work the case. I know y'all should already case and guess what, but I tell you, I can help y'all work. I can just. This is a great start. Like, this is a great head start. I can help this start. I can help this. I can still help. I mean, I can have like stuff that I can just show y'all how I can do a lot. I can still go around and I will come. I don't want to go to jail, man. I swear to God, you don't have to sit down because that's just not how it works. That is just not how it works. You're gonna have to sit down for a second and give us an opportunity to start working this. You know what I'm saying? You say y'all gotta look through this. What about the stuff like I told her what kind of color it was, the green thing. It was in the middle. Right, and that's stuff that we not just finished. We've been up here since 6 o'clock this morning. So it's not stuff we finna just push all in the next 24 hours. We ready to got to jail. Nah, it ain't. Yeah. Shit, we gonna work it. I understand it. I know I go to jail. I'm not gonna talk to y'all. I need to talk to y'all man, like this. Why not? You gotta know though. Yeah, y'all didn't answer. Bruh, if you wanna call me and you remember something, whatever the case may be, call Deshaun like Deshaun called me. She just called me. I told her let you talk to her. Or you go where you're going, but I mean, it's not hard for you to get in
They're closing out towards the last segment of this video.
Stopping at 5:22:49.
And Woody Shirt says, I am the product. Thank you for the super sticker, Esquire.
Resuming at 5:24:22.
They get it. I'm not saying it's somebody else from, like, somebody, one of the other from them. Y'all these damn rental cars.
Stopping again at 5:24:37.
Man, cold in here. It's cold.
I'll adjust it a little bit.
The defense attorneys are like, oh, you'll adjust it for Woody, but not us back here. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, it's like they made the jury come out of the house for Zoom court.
I made it warmer, so it'll warm up in a minute.
I would definitely have a blanket as a juror. I think it's weird they try to not play this stuff, but they're still showing it. Like,
25:27.
Wow. But see, Ben the one he hit stuff. I mean, he hit the color. He hit the ones.
What the white Camaro is?
Man, Pee-wee Camaro. See, Pee-wee good with Florida. They were T.I. Ain't no telling what it could be. I mean,
They go.
they ain't gonna tear it up.
They not. They brand new.
I think it says GL Z28. I mean, so he not gonna do nothing but cut. He gonna hide. They probably hide it, but so they cut their guys a shot. I mean, so no, they not gonna do nothing with it. They kidding.
Stopping at 5:26:14.
thank you, Angie. Yeah, we're sprinkle sniping with the gifts in the chat. And Miss Kims, good morning. You missed an oopsie from Schardt this morning where he gave an incorrect line that he thought should have been redacted, but he gave the line after it. So they played a line to the jury that shouldn't have been played to the jury,
5:33:55.
where the detective was suggesting that Kenneth
5:33.
Copeland was afraid that Shannon Stillwell and Zachary, Lil D, were going to shoot Kenneth Copeland. So they had to give a curative instruction. That was the time. Other than that, just more videos of Woody saying he'll do anything to get out of this. And good to see you. Good morning. G. Lander says, biggest crime is Fonnie stealing the funds that were supposed to be used for the youth in Fulton County to combat gang-related activity. And I was watching some stuff. She wanted more funding. She wanted the state to fund gang prosecution staff.
Pretty much told you.
In 2023, she was fighting for that.
Shannon, Nard, Bentley. Nah. They Jamaica, and Thug, she and Thug, and a girl. supposed went to Bentley House. Mm-hmm. You did? Mm-hmm. And when they got them doing it, they supposed to put up on me the house. But I think the girl is bush. You mean the girl is supposed to be skinny man. Yeah. She know what's going on. I mean, this the girl Shelly trying to get me. You know, they changed Shelly there while I was in the car. This girl who I thought told them that I was in the hotel room. Right. Mm-hmm.
So it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Mara with the pistol, and Dua with the pistol.
Nah, I don't think Dua had a pistol.
Okay. All right. But you just know what seats, how everybody was sitting in the car. All you know is that Yak was driving.
Yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was driving.
And that's based on what Mikion told you.
Yeah.
Lil D.
Stopping at 5:35:11.
That's why you haven't been doing it. Stupid. Go ahead.
Nothing happened. We're waiting for her to come up the next part.
Yeah, What?
Something might be.
What's happening?
Resuming at 5:35:49.
So, I mean, because the story came out. I mean, two people said it.
What?
Shannon them killed. You get like Bentley's girlfriend is Nut's sister. Mm-hmm. Yes, his baby mama is Nut's sister. And you know what she told him?
What?
How could you be around him and he's supposed to kill my brother? Telling me. And Ben's like, you feel like you killed your brother, just let me know. One call this out. That's why me and Bentley fell out. I mean, like, you don't let somebody tell you shit like that. You know I ain't had nothing to do with they nigga get killed. You did. So, when I tell Bentley, you see how I'm telling this girl that she want me dead, just said, and they gonna find me. So, I believe you what you said. They would have killed me to get out them. So,
That's what we
I told her that. So, like, he just trying to throw out, you know what I mean? Hell, nah, I ain't going for it, so.
Stopping at 5:37:02. Resuming at 5:38. 5:38.
No.
Yes, man.
Don't it feel good to get it off, though?
Because I ain't gonna lie, bro. At first I was nervous and worried, but now I don't see it so much.
My whole thing that I was trying to show you is you are already trapped in a corner, dog, with so much where it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, if you had told on the Mikion, why do you care what everybody else thinks? To be honest.
It ain't that, man. I want some help, man. I just know, I ain't trying to be in jail, man. Right Street, man, the folks, this shit, man, you be understanding that motherfucker a long time, man. And I just want to beat up like that. You know what I mean? I wasn't doing that wrong. And I know I be saying Right Street, yeah, I got Harry County there. Them folks gonna play down there.
Oh, you worried about the wrong thing.
I just don't want to get away from my family.
I feel
whatever y'all want to know that ain't tell y'all, ask me, I'm gonna keep going. I mean,
That's why I keep telling you, we gotta wrap this up at some point, bro. And continue another day. Like, we done had you for a whole shift. Like, at some point, we got families too, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, it's like, I don't want you to keep talking. Honestly, I wish I could plug into your brain and download everything you know. You know what I'm saying? That would be great. But at the same time, it can't happen at one time like that. It takes time.
I understand. That's why I told you. I mean, I told y'all, okay, if these folks want them, I go through this stuff they want me to go through.
So you willing to sign you up?
Yeah, I will.
You gonna sign the paperwork and everything?
I'll sign it right now.
You'll go for a grand jury and everything?
Yes.
All right.
I'm willing to testify, bro. My life on line, man.
You right about that?
I mean, I'm not joking. I'm not playing that. I'm really. Now, I ain't trying to sit in jail and think about this decision that. I mean, I'm ready to sign, go through every procedure I have to go through. Let y'all get them motherfuckers because at the end of the day, I can't be out there when they out there. You know what I mean? So, I can't now, but if they find out anything, I just need y'all here. I do this, I just need y'all to just give me somewhere to stay. I mean,
So now,
ain't no worry about me hanging no more.
after this, you'll be willing to leave the state.
Yeah.
Look at me, boy. Why are you looking down?
I look down because I thought about like
The whole
if
point.
it takes me to leave the state and stay out here.
It means, but the point I want you to understand is, it should be about you, your girl, and your baby, and they being safe.
That's why
And the reason I keep saying leave, go somewhere else, is because you need to go somewhere where don't nobody know your name. Don't nobody know your face. Don't nobody know nothing about you. All they know you're a little black dude just moved from Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
They don't need to know Woody. Woody, we know, brings drama. And you don't want that at this point. You know what I'm saying? At this point, it's like, don't you want to be Kenneth?
But you just told me something new. You just told me that if I was leave, y'all to help. You feel what I'm saying?
It's called protective custody. Okay? And if you're able to, I can't make no promises, but if you can do what you're talking about, I'm sure they'll try to work with you in some way or something. So why not give it a shot? What are the options on there? You know what I'm saying?
I'm ready to be free in jail. I mean, like I said.
But you're not really free.
Listen to this. It ain't what I can do. It's how to do it. You know, I can go, all I gotta do is just talk to them. If I talk to them, hey man, listen, I need to tell you, bro. I mean, pull up on me, send me, give me the address, I can come see you. He would tell me to come. I mean, I just didn't want to talk to them because I didn't want to be around them. I didn't want to be punched to them. I mean, his sister, I call her. Wherever person name come up, Kente, I can talk to him. You know what I mean? I can go down one of these people. I mean, I can do this. I mean, I'm not. I go to the rock, I go to any rock. I go chill, talk to them, and set them up however. I can do it. I'm not just talking in your eye. I mean, I'm not scared to do it in that. I mean, if it would take to keep me out of jail, and as long as y'all have somewhere like for me to be at, and I mean, I do this. You know what I mean? All I have to do is talk. So, they not saying like, I'm snitching. Now they're just saying like,
Talk to them.
nah, move to them. I don't be talking to them but like that. It's just like, move to them, keep coming back telling them, I've been talking to the police. And they just feel as if there ain't nobody locked up, ain't nobody got no warrant. So I put it in that because the truth is, everybody say, I can't be telling that because whatever I know, they get locked up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they know that. And they ain't get locked up, so they know, well, I ain't tell. That's the only thing they keep me out of it.
But what happens when they start getting locked up?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I need y'all to have my back. That's why I said, if y'all say y'all help me, and then I do it, I don't care. I'm still be myself. But if y'all say, if I do it, and then I know I got my back and police still trying to get me and all this. Then I was just back out of this.
You remember she said earlier where she said, you're a small fish.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to insult you. That's being real. Like,
I know. I knew.
Stopping at 5:44:31.
If you don't mind me asking, how long they forgot?
Not long.
Resuming at 5:46:01.
That's really good.
I mean, it's true. You want to talk to Big Sean real quick? She in here? Yeah, we just finna get upstairs. The paper done. We got a lot of paper to do for a conversation with you. I just called like 10 minutes when I thought I was calling right back. Listen, like I was just telling her, like, is there anything like that I can do? Like, I just told her like, yeah, you doing the right thing now, but I can't. We don't just come up with game plans right at this moment. Nah, I ain't saying like, I'm just saying like, if y'all feel like stuff I'm not telling y'all good enough, I will watch. I will video camera, and I go around them, and I actually be around them a lot, and let y'all hear the conversation, see this. I take it. I go to the house with a gun in, let y'all get out on camera. But I think whatever it takes. What you're saying is good, but we can't just take your word for it. We still gotta look a little further too. I'm not saying what you're saying is a lie, but we just not gonna take your word. That's just not how we do it. You understand? So we got to do a little bit more digging. Like you guys giving us a great hit. We were here. After we talked to you, we're here. Because now we got what you're saying makes sense with what we already know. We just need to say that not just talk right. Right. I'm not saying you just talk. I'm saying we still got to get to here. We're right in the middle right now. So that's what you're in the middle. And I'm telling you now, if I do anything else, I'll get you here. Just tell me what you need. And we have to come up with a game plan. We're not just going to huddle up and throw a quick article at you right now. We got to come up with a for real game plan because when we present a case, we want a case to stick. When you put shit on top of shit, your results is shit. I told them, if I have to testify, I will. I was trying to take it to testify. I don't want to ankle monitor to report all this. And you've been doing every time we call.
Stopping at 5:48:09. Resuming at 5:48:28.
No, we gonna find out. But you gotta give us a minute to get shit rocking. Like that's just how it goes. We want rock solid cases. So it ain't no chance of somebody else getting out and doing this and doing that. Especially with murders, you gotta work murders. Cross all your teeth out your eyes. I didn't know how to do it either though, you hear? Fuck him. I'm just saying.
Stopping at 5:48:58. Resuming at 5:50:03.
Do that. But what I'm saying, I can guarantee you, the day Wednesday, I can work with y'all, and I can have y'all have, I get y'all yay, I get him. I know me and he'll sit right here and talk about this word. Get him. I mean, I start that conversation. Y'all sit there and listen to our whole conversation and have a little quote. I mean, you'll hear our whole conversation with me and how to talk about. I was talking to like I never had around. I mean, I talked to D. I mean, stuff I heard these supposed to be had something to do with. I'm talking about all these. Duke, Max, Bentley, Mooncoat, I go around. Every last one of them. Every last one of them is out. And I'm trying to that you will, but you're the quarterback and I'm the GM. But GM, general manager. Behind football, you have the owner, the general manager, and the quarterback is the face, is the star. And at this point, if you're going to help us, you're going to be the star quarterback. But you got to let us run the team. You got to let us run the team. It's not, what you saying, it sounds great. What I know and what I know how to do police work, shit don't always work like that. So you got to let us come up with a game plan. But you, wherever you go, they're waiting on you in the county. I don't think you're going to be in the county. We're working to get you moved to another facility.
Stopping at 551-47. Resuming at 553-04.
Let's say Thugger Daily did a really great summary
Listen, I told you I keep it on.
of the mistake this morning if you missed it.
I keep it on. I will never take it out. I mean, even when I'm at home, whatever. I promise you, you somebody, it ain't that easy and that like that. You only, this Birdman was a mess around.
Sorry. Stopping at 533-22. And resume at 553-35.
That nut sister? Do you know?
I think they her. But listen, I just seen her Sunday.
Okay.
But I seen her whole body. You know what I mean? She probably about my height. They look like her though. I mean, they look just like just seen her Sunday. Sunday or Saturday.
I can't give you a full body shot.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying. I don't look for the back, you feel me? But looking at their face, they look just like her. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right.
Stopping at 554-17.
Also confused how he's helping direct them to social media, but Gaither still didn't find key social media posts of the people that were apparently beefing, collaborating, and being in pictures together.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he piped up on her. Like, damn, bro. They want you to know they trying to figure out who jumped on you. I switched up. They want to find out who jumped on you could. I don't really know. That means, so she like, well, give you her number. But I don't know what you're doing out there, bro. Nah, we like, nah, bro, I'm just saying. See, when you, I just call you, cut the phone out. So it's better. I mean, and then he told him, Shannon answered for you. Shannon answered the phone. Because Shannon was saying, he answered the phone. Now they gave him, he like, gave me the phone. You feel me? They both on listen to you. Yeah. I mean, Shannon broke his phone right then and there. See, he keeps switching numbers. You know what I mean? So, you got his number in your phone up there, Shannon?
I don't got his number. They son got his number. But he got his number though. You get it? So,
Stopping at 5:56.
Now I'm going to pause it here, and what I'm going to point out is a seemingly abstract detail. Think about how much the state has to stop and then hit play and then pause and then hit play and then pause and hit play at this section of the video. This is a 9-hour police interview. Look at the progress bar up here, how close we are to the end. Close we are to the end means Woody finally gets to go. And suddenly we're stopping and pausing because there's many, many redactions. Why would there be so many redactions right before he gets to go? Why wouldn't those same things have been said all along and been redacted just as much through those first 7-ish hours? Could it be he's saying certain things suddenly? And these things all need to be redacted? And he's only saying them right before he gets to go. All these stops and goes are telling.
11. Resume at 6:04.
yeah, he old, so he be like, but you ain't stop saying, oh, you're younger than me, I ain't old. I'm saying, we young. I'm young. What's your age? I'm 35. Oh, I'm moving my phone. So you call me ancient? Because I'm 36. Yo, man. You just said about, I get 8 drop kicks up in these legs. You ain't realize me. I don't know. I'm this. What I'm saying is this. See, everybody like, hey man, you gotta talk to folks, I mean. No, you're right. Like, that's how you be. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's, but with them on this situation, I understand, man. Let me see.
Pause at 6:01:04.
I don't know exactly how much is left, but I'd say, less than, maybe right around 30 minutes left, if they play all of it. Because like right now they're fast forwarding.
I mean, you need to tell me everything. Can you call me when you get to jail? Yes, like I can, like do a 3-way song. Yeah. Try it. But you're not gonna talk on jail. You don't know what a person's doing. Yeah. I mean, he did. When Wayne Silver got shot up, he told him I was in your county. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he's like, boy, but he need help. I'm like, what happened? Like, man, tell me, man. I mean, he's like, well, for the Wayne Silver, so I'm like, holy shit. But he just left it, you know what I'm saying? He didn't go for it. Yeah. That's the other deal. I mean, but he know everything. He know everything. Everybody around knows. Everybody. I mean, I know this shit because I'm like riding truck though, you know what I'm saying? We don't be riding. I mean, we have radio on or we have it out. I mean, and I just tell like people I'm cool with to give stories on people like that. I mean, and he just listening, stuff like that. They tell me how to say Kiki.
Stopping at 6:02:35.
And I think we'll get to lunch. I think they'll wait to do lunch before or until after this is done. so we can all celebrate on lunch. We're like so close to being there.
Resuming at 6:03:45.
You ain't tell me? Man, I cool. Oh, you a tick now? We got a plane, bro. You know what we got a plane? I had to push my pipe, you know, you told me. We gave you the money to police. Oh, wow. I was supposed to say, wait. Like, no. Now, what you say? What was it? I don't remember the guy got shot at the green store. You know, yeah. That same I got shot. If y'all look at the camera on the store, y'all see me and Tick in the street fight. Who shot Lil Rick? Man, they say somebody gave him the drugs, he ran out with money. I mean, that ain't nothing to do with all this shit. This be that nigga lying. I heard I thought Tick them did because we got a fight right there, and they left. You feel? I had made it out, you see how? She had it out black. I mean, blood come out of everything, but I didn't see that. I mean, then when I he got framed, the next day came, threw a picture on his face. You feel? So I threw him on the page, and when he showed me like he still fucking. I mean, after all that shit was you to she let me on phone teeth. Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why he heard me and he got framed. And then he put me right up there. Like, they called like, what the hell you tickets? He ain't calling me from. You did? Man, like, what the hell you tickets from? I think trying to sign up. I told him what he really said. Like, nigga, funny. How you supposed to be paying me? I got like, nigga snitch or something. So I walked up on him, he got framed. I mean, I started fighting. He pulled up guns out there. Yeah. And Shane and D were protecting him. They pulled up there. I walked out to the bus. I was down right. I thought he was going to pull up on the side of it. I mean, because Tick was punch them niggas in the face. And don't put a gun in their face like they don't even move. So, I don't know. You should take care of this in January, right? You know that, right? Okay. I froze up and I got scared like because man, I didn't think I had no like over here. I think I just be alone. I mean, it's hard for me. I ain't got no job. I gotta get some money for something. So, when somebody knows that you feeding them bull crap, the hand's like a big extended to help you. Okay? Look, brother, I will y'all all day. Plain and simple. But my job is not to add to another status in the city of Atlanta. I would not left you or your family or your girl or whatever out there in the bushes. But you pretty much, all that, pretty much told me to F off. I wanted to tell you, so how am I supposed to respond back to you on that, right? Okay? You gotta give us something to go on to be able to help you. I've been telling you that. From the get-go, I told you that. I'm here to prove that you have something to do with it. Help me out. So you want me to testify? Testify to what D told you? Okay? You're secondary. D is first. Understand me? And the dudes who shot. They're up on it, not you. If I get everything through them, it's leave me to pull you up. Mm-hmm. You hear me? So what if I can get D to tell y'all? That's fine. That's fine. Whatever story you need to tell D, since you and D so cool and D look up to you and you the big brother, I know I can tell D, I tell him 10 tomorrow. Exactly, you gonna get caught up, bro. Save me, bro. Help me. We know you told me this story. And D need to come in out here. Like I said, I ain't hard to get in contact with. This man ain't hard to get in contact with. But D gotta say something at this point. So whatever story he been lying to you, whatever story you need to feed him for him to come down here and tell the truth about it, so we can get this shit cleared up. Because it ain't about none of y'all. It's about nobody deserves to die. You know what I'm saying? About it is, man, it's a different story if I talk to D on the phone. You did? Like, a different story. Yeah, because one thing about D, he not gonna hang up on me. I mean, it may be like, all right, whatever on the phone, but you do something. I mean, I tell you what, man. We do what we have to do. We set you up on a phone. It's not gonna get you connected to the jail. We'll get you connected to a city phone, okay? How about that? Then we'll get everything set up, pull you out, bring you in, let you do what you need to do. Let you formulate up here your plan. And when you're ready, you can reach out to Gator, you can reach out to me. Say, I'm ready to see if I can kick D to tell you what you need to know. I'm ready to know. Okay. If y'all go and get D right now, and bring D pull him in here while I'm ready, I get D right now and let y'all know what's going on. Okay. How about when we get everything together, we pull D and you in here together, so D can actually see what kind of fucking situation all of us put you in.
Stopping at 6:09:18.
So while they're stopped, we're looking at things that are about an hour long that we can watch on lunch. It looks like pre-trial hearing with ADA Sprinkle is winning. The issue was if he could possibly be a witness. This is the ADA that really did a lot of the reports, putting together information that Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis gathered in their investigations. So that was an interesting pretrial hearing people have been asking for. Gaither, a lot of interesting stuff, but we did rewatch it this weekend, so that's available already.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Is Wade gonna wait for him? Yeah. So like I said, man, we're gonna take care of you. Make sure nothing happens to you behind there. Then we get everything set up. I'll be the first bitch you see. I'm gonna pull you out, put you in here that you need to do with D, either over the phone or in person. Okay? But everything gotta be done right and in a proper order. Okay? We can't skip an order. You know what I'm saying? She, till I was D, man, I just had to think about it. Like, I'm not sure I was at home. I know if I tell them, like, my vision, well, this and that, you know what I mean? But they try to get you caught up in it, boy. You know what I mean? But I just don't want to just say on the phone, just like, tell, bro. You know what I mean? Nah, bro, you want to look the man in his face. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to help you. Okay? So, like I said, but there's steps and procedures we have to do. And we can't skip not a single one. Okay? For obvious reasons. Okay? This ain't somebody shot up in a car. This ain't somebody bust out my window. This ain't somebody told me to go help myself. This is a murder. Plain and simple. This ain't no drug rip. This ain't no money rip. This is a murder. Yeah. Okay? So, all right. So, yeah, we gonna, with this, with us, we gotta come up with a game plan. We gonna put our heads together, and when we come up with something, we know where you gonna be at. You ain't gonna be hard to find. You understand? And we still want you to stick with that full cooperation. But you gotta let us come up with a game plan. Like I said, if you're gonna be the quarterback, let us be the GMs and the owners and run the team. But you can't dictate what goes on. We send the plays out.
Sorry, I gotta laugh there.
Do our job.
Gaither, especially if you did the rewatch this weekend or you remember her testimony from the first time around, Gaither saying, you be the player out in the field, we'll just be we'll just kick it back here and cool. And then says, let us do our jobs. After we heard her impressive CV resume letter about all these different positions that she took, didn't really like, didn't want to answer 911 calls. Then she takes another position. She's there for less than 90 days, moves along. What work is she doing? What work is she doing? A detective should be like a football player on the field doing a lot of work. But not Gaither. Award-winning Gaither.
I got you. Yeah, competition.
Your Honor, this includes the playing of the June 10th interview.
We're done.
At 6:13.
Oh my God, we're done.
All right.
Put a 1 in the chat. We're
It's a
done.
good time to break for lunch.
Oh, we're done.
Let's be back at 1 p.m., please.
Okay, they're doing a short lunch, which is perfect. Detective ADA Sprinkles video is about an hour long, or maybe 50 minutes. So this is actually perfect timing. We will do ADA Sprinkles video as our lunchtime content. But oh my gosh, we are done, you guys. Look at that. Everyone's so happy. Oh, we have Operation Planters here in the chat. Look at all of that. At last, at last. Oh my goodness. What a time. What a time.
All right, and Ms. Hylton, after the lunch break, do you have any more calls or things to play, or are you going to resume questioning?
Resume questioning and then go to some jail calls.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. I'll see everybody back at 1.
It said some jail calls, plural. After we just heard Woody in that interview like 20 minutes ago saying, you don't talk on jail calls. So there we go. But they might be short. You know, those calls are typically way shorter than videos like this. So I think we'll still get to some cross-examination today. So, alrighty. Michael Sprinkle, as a quick refresher, we've been talking about foundation and Instagram posts and pictures. Sprinkle is the one that Love tried to say would come in and clear up the issue of hovering over the date. Schardt was like, well, was he the one actually capturing this supposed screenshot from Instagram? And then Love was like, well, no, it would be one of our detectives. And we were all screaming, which detective? Name it now. Because if you try to come up with a name, you're just going to make something up. And eventually she said Gaither. So Sprinkle's the guy that takes everything that comes to him and he helps form the theory of the case for the prosecutors to charge and try somebody. But we'll get to see this pretrial. I had it in a playlist somewhere. Let me find it and we can start looking at that. It'll be a good time. He's a new face. He's supposed to be called in the upcoming weeks to testify in this trial. And I do have a whole archive of stuff, you guys, that, you know, the trenches and troves of news happenings and pretrial hearings and different things that Fani Willis was doing in relation to getting bills and funding for gang prosecutions or expanding laws. So the idea that, you know, the Georgia Safety and Crimes Act, I forget exactly what it's called, but let us prosecute in one county for things that crossed county lines. We can watch all those arguments over time. I have a whole treasure trove we can pick through. So let's switch over here. I'll drop the link to this if you want to bookmark it so you have it. It was 11 Alive that did a lot of the streaming of these pretrial hearings. The sound quality is different, you guys, so it's going to be a little bit louder in a second. So change your sound. Be prepared. If you thought the IT was bad now, the sound's not so good back in the day. Here we go. We'll check this out.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm your testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State your first and last name and spell first and last name.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
Good afternoon, Deputy Sprinkle. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Deputy Sprinkle, would you please tell the court where it is that you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the office of the Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney.
And what capacity are you employed there?
I'm a deputy district attorney.
How long have you served the Fulton County District Attorney's Office as a deputy district attorney?
Since June 21st, 2011.
And when did you first begin with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
June 21st, 2011.
What area do you work in within the District Attorney's Office?
I am the head of the unindicted homicide unit. I review all of the murder cases that come, well, not just murder, all homicide cases that come into the office from the various police agencies in the county.
And you made a distinction between murders and homicides. Why is that?
Well, it's not just murder. There's felony murder. There's involuntary manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter, homicide by vehicle in the first degree, etc.
Have you always served as the head of the unindicted homicide unit?
No.
Before serving as the head of the unindicted homicide unit, what did you do within the district attorney's office?
For approximately the first 3 months of my employment in the DA's office, I was assigned to what was called at the time the complaint room, which was a 24-hour operation in which I would receive or be assigned cases that were coming in live, essentially. Somebody had just been arrested and the police would send a report. I would review it, speak with the officer, draft some sort of affidavit to summarize the case, and otherwise ready the case for first appearance the following morning. Following that, I was assigned to the non-complex division. I was in that division for 3 to 6 months. It sounds about right. That involved the prosecution of cases that were deemed non-complex, such as possession of cocaine and theft by taking under a certain value. After my time in the non-complex division, I was assigned to the complex trial division for about a little less than 2 years, assigned to Judge Schwall's courtroom and then Judge Constance Russell's courtroom. And then in October of 2013, I was assigned to the unindicted homicide unit, albeit I was not the head of the unindicted homicide unit, though, if memory serves correctly, I was the only attorney in the unit, so I suppose in a way I was the head, given that I was the only one. But then as time went on, the unit expanded. I was promoted, and now there's more employees in the unit. Now I'm the deputy in charge of it.
Within the homicide unit of the district attorney's office, do you receive cases involving homicides where persons are charged or already arrested?
Yes.
And is it always the case that a person has been charged or arrested when you receive a file within the office?
No.
When you do receive a file wherein a person has been arrested, do you immediately present that case to the grand jury?
No.
Why is that?
Well, I want to ensure that the person who's been charged or arrested primarily committed the crime that it is alleged they committed. So in order to do that, I inspect the case file, which primarily, if not, well, I don't want to say exclusively, because there are some things that I find on my own, but when I'm preliminarily looking at a case file, I look at what the police have sent me, their reports, their interviews, cell phone records, the extractions of cell phones, when the police actually copy the data out of somebody's cell phone. And I just go over all of this to make sure it's consistent with what has been alleged in the arrest warrants.
And do you always have all of the information within the case file given to you by law enforcement that you feel you need in order to fully complete the investigation on a homicide?
No, not always, no.
And what types of steps do you take to ensure that you have obtained as much information as you can? Do you, for instance, do you pull jail calls?
Yes.
Do you speak with witnesses?
I do, on occasion, yes.
Do you go to scenes?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor.
Is it preliminary matter?
There's Schardt back there.
Is it preliminary matters?
Thank you.
I'll allow it. Over your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you go to scenes?
Yes.
Do you seek search warrants?
Yes.
And do you present evidence to other entities for further testing?
Yes.
And does that always take limited amounts of time, or is that sometimes more protracted?
Well, it depends on the case and the volume of deficiencies that I have identified in the initial investigation.
Bringing you to the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas, do you recall when you received that case file within the district attorney's office?
Would have been late, probably December 2015, January of 2016, somewhere around there. It's actually probably going to be January of 2016, to be more exact.
And without going into specifics about what that was, at the time that you received that case file, was it complete to your satisfaction as an assistant district attorney?
Well, it depends on how you define the word complete. Was it complete insofar as the Atlanta Police Department was concerned? I don't know. I know that they handed me everything that I asked for. If there were some other documents that the Detective Thorpe still had in his file, they just didn't give to me. I have no way of knowing that. As far as I know, what the Atlanta Police Department gave me was the complete case file.
And did you review that complete case file that you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
I did.
Upon reviewing that case file, were you satisfied that the case was sufficient to present to the grand jury as you received it at that time?
No.
Did you take additional steps to investigate the case?
Yes.
Now, at the time A person had been arrested on the murder, is that correct?
Yeah, at least one person had been arrested on the murder.
And that person was the defendant Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Jackson?
Yes.
From what you were able to gather from the file that Detective Thorpe gave you and from your subsequent investigation of the case that you did, was Mr. Stillwell the only person of interest in that case? Was he the only alleged participant in the homicide?
Well, no, there were three other. If we're talking about the people that had been charged by the police, there were four.
Okay, go ahead.
There was Antonio Sledge, Demikian Garlington, Kenneth Copeland, and Shannon Jackson, a.k.a. Shannon Stillwell. Those were the four people that the police charged for the murder of Donovan Thomas in late 2015.
And were you able to determine, based on your review of the file given to you by Detective Thorpe, what primarily those arrests were based on?
They were primarily based on the statement of a young man named Spencer Wright.
All right. And when you
Who gave
received
a
the
fake
file
name.
from Detective Thorpe, did you endeavor to?
All right, I feel like there's already a lot of stuff going on. So he says, look, I have no reason to believe I didn't get something. If they didn't turn something over to me, I wouldn't know that I don't have it. And he referenced Thorpe by name, saying he got everything from Thorpe. Gaither said she left everything on the 5th floor or with Thorpe. So maybe holes in the link, the chain link here. Secondly, this name here, Spencer Wright. When Spencer Wright came to talk to detectives, he gave a fake name, Nick Robinson. So I don't really know. When there was questioning about that, the state tried to object to that. I don't know if they think it makes someone less credible if they give a fake name. I would say if someone's scared to tell who they are, maybe they're snitching, maybe they're credible, but for whatever reason, the state was fighting it. And then lastly here, this is December of 2022 that this pretrial is going on. Very long time ago. At that point in time, there was already in the news, Fonnie Willis was doing a bunch of press statements talking about how I'm here and we're going to clear up this homicide backlog. I've been working with GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. You know, these are the statistics. They think that there's over 50,000 gang members in Fulton County and 70,000 in the state of Georgia. And I forget the exact specifics, but she said something, there was a bigger percentage of unindicted homicide suspects still out and free than they had actually charged. So in the context of this, Shannon Alexander is sharing something with us. Thank you so much. I dealt with Sprinkle during my dad's murder case investigation. So first, I'm so sorry that that happened. And I'm imagining that this ongoing investigation that you now have to be a part of and help with certainly probably doesn't feel like closure. So sending some support your way for that. And now you're saying was just indicted. There's no court date yet. So that's finally on the horizon. And when I read your super chat, I'm making an assumption here, but I'm imagining it may have taken some years for you to get to this point, to even get an indictment, a first step towards closure in your dad's murder. So very interesting. Thank you so much for the chat and sharing this, because it kind of puts it into perspective. They looked at 4 individuals, including Kenneth Copeland, for the death of Donovan Thomas. And now in 2024, today, we are watching Kenneth Copeland on the stand, who has an immunity deal, and 6 other co-defendants in that room. And this is a pretrial hearing back in 2022. So here's Shannon, a real person, who maybe her closure has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. Either because there aren't enough resources in general, and or because the focus has largely been on this prosecution, this YSL prosecution. So everyone show some support to Shannon. That's not an easy thing to be going through. And thank you so much for sharing. Let's see what else happens with Mr. Sprinkle.
To speak with Spencer Wright yourself.
I did.
Why is that?
Well, so Spencer Wright, according to his statement, he witnessed the homicide, the drive-by shooting, as he stood at a bus stop on McDaniel Street across the street from the barber shop, the parking lot of which Mr. Donovan Thomas stood when he suffered his fatal gunshot wounds. There was a surveillance camera mounted on that barber shop, and the bus stop where Mr. Wright said he stood was in the viewing area of that surveillance camera. And when I looked at the footage, I didn't see anyone standing at the bus stop. I saw a cat at one point milling about the bench at the bus stop, and I only bring that up to indicate that the clarity was sufficient to tell if there was a human being standing there. There was no human being standing there. So what I wanted to do was speak with Mr. Wright and show him, I believe I printed off some still images. I don't think I brought in like a computer or something to show him the actual footage. So I wanted to speak with Mr. Wright and make sure, first thing I did is I wanted to speak with him and make sure that I was clear as to where he was standing. So I actually, before I confronted him with the fact I didn't see him on the video, I had some printouts from Google Earth, and I asked him to point to the specific bus stop where he said he was standing. And when he did, he pointed to the bus stop that was depicted on the surveillance footage, at which point I said, but there's nobody standing at that bus stop. And he didn't really have an explanation for me.
Did you receive that surveillance footage from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, yes.
Did you, as you stated, you pulled Google Earth images. Was that something that you had received from the Atlanta Police Department, or is that something that you did to further your investigation?
That was something I did to aid in my interview with Mr. Wright. I just pulled up Google Earth and took screenshots of the bus stop and the general area where the homicide occurred so he could point to them and indicate where he stood, where he claimed to have been standing, I should say.
And why did it concern you that he was not shown in the surveillance footage that you presented to him, yet he claimed to have witnessed the homicide?
Well, he claimed that the bus stop was his vantage point from which he witnessed the 4 defendants that I mentioned earlier occupying a vehicle and commit the drive-by shooting. If he wasn't standing at the bus stop, that would suggest he didn't witness it at all.
Was there anything else that you were able to uncover during your ensuing investigation of this case that enlightened you more as to whether or not Mr. Wright was presenting to you information that was factually accurate?
Yes. So after my interview with him, I requested from the Atlanta City Jail, because that's where he was when I interviewed him. I interviewed him inside the Atlanta City Jail. He was an inmate there. From somebody that worked at the Atlanta City Jail, whose name I don't recall. But I asked him to send me Mr. Wright's recorded jail calls, because just like the Fulton County Jail, at least at that time, the phone calls placed by inmates from the Atlanta City Jail were recorded. So when I obtained Mr. Wright's jail calls, I found one that was he placed shortly after his arrest to a gentleman. And during this call, and this is, by the way, not verbatim, okay? I'm not quoting him exactly, but he told his friend about his recent arrest, which I believe was on a probation violation, and he said that everything would be okay because he was helping the police solve a murder. And his friend asked, well, what murder was that? He said nuts murder, and that nut would be the moniker for Donovan Thomas. And his friend scoffed at him and said, but you didn't witness that. And Mr. Wright responded, he basically shushed him, reminding him that they were on a recorded jail line. But and the implication there was that he didn't witness it. He would prefer that his friend not, utter such a thing on a recorded jail phone. And then he said, but it's something to the effect of, it doesn't matter, we all know what happened anyway. And it's also worth mentioning that during my interview with Mr. Wright, very soon into the interview, something that caught my attention was, he said, you see, I've been on Instagram, or again, not verbatim, but he mentioned that he had been on Instagram and putting the pieces together from there, which put up a red flag, made me think that perhaps he was just compiling a statement through rumors that he saw on the internet. So after I heard that jail call, I asked investigator David White. I knew who he was talking to. I can't recall his name off the top of my head, but the gentleman that he was talking to, and the same gentleman that said, but you didn't witness that, et cetera. So my investigator reached out to him and asked him, well, how did you know that Mr. Wright didn't witness the murder of Donovan Thomas? And he said, well, that murder was a really big deal in the city, and I'm pretty close with Mr. Wright, and he never mentioned to me that he had witnessed it, and it's the kind of thing that he would have mentioned had he witnessed it. So at that point, I was satisfied that Mr. Wright didn't really witness the murder at all, and he just made it up.
Why didn't you just go ahead and present the information to the grand jury as had been presented to you by the Atlanta Police Department. People had been arrested. Is it an imperative that you immediately get the case indicted?
Objection.
Who's made the objection?
Self-serving.
I sustain that's the form. You can rephrase it. You can rephrase it.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Sprinkle, is there any reason in particular why you did not go ahead and present the indictment to the grand jury with the names and the information that had been given to you from the police department?
Well, for one thing, I'm not the one who decides what cases are presented to the grand jury, but if I was, I still wouldn't, because at that point, out of 3 of the 4 defendants, I had a complete absence of evidence that they committed the murder at all, and I wouldn't present a case naming a specific individual. I wouldn't present an indictment to a grand jury wherein a specific individual is alleged to have committed a crime when there's a total absence of evidence that they actually committed the crime. That would actually violate state bar rules for me to do that.
And Your Honor, if the court would, just so that I'm aware, is there any other party to this defendant Stillwell's motion to dismiss that I'm unaware of?
I have not, the court is unaware of anybody else who's joined in this particular issue.
Okay.
So.
Your Honor, if I can answer that now, Mr. Dorsey. The state keeps saying that because this is RICO, everything applies to everything. I have adopted the motions of everybody, so I do reserve the right to ask some questions of the witness, Your Honor. But based on the theory that the state says that because it's RICO, everything applies to my client, I do want to make it very clear. I can have nothing to do with this.
Your Honor, this is Shannon Stillwell's assertion of his constitutional right to a speedy trial. I do not believe that Mr. Chada or his client have any right to assert as it relates to Shannon Stillwell's assertion of his right or the denial thereof to a speedy trial. And I would ask that the courts limit questioning and argument and commentary to the parties that are involved in this particular motion.
Your Honor, as it relates to Mr. Marquez, he has nothing to do with it as well in terms of the specifics of a murder. However, he's a part of this indictment.
Yeah, the issue you're going to have is that since it's a RICO case and anything can be attributed to any other defendant, that's why that they have a right of confrontation as to this. Now, the specific relief is only available to Mr. Stillwell, but counsel are entitled to ask other questions as they see fit.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may, just to be clear, on Mr. Williams' behalf, we do claim an interest in the outcome and the argument of this motion. We understand it's Mr. Stillwell's motion, but again, as the court has indicated, because this is a RICO indictment, Mr. Williams is charged in it, he has an interest and an ability to pose objections if necessary.
Deputy Sprinkle, after you determined that the information that you had been given was inaccurate or could not be verified, did you take additional steps to investigate the homicide, the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I did.
And would you tell the court whether or not this was a sort of high-profile case within the office?
It was.
And are you able to say what impact the case itself had on the office or on the city of Atlanta that caused it to be a high-profile case?
Basis.
Irrelevant. What does high-profile case have to do with anything?
All right.
I'll respond, Your Honor.
Why don't you explain that for our rule?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the reason that I asked about it being a high-profile case is to sort of lay the groundwork for the fact that the office did not seek to not investigate or to not make sure that we got the case right. by asking whether it was a high-profile case. It's to bring out to the court the mindset with which Deputy Sprinkle investigated it.
Okay, I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to
Thank you, Your Honor.
be clear.
I've overruled your objection.
Did that murder carry with it a series of violent shootings within the city of Atlanta?
Yes, for many years following that.
Why don't you rephrase?
I can do that. Thank you, Judge.
Is he
After
eating?
the murder of Donovan Thomas, were there multiple shootings within the city of Atlanta within days, sometimes weeks, or months?
Objection, relevance.
I have one basis.
Going on in the
I'm going to overrule. Let her finish, okay? And then I'll okay? All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. Were there multiple shootings within the city of Atlanta?
Yeah.
Objection on irrelevance.
Well, I was going to say this to leading. Why don't you ask him what happened as a result of that, if he knows, if any?
After the murder of Donovan Thomas, and let me back up, were there any gang implications to the investigation? In other words, during your investigation and during your initial review of the file, was there any indication from the information that you had within the file that the murder was gang-related?
Yes.
And what gangs were alleged to have been involved?
Englewood family, that was the gang to which Mr. Donovan Thomas was a member, a high-ranking member, and the other gang was YSL, or Young Slime Life, to which Mr. Williams was a member.
Did you gain knowledge?
I'm going to object to that answer. Speculation, and after to be stricken.
I'm going to overrule the objection. What's your objection?
It's a legal conclusion. Criminal street gang is a legally defined term, has to be determined by 12 people in the city from.
That may be in front of a jury, but this is the district attorney's investigation. I'm going to overrule your objection.
In Your Honor, so just so I'm clear, we are speaking just in layman's terms when we say gang at this moment, not in legal terms.
I'm still going to overrule your objection, okay? Thank you.
And during the weeks and months following Donovan Thomas's murder, did you have information that led you to believe that a series of retaliatory shootings between YSL and Inglewood family took place across the city of Atlanta?
I'm going to object because it calls for hearsay.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the defendant, Shannon Stillwell, has alleged an intentional delay on the part of the state. What led us to further our investigation, and what information we had?
Goes to conduct?
Yes.
All right, I must overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Definitely sounds like he's eating Crunch and Munch.
That led you to believe that a series of retaliatory shootings between YSL and Inglewood family happened after Donovan Thomas was murdered.
Yes, there were cases where the victims were identified as YSL or Englewood family, and the shooters were also identified as YSL or Englewood family. And commonly, the shooters would generally be in the rival gang. I don't want to say there were no cases that involved the same members of the same gang shooting at each other, but primarily it was opposing gangs that were shooting at each other. The participants that were identified were in opposing gangs. Those two gangs specifically, yes.
And during that time, did you and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in unit work closely with the Atlanta Police Department in an effort to solve the murder of Donovan Thomas, as well as find out whether or not those series of shootings were related, in fact, to the murder of Donovan?
The gang unit, the office's gang unit, I believe they were in consultation with Detective Thorpe, but I don't recall speaking with Detective Thorpe prior to him obtaining warrants for the arrest of the four men that he originally charged.
And that is before the arrest of the persons that were originally charged. I am speaking of during the months in the year 2015, 2016, did you obtain more information that led you to believe that the murder of Donovan Thomas was gang-related?
Right. Well, yeah, I would routinely consult with Detective Tyrone Dennis with the Atlanta Police Department. He also worked very, very closely on the murder case and, alongside Detective Jim Thorpe Jr.
And were there incidents, shooting incidents that took place, and other incidents that took place that involved members of the alleged offending gang or YSL?
Yes, either, as I said, the victim was identified as being in one gang or the other. The shooters were identified as being in the opposite gang. There were shell casings that, when placed under microscopes and the tool mark on the back of the casing was compared to various incidents, they would find that similar guns, or the same guns, I should say, were used in these various incidents, which could possibly indicate that the same participants were involved.
And did you prepare a supplemental report to the case file that you have been given by Detective Thorpe in order to outline the investigation that you conducted in this case between the time that you received it and November 13, 2018?
Yes.
I am showing to you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Yeah, Ms. Love, we're going to just use the next exhibit in order. So what's that, Ms. Rosenwasser?
11. Would the court like for me to then label it State's Exhibit?
State's 11, yes, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind, please.
I sure will. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 11. SS. Would you take a look at it? In your honor, I will, at the end of this tendering of this exhibit, ask that the court allow me to tender a digital copy of this as evidence. Under seal.
Okay. Yes, I've looked at State's Exhibit 11.
Does State's Exhibit 11 contain the supplemental report that you prepared outlining and detailing the investigation that you conducted up until November 13th of 2018?
It does, but as you can see, I brought a copy of my report to the stand with me anyway, and it looks like there may be a page missing from this one because my report has a page that only has about 2 sentences on it, but so this may be a page short, basically.
And
If you don't introduce Sudi Shah on the other story, you could please be provided a copy of the report that he had.
Oh, never mind. There it is. Yeah. Okay.
If it was, or?
After you just testified on missing some sentences, so we just appreciate to get a copy of whatever he's actually doing.
He would be entitled to, he would be required to update that particular as part of continuing discovery. So to the extent, Ms. Love, you have not done that, go ahead and do so, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Deputy Sprinkle, would you please clarify for the court whether or not the page you were referencing is contained within State's Exhibit 11?
It is. You just turn the page over. It turns out I guess it was facing the wrong way. So no, that's my full report.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 11, and with the court's permission, I would like to enter evidence digitally under seal.
Okay, so granted.
Your Honor, I object.
And Your Honor,
Basis? Is this part of the order that I entered before?
No, it's not.
Why do you want to enter it under seal, madam?
only because it contains information, personal information about witnesses. The defense has been provided this report on August the 8th, I believe, 2022 in its entirety. I am happy to let defense counsel look at it, review it, and compare it to their copy of the discovery that has been previously served.
Okay.
My issue is not with under seal per se.
Well, then I'm going to seal it then, okay?
No, it's not with that. My issue is admitting We're having a.
Well, okay. No, but you've made it an issue for the purposes of your speedy trial demand.
Right.
So they're introducing as part of what they, if I understand it, given the factors, is that what they did and the reason for the delay. Is that what you're doing, Ms. Love?
Yes.
So I mean, so that's why they're introducing it for that limited purpose. So.
With all due respect, Your Honor, he can testify to what he did.
He just did, but in terms of if the case goes up on appeal, then of course the appellate court will have an opportunity to take a look at it.
For the record, I would just like to say that there's a lot more in that report than what he's testified to through live testimony. And we are objecting to conducting this hearing through proffer, which is essentially what we're doing.
Well, you got live testimony because you haven't even examined Mr. Sprinkle yet. So you certainly will be able to do that. But I'm going to admit it and seal it over your objection, States 11, okay? And you'll be able to get with Ms. Love and her colleagues and take a look at it, the original, the discovery that you were provided back in August in relation to this particular document. And the state will need to, of course, disclose or let you give you that particular evidence, anything discovery they haven't done so far, okay?
And we will be able to cross-examine Mr. Sprinkle on all of the contents of that document that's being admitted as evidence. Is what I want to make sure we're able to do.
If they're introducing in evidence, yeah, you get to cross them about anything you want in terms of that particular document.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's coming up. The next 10 witnesses.
Deputy
One of them is
Sprinkle.
Michael Sprinkle.
Did your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas cease entirely as of November 13th, 2018?
No, it didn't.
Would you just briefly encapsulate some of the additional investigations that you participated in or conducted between 2018 and May 2021?
Okay, so in 2019, there were at least 2 gang-related murders that involved the YSL Street Gang and the Englewood Family Street Gang. One was a February 23rd, 2019 murder involving a victim named Jamari Holmes and some YSL gang members named Damone Blaylock and Rodalius Ryan. I did a lot of work on that case. But for purposes of this hearing, I did a search warrant to Instagram for, I believe it was 4 or 5 accounts belonging to YSL gang members. Now, the reason why is that search warrant was for the accounts of the people that were participants in the February 23rd, 2019 murder of Jamari Holmes, of course. But with any search warrant that I did for concerning either one of those gangs, the murder of Donovan Thomas was always really just on the front of my mind because that.
Why?
It was the murder of Donovan Thomas that was essentially the primary genesis of the dispute between these 2 gangs that had claimed the lives of so many people and wounded countless others. So I always, when investigating any case.
Madam.
Your Honor, Deputy Sprinkle is talking about the investigation that he continued to conduct into the murder of Donovan Thomas and why it is that he did what he did during that investigation. If, again, the state's intent is at issue, Mr. Sprinkle's steps taken during the investigation are reflective of the state's intent.
Okay. I'll overrule your objection, sir.
May I respond, Justice?
What is it you want to tell me? I mean, I've overruled the objection, so what more do you want me to know?
The state just proffered evidence, and I don't think that's correct, Your Honor.
Well, then cross-examine him when you got him on cross.
I understand.
So you're a little, you know, you're a little early, okay?
Gosh.
When you got him on cross, you can ask him these questions that you're not allowing him to answer right now. But it's relevant for the purposes of delay and the reason for delay. So can we move on from that? Okay.
In May of 2021, was the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas turned over to a specific team in the district attorney's office as part of a broader investigation?
It was.
All right, and who was it turned over to?
Don Geary was the primary attorney on the case.
And is that case, or did that case form the basis for the indictment that the defendant sits on today, charged with both the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Shamel Driggs?
Yes, yes, it is, because I at that point was consulting with my coworkers and recommending that we pursue an indictment on the murder case, at which point the others just determined that a team should be assembled because this case encompassed a lot more than just the murder of Donovan Thomas. So at that point, my case file was handed, but that was the first step, was my investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas. And then I wasn't working very closely with them. I would of course answer their questions, of which they had many when they had them, but I wasn't in a room working with them on a daily basis. But from what I understood and what would eventually see when the indictment came out was they were working on this vast RICO case.
And are you aware of a wiretap being used to gain information in furtherance of the investigation of this RICO case that you referenced just now?
Yeah, I drafted all the documents associated with it and performed the minimization procedures and reviewed periodically would spot review the work of the modders.
And was that in April 2022?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. April 2022, I think towards the end of that month, yes.
And did the investigation that took place between the time that you were given the file by Detective Thorpe and the time that this case was initially presented to the grand jury, form the basis for the indictment 22SC 183572?
Yes.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
So the point of at least this in part is, well, why was this indictment so delayed? The defense is bringing challenges on the delays happening. But the state, they have to establish a reason, a basis. And Sprinkle's here saying, look, we didn't have enough back in 2015, 2016, 2017. They didn't want to move forward. But lo and behold, we have enough to get these wiretaps. And then some of the information we got from these wiretaps was enough for this indictment to actually suddenly be underway.
Between November 2018 and May 2021, did you work with any other prosecutors on this case or on the investigation involving the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well,
did you at any time work with Deputy Kara Convery?
Oh, yes. Deputy Kara Convery and I spoke about this case and exchanged information on a regular basis throughout the entirety of the investigation.
And where did Deputy Kara Convery work within the district attorney's office?
She was the head of the gang unit. I don't recall which year. I know Gabe Banks was the head right when the case came in. I believe you were the head of the gang unit at some point, and then Kara Convery probably by 2019.
And now Gabe Banks is a defense attorney. We saw him. He was the one making arguments about the show cause order for Caleb Bumpus.
She was the head of the gang unit.
Was there ever a time, Deputy Sprinkle, that you delayed this case to get a tactical advantage over the defendant, Shannon Stillwell?
No, I didn't want to delay the case at all.
And was this a case of average complexity?
No, this is an extremely complex case.
Just one moment, Your Honor. That's all that I have for now.
All right, Mr. Schardt, go ahead, sir.
Sprinkle, how are you doing today?
Very well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. As I understand it, your role in the DA's office is you receive a case file from APD.
Well, many times, most of the time actually from APD, but there are other agencies in Fulton County, of course.
And you work on that case file and bring it up, build it up for indictment if you feel that is warranted.
Correct.
Okay. But you did tell us that you are not the person who decides when to indict a case.
That's correct.
Who is that person?
Well, back in 2015, 2016?
Yes.
That would have been the District Attorney Paul Howard.
That was Mr. Howard back in 2015 and 2016, okay? How long did Mr. Howard have that decision-making power on when Shannon Stillwell would be indicted on the 2015 case?
Well, presumably all the way up until the last day of 2020. I believe that was the last day he was in office. I could be wrong about that, but it would have definitely been around that time.
And who took over that decision-making power in 2020?
The current DA, Fonnie Willis, and her agents, people like myself and Adam Boddy and Pat Dusher.
Okay. So when Ms. Love asks if you delayed the indictment to get a tactical advantage on Shannon Stillwell, it wasn't even your decision, was it?
That is correct. That is correct.
That question about choosing when to indict from 2015 to 2020 should be asked of Paul Howard, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
The question about whether or not the decision to indict should have been left to Paul Howard is not proper. It does not speak to Deputy Sprinkle's actions and steps that he took during this investigation in order to make sure that it was thoroughly vetted.
They tried to create the impression that Mr. Sprinkle's the one that called the shots, and he's clearly not. And now that I've asked him about it, and it's clear he didn't, now it's irrelevant. They asked him if he delayed the indictment of Shannon Stillwell. I'm saying it was delayed, and my client has been prejudiced, and I want to hear from the person who made that decision.
Well, it's one factor that I'll weigh, Mr. Schardt, so go ahead and move on. So we've had another district attorney since then, and it's part of the overall investigation. So his response might be, I'm assuming it's correct, but certainly has to be looked at in terms of the continuum of other things that went on in this case. So, and I'm sure you're going to examine him about those.
Yes, Your Honor. And so starting in 2020, the decision-making was DA Fonnie Willis.
2021, yes.
2021. All right. Okay. When was Shannon Stillwell charged in this case?
I believe it was September 2015.
Okay. If I suggested that was October 2015, would you dispute me on that?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. And would you dispute that he was arrested in October of 2015?
I'm quite sure it would have been around that time, the last quarter of 2015. Based on when I received the case file, that would be in line with that.
And he was placed in jail?
He was.
Okay. Now, my client, Mr. Stillwell, was charged in 2015, October 2015. Who else did you say was charged at that time?
Antonio Sledge, briefly, because his case was dismissed at the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
Kenneth Copeland and Demikian Garlington.
Thank you, Michelle. They're really interesting in
Kenneth Copeland
retrospect.
on the state's witness list.
Yes.
Okay. And it was Detective Thorpe of APD that made the decision to charge my client, Mr. Stillwell?
Yes.
And it was Detective Thorpe of APD who made the decision to charge Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Garlington?
Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, I believe you meant to say Mr. Sledge?
Sledge, I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
I said Sumlin instead of Sledge.
Yes.
And you're telling us that the decision to charge those 4 individuals was based on the word of Spencer Wright?
Well, for 3 out of 4 of them, if my memory serves correctly, it was essentially entirely based on Spencer Wright. Your client, there was a little bit more evidence.
And we're going to get to that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. So, but for the other 3, well, for all 4, a man named Spencer Wright claimed to be at the scene of the murder and named those people as being involved.
Yes.
And when Spencer Wright, are you aware of the circumstances that brought Spencer Wright into contact with Detective Thorpe to tell Detective Thorpe this?
Generally, yes.
Did Spencer Wright have pending charges?
Spencer Wright had been, if my memory serves correctly, I know that he didn't just show up to the precinct out of the goodness of his heart. He had been pulled over, if I remember correctly. During the traffic stop, he threw a gun away in the bathroom at the gas station. He lied about his name, and there was an investigator, Lakia Gaither, just happened to recognize him and reminded him of what his name actually was. So he was, so he had a firearm, and I believe he had a probation violation.
And Gaither did not want to answer questions about this name thing.
So he was taken into custody contemporaneously with his statement.
And so we're clear, you wouldn't dispute that Spencer Wright had a motive to lie?
Yes.
That would be correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Spencer Wright actually came in at the same time that he named these 4 individuals as being involved in this murder and gave police a false name?
He did at first, and one of them, like I said, just happened to know him. And this is all from memory, but I'm pretty sure this is correct.
So he lied about his name?
He did.
And the police knew this?
Yes, they did.
And they took his word on who to arrest on a murder?
That's what happened, yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, you would agree that 3 of the 4 defendants in this case have changed since then regarding the 2015 shooting?
3 out of the 4, okay, so first of all, what do you mean by change, and which 3 defendants are we talking about?
There was 4 people that were charged in October of 2015 by Detective Thorpe. 3 of those 4 people are no longer charged.
Oh, I understand. In other words, we ultimately indict a different set of people than were ultimately charged by the police. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. We did indict Shannon Stillwell, aka Shannon Jackson, who's your client, but we did not charge Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, or Mr. Sledge with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, let's be clear. They were charged.
They were charged by the police, yes.
And they were arrested and put in jail.
They were, yes.
Based on the word of Spencer Wright.
That is correct.
Who lied about his name?
He did.
And in those 3 people's place that were eventually released, 3 new people have been charged.
That's, well, 4 people actually, but yes.
Okay. 3 new people and Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Okay. So essentially what we're saying in layman's terms is Detective Thorpe added 250.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and just unnecessary. Detective Thorpe batted 250.
I'm a sustaining objection.
So you have your report, correct?
I do.
All right. And your report is approximately 100 pages long?
140, I believe.
140. Okay. And you began working in January of 2016?
That's correct, yes.
And on page 2 of those 140, well, let me back up, I'm sorry. Almost the first order of business in this report is your concerns about Spencer Wright.
Correct. That is how my investigation began.
Because you were doing a thorough investigation and you looked at the video and noticed the man who was saying he witnessed the event was not where he said he was.
Correct.
And so your report, this 140-page report, begins with discussion of the video and Spencer Wright.
Yes.
On page 2 of the report, in the first paragraph, you talk about Detective Thorpe finding probable cause for these 4 individuals that are originally charged.
Yes.
And then you say, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, and Antonio Sledge, or I'm sorry, you say Copeland, Garlington, and Sledge consisted almost entirely of the statement of Mr. Spencer Wright, correct?
Correct.
All right. You went on to say, with respect to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Wright also implicated him in the statement summarized below. However, there was another witness named Quindarius Zachary that also implicated
That's
Mr.
Lil
Jackson.
D.
That is correct.
Okay. So on page 2 of the report, you were saying that there was an additional witness against, when I say Mr. Jackson, you were calling Mr. Jackson report, but it's my client, Mr. Stillwell.
Yeah, back then he was known as Shannon Jackson. That's why I say Shan Jackson, aka Shan Stillwell, or vice versa.
All right. You, as the investigator, did not have the same doubts or concerns about Mr. Jackson's case or Mr. Stillwell's case than you did with the other three defendants, based on additional witness testimony, correct?
Well, I mean, I at least have some evidence that he committed the murder, yes.
Okay. All right, and just to be clear, in January 2016, when you're working on this case, and throughout your investigation, Shannon Stillwell is still presumed innocent in jail.
He was in jail for about 250 days, I believe, on the murder charge before he was transferred, I want to say, to the Department of Corrections on unrelated matter. Oh, yes, he was in jail, yes.
And he didn't bond out on this case until, on the 2015 case, until October of 2018, isn't that true?
I recall, if I remember correctly, he was booked into the jail on October 23rd and made bond the next day because he had obviously gotten a bond long before then because he had been in jail over 90 days on the murder.
Right, but he was in jail for 3 years.
On the murder?
Yeah, I think that's
No, I don't believe he was jailed for 3 years. I believe he was in jail for about 250 days on the murder.
okay. Well, we'll say 250 days. I mean, that's a substantial amount of time, correct?
Legally, it's subjective as to what's substantial.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't want an innocent man locked in jail for that long.
Objection, argumentative.
I stand as defined.
Thank you,
I
Judge.
stand it.
Okay. Are you an ethical prosecutor?
Yes.
And for the record, I believe Mr. Sprinkle is. Okay. If you felt that there was no case against Mr. Stillwell like you thought about the others, you would presumably have done something to get his release, correct?
Right. What I would have done is I would have told his defense attorneys that essentially there was no evidence, which is what I did with the other co-defendants. So,
okay.
Right. But with Mr. Stillwell, the absence of evidence wasn't quite as stark.
Okay. And so you didn't take any proactive steps to seek the release of Mr. Stillwell like you did the others?
No.
Okay. How long has, to your knowledge, are you familiar with the internal workings of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Pretty familiar. I've been working there for over a decade, so.
How long has the Fulton County District Attorney's Office been investigating YSL?
I can't speak to what the gang unit was doing at around this time. They were in a section of the office to which I didn't have access. Now, if I knocked on the door, if they were there, they would generally let me in. But I didn't just have unfettered access to their area such that I could wander in at any given point. So they were by design closed off from the rest of the office.
Well, certainly you were aware generally of whether there was as you were working this Donovan Thomas case, whether there was an active investigation into YSL.
Yes, there was. And so to answer your question, to the best of my knowledge, as far as I knew, or as far as I can remember, the investigation into YSL really started with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay, so 2015. And what about investigations into Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
I'm alleging that this has been a strategic decision to withhold the prosecution of Shannon Stillwell, who they claim to have had a case with, or against, a solid case against, since 2015. And I want to know why they waited 8 years to bring this case.
Why don't you ask him?
Well, I want to know what.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and ask him, please.
To your knowledge, how long have you had an investigation ongoing, when I say you, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, against Jeffrey Williams?
For me personally, it would have been around, I want to say April of 2016 when I found out that he rented the car that was utilized in the drive-by shooting.
Okay. What about, not you personally, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
That I can't answer. As far as I know, I don't know. I have no idea. If there were any other investigations regarding Mr. Jeffrey Williams, I don't know about them.
Well, could you answer it if you knew? Do you believe that you were the first person to begin an investigation into Jeffrey Williams, or do you believe that there was already investigations into Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance into investigations regarding Jeffrey Williams.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you have discussions with Paul Howard about the Donovan Thomas case?
Yes.
How often?
Well, there would obviously, every few months, actually. Maybe there were times it would actually be more often than that. It was definitely not one or two. I can tell you that. It was more than that.
Was he familiar with the the facts of the case as alleged?
Yes.
Would Mr. Paul Howard have had access to the gang unit of the district attorney's office that you did not have unfettered access to?
I would presume yes. I guess I never asked him, nor did he ever tell me. It never came up, but given that he was the head of the entire office, I would assume that he had access to every room of the office. But I'm only assuming.
Do leaders of different units within the office meet with each other?
Yes, yes.
Is there coordination between units in the district attorney's office?
Yes, of course.
Was there coordinations between units back in 2015?
Yes.
Could there have been discussions that you were not privy to about these matters?
I'm sure.
Okay. Mr. Sprinkle, you have, is it fair to say that you largely have an investigative function within the district attorney's office?
Well, yes, for the most part.
But you all are also an attorney.
I am.
You have a bar card.
I do.
You're familiar with the laws of, the rules of evidence in Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that we're in here today not on a murder case, but a large RICO case, which one part of it has an alleged murder?
I am familiar with the indictment that is before the court, that is being litigated right now, and I am familiar that the primary or the first count or couple of counts is a RICO case. As far as I'm concerned, I was primarily, if not really exclusively, concerned with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Correct. But you are aware that this indictment that we're all in here today involves more than just the 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay. And there are 4 people that you chose to charge and indict. Well, we'll get to that. There's 4 people that you advised the state to indict for the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, I believe there are 5, and I was definitely part of meetings regarding the indictment. But again, this is really Don Geary that was leading the charge on who to indict for the murder. Now, was I influential? Of course, but I wasn't the one who ultimately made that decision. But
you weren't the one to make the decision. When was this case ready to take to the grand jury? The alleged murder of Donovan Thomas
was well, it wasn't an alleged murder. He absolutely was murdered. It was May of 2022.
Oh, it wasn't ready?
No. When was the case presented to the grand jury?
When was it ready to take to the grand jury?
I can't, again, because Don Geary was the attorney that was working on that, and I wasn't. Well, I guess it was ready when we presented it, right? I would assume.
Well, that's when your office chose to present it.
Yes.
I'm asking when it was ready.
I don't. You would have to ask Don Geary that. Okay. Because as you said, this is more just the murder of Donovan Thomas is a big RICO case. So.
I'm aware of that, but I'm very interested in when the singular incident, the January 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas, was ready to present to the grand jury.
I would just have to say May of 2022, unless you can define the word "ready" a little with a little more specificity.
That's when your office decided to present it. Is your answer?
Right. Correct.
Mr. Schardt, hold on 1 second.
All right, so I don't know why it actually cut off there. I will look and see if there's a part 2 to that hearing, but court coincidentally exactly just now came back. So let me know your thoughts on that Michael Sprinkle hearing. Again, that was December 20th, 2022. While Don Geary had already left, it was in the hands of Lizzie R., who ended up leaving in January of 2023. And Michael Sprinkle will be called as a witness soon. He's one of the next named 10 witnesses. So, and where some of those wiretap calls will be coming in. So let me know your thoughts on that, you guys. Floor is yours. And now we're going to catch back up to real trial. Well, not real trial, but today's trial. We're like 30 seconds behind. Good timing, good timing. And thank you so much
Is there
also
anything to put on the record?
to my military mind.
Jury back.
Your Honor, nothing to put on the record, but if you, I don't know if you have access to let myself and Ms. Knight into the Zoom.
I don't know. I'll see whether I do or not. I do. Well, maybe I do. I think I do. Yeah. No, I don't. But Miss Percival does. I don't think I'm co-host, so I can't let them in. So, Ms. Hylton, on the rest of whatever kind of videos you're going to play with other witnesses, I know we had discussed the possibility of you getting those splice so that we don't take up so much time running through the parts that aren't getting played?
Yes, we're working on it, Your Honor. If you notice, one of the videos we played last week initially was an evidence reviewer video. And if you can see, when we change it to MP4, it distorts the video. So we're trying to figure out another mechanism to do that. So that's what we are working through.
All right, well, instead of you as the lawyer trying to figure that out, could maybe somebody who's in your sort of, I don't know, whatever you call your
Let me say-
department that does that kind of thing, work on that?
The we is not me, because I am not
Okay.
savvy. The we is our graphics department or
Graphics
our
department.
yes.
Somebody,
Yes.
because we are spending a whole lot of time with you just kind of, and I know you're trying to make sure you get to the right spot and I want you to do that. But if we didn't have that, break every time you have to move to another part, we would maybe have saved a good bit of time this morning. And
Yeah.
I don't want us to have to do that with every statement that gets played.
Yes, Your Honor, we are working on a
Okay.
solution. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
And thank you so much. What do you guys think? My military mind here says, you're living in Fulton County. If you're voting for the corrupt Fani Willis, you got to rethink. And I really think anyone watching YSL is pretty united in this idea that there has to be some kind of change. We might not know the exact answer or solution on how to navigate that, but something just seems odd about this focus on a few high-profile RICOs while there's a huge backlog of other crimes. GBI, we keep hearing 50,000 gang members in Atlanta, but we're focusing on about 20 or so, 26 or so, a lot already pled out. And then these core 6 sitting in this courtroom for this trial. So much focus just on that. And is that okay? Is that a good job? Is that what we should want to move forward with? I no longer live in Fulton County. I'm down in Florida, so I am not a voter in that race. But I can watch and see, and it's a huge question because that's one of the biggest counties in the state. They get a ton of state funding. Imagine if you lived in a neighboring county and you're fighting for a budget, and Fulton County gets the budget. They're the big player. And She Loves Fantasy always points out, great point, that they have the airport. Big revenue generator for the state. So there's a reason that the state wants to make sure they're helping Fulton County out. They generate revenue for the whole state. But money is finite. So what are the implications? And it's really rare, I think, to see such unification. Even when people say things like, I think some people in this case might be guilty. Some say free all of them. There's still that common unifier of, why is this okay? How are we letting certain things like this go on in the way this process is playing out? So always great food for thought, my military mind. Thank you so much. Sherry, thank you for becoming a member. Lots of new members today. Love to see it. Look at all this member love. And AK earlier had become a member. And FFS says, shout out to Taybiz TV. What up, though? And if you guys notice, Taybiz hit the 1,000 subscriber mark. I'm dropping the link to his channel. Great content, very easy voice to listen to, unlike mine. And Courtney Kramer is running against Fani Willis. I think she has a kind of uphill battle to try to make it by election time to get her name out there. She's really got to work.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Copeland, in this June 10th interview, you made a reference that Thug was trying to be like the Jay Prince of Atlanta. Do you recall hearing that?
Say that again.
In the interview that we just watched, you said that Thug was trying to be the Jay Prince of Atlanta. Do you recall hearing that?
I guess.
Who is Jay Prince?
I don't know.
So why did you make that reference?
I told you for the 10th time. I'm gonna tell the police anything. And that's what I did.
In the interview, do you recall telling the detectives regarding the shooting of Donovan Thomas that Demekion told you that Shannon was shooting the chopper? Do you recall hearing that in the interview?
Yeah, I heard it.
And that Nar was shooting the handgun?
I heard it.
And that Yak was driving?
I heard it.
And you just said that you were willing to tell the police anything, correct?
I think I said they didn't interview too.
Okay. And that they wanted Thug. Do you remember saying that to me, that they wanted Thug, you were willing to tell them anything?
I heard them say that they mouth too, so you heard them too.
Okay. If that is the case, why didn't you say that Thug was driving the car?
You gotta be more convincing
Okay. Why didn't you say that Thug was shooting?
because they wouldn't believe it.
So why then telling your best friend of years that it was Shannon?
Listen, I don't. You said it again.
Sure. Why telling your best friend Shannon?
Shannon not my best friend.
Was he someone you were close to?
Yes,
Why would you tell on someone you were close to?
because I didn't think they actually put charges on him.
Okay. In the interview, you also discussed after the shooting of Donovan Thomas that you, Demikian, Nard, Yak, Shannon, all went to Thug's house at Sky House. Do you recall saying that in the interview?
I probably did.
Was everyone in the apartment YSL
What you mean?
when you all went to Thug's house after Donovan's murder?
You keep going to this YSL stuff. Like, I told you what I said. I made it up to the police.
So going back to my question, was everyone inside?
I don't
the apartment?
recall.
All right. Now, after you finished this interview, did you go to the Fulton County Jail? Do you recall going to the Fulton County Jail in June of 2015?
Oh, yeah.
And once you were in jail, did you have access to the telephones at the jail?
They let me use it. I don't know what you mean that I have access, but they let me use the phone.
And did you use the phone to make calls while you were in jail in June of 2015?
I'm pretty sure I did.
And specifically on June 10th, 2015, did you call Deshawn from the Fulton County Jail?
Well, she was my baby mama at the time, so I'm pretty sure I did.
And did you call her and tell her about the interview that you had just finished?
I don't know. I don't recall.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that call about 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
Yes, did you have the opportunity to listen to that call in the hallway?
Shit, I don't know.
Did I play some jail calls for you with your attorney in the hallway about 2 weeks ago?
You played the call, I don't know when it was. You played the call, I don't know when it was.
Okay. And did you hear yourself on that call?
I don't recall.
And did you hear Deshawn on that call?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 394Y, a June 10th, 2015 jail call.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now we're going to listen to one of these jail calls. And then the poll, you guys are really split between Schardt and Steele possibly starting cross-examination of Woody. 17% said Weinstein, 10% said one of the others.
Collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charge.
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of your home for only $5. Take advantage of this limited time promotion by going to www.securitech.net and creating a Securus video visitation
The
account
promo.
today.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Why you ain't answering the phone? Oh, cuz I'm trying to pay you goddamn y'all calling at the same time. Who calling at the same time? Yeah. Oh, what happened? But he want it. Yeah. Why did he say it? Let's go to trade and I'm quit. What happened? Wait. You ready? Yeah. He wrote me back. I said, Woody, I said, he and Jay, you want to know, can you come to court tomorrow? And Officer Gay passed his back, and she was like, what's up? And I said, Kenneth wanted to talk to you.
ain't seen that back.
Nah, not yet.
Oh, she must just.
She been, I guess she just on the phone. Just on the phone, but I ain't see it. I thought it was EI. I just seen EI message.
Oh, why did it say, yeah, man, it got me in the same place I was in last time.
Oh, you have it up there?
Yeah. So I said,
Who name you?
I ain't got no PIN number, so I had to get somebody to put their PIN number in so I could use the phone.
Oh.
So, but he just let me out. He just let me out to use the phone on Kennedy Hart. So So tomorrow I probably gonna get a call because they only people out on the first shift.
Oh, damn. Yeah, let me hurry up and put you on.
Huh?
Let me hurry up and put you.
I need to hurry up and wait.
And put you, move you.
That's what I'm saying, man. This shit. Man.
Trey said call.
He said
I
call?
guess he took unblocked things off your phone.
Shit, ain't got no money on the phone. Hello?
Yeah, mommy said you said put one on your phone.
No, I don't. They text when I get on the phone.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for becoming a member, Vin.
Man, I need to get some money, man.
How you gonna get some money in jail? What you got to say about sending that dirt bike?
Man, he got too much. He went on his lawyer car, man. I ain't talk to you this time. You talk to him.
You guys could hit the like button and come back and we'll still be listening to this. Just saying.
Yeah, and then he just like he gonna call a lawyer and he hung up. Yeah.
I'm gonna be stressed out.
Why? Huh?
About my baby party.
I know, man. I know, bro. Damn, man. Shit, man. She ain't tell that no more.
Who?
Where you at?
Me home. You get the fuck from here.
Miss Kate, yes, Woody has a lawyer, Chuck Engelberger from the Public Defender's Office. Well decorated.
Look, why I can say I go to court in the morning, shit. Hopefully, got it.
What?
I said I go to court in the morning.
I know that.
I really told Jacob.
You what?
Me getting told Jacob.
You got her, I got her number, huh?
I know that. She talked, but she ain't tell back. She look, right? You listen?
Yeah.
Shit, they gonna act now. They gonna come get me out. You hear?
Who gonna get you out?
They is.
Who?
The police.
They gonna come get you out?
Yeah.
And then take you out?
They gonna contact me to another jail, but they gonna come get me out, and I'm gonna have to sit throwing them up.
And you gonna have to wait?
Sit throwing them up. So I got them. I mean, I ain't had nothing to do with none of this shit. So. You know what I mean?
So you told them?
Yeah. You think I'll be go to jail for something I ain't do, bro? Them folks talking about 15 years already, bro. I want to be here for myself and you.
Yeah.
So, but I need you to help me, right?
You need what?
I need Lil D to help me.
You need Lil D to help you?
Yeah.
What Lil D? McKenville. Yeah, okay. Say okay.
Nah, I just talked to him. He said he gonna help me though.
You just talked to him. He said it.
Yeah, he said it. I called him. I was telling him what.
He was telling him what?
I told him he's like he gonna help. Like he got.
So all that gun charge lead up to 15 years?
Yeah, cause the fed different from the state.
Yeah.
But they told me as long as I help them, they gonna help me. You feel me?
Yeah.
But that's why I asked you, like, shit, if I leave state, you'll leave with me, cause they just have to take me out of state. Yeah.
They gonna have to tell you how to make it. Why? So they gonna know you did.
Yeah. They gonna have. Nah, they ain't gonna know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just gonna keep me away so my name be clear out of it. They gonna make sure I look good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So shit. I mean, I'm just telling you this. They did between me and you. Don't tell nobody. So I know you ain't gonna tell nobody. I'm just telling you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why I told you text. They want to stay in contact. They gonna stay in contact with you, and they gonna let me know what's going on. So, but I mean, one reason I'm telling you this, so I can let you know what's going on. So.
They will.
So I'm just telling you, let you know what's going on.
I think you should just wait it out and see.
Think I should wait.
What?
They should.
Yeah.
Default.
Dog.
Yeah, I just that's why I ain't tell you, cause I ain't want you to be worried and then like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Shannon was acting like they told me.
Okay.
So I said, "Cool, man, I ain't had nothing to do with what man going on. If I let you need to take me with my family, man, I just go out like a sucker."
Yeah.
I mean, but they say they gonna move me so can't nobody do nothing to me and then like that. And then they gotta see how everything work. And they like shit. They need D to tell them what happened because D told me what happened. So I mean, they can't go out with
They told you what happened with
about what happened to they know what's going with that shit, man.
Come on, with that?
Yeah.
Mm.
So I mean, when D tell them and they see that I ain't just making nothing up and I ain't lying and stuff like that, then they gonna help me. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's why I ain't gonna tell Trey now. I just telling you 'cause I know you know what's up. You feel what I'm saying? You know not to tell me, but
Trey, no, everybody gonna know.
yeah. I mean, so they just me and your secret. We gotta take them to the grave, yeah, but that's all right.
Yeah, why you tripping with Devo?
I ain't telling D all this.
You just told me you did.
No, I ain't telling D nigga. You feel me? I just told him.
You just said you did with it.
Listen, I'm telling you what I told him. I was just like, hey, bro, if I ever need you, you'll be there to help me. You feel me? No, I like, don't let me down, bro. You feel me?
You just said you told him. Cause you.
Listen to me, bro. I only told you.
Yeah.
I only told you. You the only person I told.
Then which one you gonna say? Cause you heard you lying.
You're not listening to me, bro. I told him, listen. I just asked him like, hey, bro, would you ever be there? Would you ever be able to?
You just switched the whole thing up.
No, you're not. I just told you. I let him know like. I just let him know like, bro, if I was to come to you with a situation, would you help? And he was like, yeah, bro. I like, you sure, bro? Cause I helped him when it came down to him. You feel me? So one thing I know, when these folks come in him, he not gonna lie. You know what I mean? He don't want to play with these people, bro.
You helped him do it.
When he got love for their race. Man, I told him for what happened. Cause he didn't know. But don't just keep that between us.
Yeah.
So, but like I ain't tell because I'm locked up and I ain't know how he gonna take it. You feel me? I was just asking him like, bro, if I ever need your help, bro, would you help? And he just like, he was like, yeah, bro, I like for real, bro, don't lie to me, bro. He like, I swear to God. I like, don't change the number. And then he like, I'm ain't, bro. I mean, I like, all right, yeah, that's fine. And like, shit, I need to try to get a little money to help their son, that shit like that. He like, I'm gonna try. I just like, bro, if I ever need to come at you or something, bro, I need you to beat up on me. He like, I got you. You know what I mean? I ain't telling them about police, man. So, that's what I'm telling you. I don't want you to tell nobody either.
I said I wasn't gonna tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Nah, cause you thinking I told him. I ain't telling.
What?
I said, you thinking I told him. I ain't telling. You know what I mean? Cause I don't want him to go back and say that. You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't want nobody to find out. Nobody.
Yeah.
Shit. God knows if anybody find out, then I ain't default to everything.
You what?
If anybody find out what I'm trying to do, they ain't gonna be able to help.
Yeah.
So can't nobody know.
This why you did not get into the prison. I mean, to the jail.
Yeah. But if anybody asks you anything, man, you be like, you don't know. And you only can tell them what I'm locked up for. Just tell them I'm locked up for a gun and the game to nothing else, all right?
Yeah.
So even if they put my name on it, ain't else gonna pop up. But I mean,
What?
I said if they put my name on, ain't nothing else gonna pop up though.
Yeah.
So I mean, so I had like when I talk to you, me and him gonna be face to face. I ain't gonna talk to him on the phone. I ain't gonna ask him on the phone.
So when is supposed to be face to face?
I don't know. We ain't talk about all that. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you, like,
No, what?
I said, I'm just telling you what's going on.
Yeah.
So, you got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love you, okay?
I love you too.
Yeah, but anyway, just want to let you know what's going on. I need you to have my back like always.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. You have 1 minute left.
Thank gosh.
Going wrong, right?
You what?
I say the phone hang up, so I'm gonna have to go lock down in the room, right?
Yeah.
So I ain't able to come back tonight, so I'll be able to call you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
I love you, okay?
I love you too.
All right, try to see if they're gonna get that lawyer. Try to see Willie D come to court and take charge. Let me talk know that it is, all right?
All right.
All right, and see if she takes you back and let her know that I want her to talk to her, okay?
All right. I already told you. All right.
Be safe.
I love you too.
Try to see how they dirt right.
All right.
1,500, 1,000 or better.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
The caller has.
That concludes State's Exhibit 394Y. Now, Mr. Copeland, you said that you made it all up to the police. Did you make up everything that you told your child's mother on that jail call?
Clearly.
Oh, okay. After this call, you also spoke to Max from the Fulton County Jail. Do you recall speaking to Max from the Fulton County
I
Jail?
you didn't even play that call for me. I never heard that call what you just played ever before. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Interesting.
Do
I
you
mean, maybe he's
recall
making that up,
me
but maybe that's
speaking to
true.
My investigator back in June of this year, and we played a call for you in which you called Max on the jail call.
I don't recall nothing.
And on that call, excuse me, you had Deshaun call Max on the three-way.
I don't know.
Okay. And while you were on the phone with Max, Thug or Mr.
Oh,
Williams
it's
was
9.
in the background. Do you recall hearing that, Jill?
I don't
We had
recall
9?
nothing.
Your Honor,
Okay,
this time the state
10.
would like the tender State's exhibit, tender in the mid State's exhibit 395Y.
Submitted.
Permission to publish. Thank you.
Hello, this is a Hello, this is a free call from.
They would pick up the phone.
An
Someone
inmate
clip
at
that soundbite.
Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this.
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of your home for only $5. Take advantage of this limited time promotion
Look at his
by going
face.
to www.securistech.net and creating a Securus video visitation account today.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Why you hang up?
You hung up.
I'm still on the phone. Said person hung up.
No, I kept saying hello, hello.
Yeah, I got it.
But hold on, Matt said she right there. We thought, and they want to know about the bar. Hold on, so I won't call back on through.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
You be waiting. Actually,
Hello.
Woody.
Yeah.
What's up, Woody?
What's going on?
Yeah. Lil Gerard is, yeah, he got a bun.
Huh?
Deshaun. Yeah. How much your bun is?
15,000. But I can go to a bun come on about 1,500.
You found the bun company?
I'm
The
up
bun
right now,
company.
So, they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother now did.
Deshaun, when he hang up, click on call his brother, and I'm meet his brother so he can get his money. If your brother go, no, I'm saying call his brother gonna sign it. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home. You don't got no ride? I could get your brother, Brian. Meet me on University. On University, where? At that gas station we always do. You know what that gas station Chevron? That's Chevron. Meet me at Chevron.
Hey, Matt.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, look, you ain't right, bro.
What did D do?
I'm gonna say too much, bro.
The D told. What's that? You talking about rock through the D?
Yeah.
I told him. He told on Roscoe too. You think I'm fucking playing, bro? He told on Roscoe. He told on Roscoe just cause he Roscoe ain't no fucking blood. And he don't give a fuck. Roscoe ain't great. Hey, D-Shot come meet you so you can get their money. Go and pay Woody Bond so he can get out, bro. And when you get out, Woody, I need to have a serious talk to you because I really feel some type of way. I'm going to talk to you about it as soon as you get out.
Man, listen, man, don't start this shit, man.
I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. Got a fucking birthday on the way. Fuck wrong with you.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Tell you, bro, I love him too, bro.
He hear you.
Yeah, I love him. You gotta get this motherfucking mind together.
He said you gotta get your mind together, bro, because you been tripping.
Man, how, bro? I been left out there alone, bro. I ain't had nobody, bro. I just felt like nigga left me out there. I ain't did shit.
You ain't left out there alone. You just want to be out there in the trenches and bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't gotta be hanging out there in Canterville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That wasn't gonna get you time, Canterville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Yeah.
And what's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize swear to God, we kill nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
Yeah. Hello.
Stay away from that shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood scares you, bro. Trust me, your hood is the main hood. Them the main people that want to have you fucked up before anybody else on the street do. They what I'm telling you, so they scared of you.
I already know.
You gotta stay away from that shit. You got a little girl now. I've been telling you that shit, cause I ain't even gonna lie. I was just mad at your ass, bro. On my money,
you getting the phone going out for me like I don't did something wrong, bro.
Yeah. Call Matt. Motherfucker.
Man, you know Valerie told me that.
But I'm saying you listen big bad. They call my phone 20 times, bro. You know what I'm telling you? They all just call my phone 20 times. No call ID, then we get right in the car. You walk past me like you're a boss. Bitch, I got it on me with that fake ass weave in your head, hoe. I just drop your ass. And I got my pistol on me too, hoe. Ain't trying me fuck around with you. I just told don't be listening to this fat ass hoe. She wanna keep on drummer, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. This hoe just told somebody with jail on her house. Don't listen to her, bro.
Yeah, I know that. Listen, I already knew you was a person, bro, about her making that diss song. So I already knew.
But she DM me saying she don't want to do this song no more. She want to be our family. But she went around telling you, that who told Uzi. I knew she told that what that you fuck. Then I said her name no Uzi.
Yeah. You said?
I said that whole name. I told you, I know that whole, I know that whole like a book, bro. And we ain't gonna do all that though. Deshaun, come meet me on your birthday so I can give you that money. Alright. Alright.
Yep. Deshaun. Well, I could say, tell Tracy do he got the car so you go meet him.
I think it was they swear that we did it. But I don't know. You know me and my hearing. I gotta like listen to it a bunch of times. What do you guys think?
Yeah, you text.
Yeah, they think so they're gonna stay on you.
Yeah, well, I could say, when you get a chance, tell OG, all right?
Folks was trying to tell him.
You heard?
Yeah.
Let them know, that, they gonna, get me up.
They think, they swear we did it. They swear we killed Nut, meaning that they didn't.
Alright, well, look,
I think it helps Thug.
I probably, if I don't call back,
They think we did it. They think, they swear.
Check out with them. She did the job on, yep.
Alright, and what you still got with him coming to get you?
See, look, what I'm gonna do now is, since they gonna burn me out, when Henry, like,
Chloe Albert's Revenge is listening.
I should make part of it, like, I mean, so don't tell nobody I got a hold on me. So I burn out of here. I go down there. We're gonna act like we ain't know nothing about the hole, and we're gonna try to get him to pay that money. If he pay that money down there, then boom. Yeah. So hopefully, I mean, everything go well. I need you. Hello.
Yeah.
Don't just text up on and be like say you talk to him and
my phone, you know my phone don't hang up.
Yeah. You talk to him. Yeah.
Wait.
Alright, listen. What I could say is text match phone. And tell her that you on the way to the gas station. Now let Trey know that they finna meet you at University Prado and give you the money. So y'all come buy me up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who you text now?
Trey.
Alright. Tell Trey that yeah. Can he take you to Chevron Prado to meet them, get the money? And when he say yes,
I asked him, can he go down and get money to me?
right? You don't want to be around him. You don't want to be around him.
Man, my dude.
Now, see, though I was saying you had to go with him because they probably don't want to give him the money.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So, like that, boom, you do that like that. And then text Max and be like, you on your way up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Text her now and be like, you on your way to the gas station.
All right. When I can't text, I want him on the phone with you.
Yeah, cause I miss.
Yeah.
Alright, but I'm just letting you know something. When I get out the phone, I'ma let I'm gonna wait later on, and I'm gonna try to see how y'all went did all that. Okay.
All right.
But I might have somebody else call you. I might get on my pen number to call. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the baby party, man. I'm gonna find a way to get the money. Big Boo already said I had talked to Big Boo before I got locked up. I was just like, my baby party, I'm broke, bro. I mean, he was like, here, give me some on.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell him like I need like, you know what I mean, he can just give me some on the baby party, okay? Hello.
Yeah.
And don't when you get a chance, probably later on date, just try to call OG and tell her that I need to talk to him.
All right.
Yeah. That nigga just came in for me then.
Mm-hmm.
So the wife would say, don't cancel the baby party because you know what I mean, I might miss it because it's here in Canada, but shit, if they blame me out today, I'm gonna be waiting here in Canada. I ain't gotta go nowhere else. So they blame me out today, boom. Here in Canada can't get me tomorrow or Monday. I go straight to here in Canada and see what they talking about. You know what I mean? But Henry County coming new with probation, I might take this shit so I can get out. But I mean, yeah.
Yeah. You said they might come at you
with probation. They know I ain't do it. I'm just saying.
Oh, do you said last time you was sitting for a whole 3 weeks?
You said what?
Last time you was sitting for a whole 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know, right? But I'm just saying, when I get there, they probably already got a court date for me coming up. If they don't, I'm Yeah. You say it's time to go in? For me too? It's been an hour, that fast? Hello?
Yeah.
Well, she said, I gotta go in. How many minutes left on the phone?
Just 2.
Milo? Hello?
Yeah.
What you say?
What?
I love you, okay?
I love you too.
Trey didn't text you back?
Yeah, he said okay.
He better come?
Yeah.
Alright, okay. Contact them, you on your way to the gas station and see what they say.
Alright.
Yeah, so all we gotta do is find what button come there they trying to get.
Find a bond company.
What button company that is your family would deal with, your dad and them be dealing with? Who? Remember I was locked up for a year. And you just go
shit. I forgot her name. The lady had died.
It was it. Try to get into it with Frank. No, it's not.
First night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to find a way to get his number and call him and ask. So they tell me I got him. I just you fine, come and get me out, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, I love you, okay?
I love you too.
And, I'm gonna have to wait.
You what?
I'm gonna have to have somebody else call back because I'm gonna be locked in the room. I ain't gonna be able to get the call back.
I know you told me. I'm gonna go there.
Are you gonna walk up there?
I'm gonna go to the gas station.
Huh?
I'm gonna go to the gas station.
So shit.
You have 1 minute left.
Well, there's 1 minute left. I love you, okay?
I love you too.
And I'm gonna have somebody call and see what they say. What time you think I should have them call back?
Whenever you call that one.
Alright, I'm gonna check. I said I'm gonna check. Make sure what many percent your phone on?
You charge 47.
Alright, I'm gonna just make sure. I love you, okay?
I love you too.
Alright, get baby a kiss for me. Alright.
The caller has hung up.
Now, Mr. Copeland, on that call, did you hear when you talked to Max about Valerie?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at State's Exhibit 60WA at timestamp 2:08:98. Is that the Valerie that you were speaking of? Is that the Valerie that told you about the,
I guess.
I guess, I know?
I guess.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also talked about Little D in that call. Do you recall talking about Little D from Rock Crew and that he wasn't right?
I guess.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been already admitted at 60WA at timestamps 16 seconds in. Is that the Little D that you were referencing?
I guess.
Is I guess yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Now, why did you ask for Thug to pay your bond after you had told on them in the June 10th interview?
I didn't tell on them.
Okay.
I was going through a phase in my life, like I told you before, and I told you in the back. I made it all up. I sat right there and said whatever came to the top of my head, that I pieced some things together and said what I said. If you listen to both of them calls, they contradict each other. If you listen to the interview, you hear what the police keep saying. And that's why I put everything on Thug. The man ain't had nothing to do with my stupidity. I'm sitting right here today telling y'all the truth, and y'all still sitting right here playing with this lady. Like I told y'all, I made it up. I put it on him.
Okay.
I'm not scared of nobody. Nobody forced me to say none of this stuff. This is not right.
Okay. After you spoke to Deshaun and Max on June 13th, did you then subsequently call Detective Gaither on June 14th and on June 15th to talk about your assistance, you assisting the police department?
If I was assisting the police department, they would have had assistance. My thing was to get them out for me.
Okay.
If anybody was going to be going to jail, it was going to be me.
All right. Did you speak with Detective Gaither on June 14th and June 15th from the Fulton County Jail?
I probably did. I was going to talk to her any day to throw them out for me.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to listen to those jail calls?
No, these all calls are new to me.
Did I play these jail calls for you in the hallway?
Overruled.
Isn't it true that I played the calls for you in the hallway about 2 weeks ago?
No, you played one call, and I haven't heard that call that you played.
Did I play the calls and have you authenticate or listen to your voice?
Can you say that again?
Did I have you listen to the call so that you can listen to your voice?
Did you play the call so you can listen, so I can listen to my voice?
Correct.
What-
And recognize your
That's
voice
what you
on the call.
said, but these ain't the calls that you played.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 396Y and 397Y. Sure. Tender State's Exhibit 396Y and 397Y.
All right, can you identify what those are?
Sure. 396Y is a jail call from June 14, 2015 with Detective Gaither, and 397Y is another jail call on June 15th with Detective Gaither.
All right. Sarah, another.
Permission to publish. I'm going to first start with 396Y, which is June 14, 2015.
Hello, this is a free call from
Then we'll pick up the phone.
an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press.
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of your home for only $5. Take advantage of this limited time promotion by going
Look
to
at them at the state's table.
www.securitech.net and creating a Securus video visitation account today.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Where you at? Why it take you so long out?
Boy, I ain't telling me long.
Who you that with?
My mama,
Huh? Hello.
Yeah.
Who you there with?
I said my mama here.
What you been on? Did you call in?
Hmm.
Did you call?
Who?
Here
I told you they I told you that that it was last night.
What was that night?
That your bond was paid last night.
I know I said did you call Henry County?
Oh, for it.
See what is they gonna come get?
To see what?
Is they gonna come get?
They might tell you now.
Yeah, they should come today or tomorrow.
Oh.
Tell mama I said, hey.
Who said?
Hello.
She said, what's up? Yeah.
How much money you came up with?
And then Monty said he'll buy it for $100.
Tell about what that legit.
Mm-hmm.
Man, tell him, man, give you 150, man. Unless you want to take that.
No, I said 125.
And he said, nah.
I don't know. Diva took me.
What you could say, the deep pill?
Yep.
You might know somebody want to buy it.
I can't. Anybody buy it.
What you gonna sell it for?
I don't know. But he took it with him to New York. I mean, Miami, wherever he is.
Oh, that what he said?
I'll be like, you have to try to change that, yeah.
I could say, they got them guys on lockdown, so I'm try to see somebody give y'all some money.
You what?
He ain't asked who Dirt White got rid? Yeah. Well, you don't know what bond contribution they got me out with?
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I had to go down there because the boy jumped in. I don't know, Trent said he tried to do it, but he had no information on none of that. That's what he told me.
So did he do it?
I did.
You bond that yourself?
Mm-hmm.
How the hell you do that?
Huh?
How you do that?
I don't know. He lied. I asked.
She ain't say, when she told me I gotta come see them when I get up.
Yeah. You know.
Said what?
You know her.
No, she said.
That's what I'm telling you. You know her.
Who she is?
Someone named Christy.
Huh?
Someone named Christy.
Huh?
Somebody named Christy. She know you from Baker Court because she was saying something about she was telling me about your mom and all them.
But look, why they say, yeah, when I get to Henry County, I'm trying to see, can they pull up the other loser's name and let me go.
Hold on, real quick.
Hello.
Yeah, hold on.
What you doing?
Turn the porch me.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Why they say, Vision?
Yeah.
You ain't call Gator back?
Who is?
Man, see if she gonna answer.
The what?
See if she gonna answer.
You said what?
I'm saying I'm trying to see if she gonna answer, man.
What you text her?
Text her right quick.
And say what?
Just like I'm on the phone, ATA, since you talk right now.
Hold on. I need to turn it on again.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
You have my speaker.
Yeah, I just started since I was asleep.
Oh. Why they say she didn't say she said about the hole.
Hmm?
She said something about the hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I go down there and Just like, I tried to get somebody to sign it, but man, it's Sunday, Woody.
Okay, what that mean?
Oh, you got me to stop on Sunday?
Yeah, she work.
Hold on.
Hang up. I had maybe some.
Hello.
Oh, I ain't know. I can't think I ain't never found it. I got more time there. This my last call. This my last one. All right. Hello. Hello. What you say?
I just, why you?
What?
What?
What you say?
Man, I just,
Why wait?
why you should have been trying to call around.
They saying you trying to help me out, right?
Okay.
Huh?
She said, okay, what you gonna tell?
Man, call on through it.
I'm talking, they ain't trying to help you.
Huh?
They ain't trying to help you. She trying to talk to you. Hold on.
You better tell.
Thank you so much, FFS, for the super chat. Now, I could be like Judge Whitaker and say, 0 chances, chat. If you don't get my likes up, I'm going to lock you out. But then never actually lock you guys out because I couldn't do that. So,
Yeah, what's going on with you?
Man, I talked to him just.
Gaither appearance.
Who?
Thought him.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he got me and stuff like that.
What, on the bond?
Yeah.
That's all y'all said?
Huh?
That's all y'all said?
Nah, you just like when I get out, they want to talk to me and stuff like that.
What you think that mean?
Huh?
What you think that mean?
I think he just want me to come back around now.
Like on the up and up, or you trust it?
Yeah, like when I was talking to him on the phone, I just like, we just talking. Like his sister on the phone, and he was listening, and then I like, man, tell nigga I love him, this and that, and he was like, yeah, like he really talking. Like I was just like, all right, then they told my girl to come get some money from him and stuff to get me help.
I mean, but do you believe that?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, he gave her the money.
Oh, word.
Yeah. He didn't give her all.
Don't be bummed out, Gaither.
Deshaun.
Yeah.
How much he gave?
700.
He gave her 700.
Oh, okay. I mean, shit, if you trust it, that's on you. I can't tell you what to do.
So what you think I should do then?
I mean, if you do come around, we talk about what we talk about. So, I mean, just because you get a bond, that don't mean shit gonna go away.
Nah, I ain't saying it's gonna go away, but what I'm saying is, like, man, we were dying there, and man, you were talking, I was telling you this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I told you, you help me, I help you.
Yeah. When you think you're gonna get out?
I gotta go to Henry County, cause I got a hold on.
The marshal, I'm looking at it now. The marshals got that hold on you to move you.
Huh?
The marshals got a hold on you as well.
For what?
To move you. It's. You remember I told you that they got to get an order signed by a judge to move you, right?
Yeah.
So the marshals, the order is already in there, which means it's kind of almost like a warrant, but it's not a charge. It's just to hold you until they move you. So, like I said, they probably won't get to moving you until Monday, Tuesday. But as of right now, it's a marshal's hold on it, which means that you're not going to be able to make a bond because this hold is on you. You already got the Henry County, and then you have the the marshals hold. So if you're gonna bond out, it's gonna be bonded out of wherever they move you to, which will probably be city jail.
So right now, I ain't waiting on Henry County to come get.
No, if right now you waiting on the marshals will probably get to you before Henry County.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's probably be Monday or Tuesday that they move you.
But it's the other little Woody who they got in Henry County.
This is Detective
I
Gaither.
know which little Woody it is, but you still got to go through the motions with clearing your name out there, and whatever they send you down there, do whatever, you still gonna have to go down there.
I know what I'm saying, it ain't nothing you can do about it.
I ain't in Henry County. I can't tell them how to run their course.
Now I'm saying like they said that they called to Atlanta and Atlanta had gave them my name.
Atlanta who? I ain't been at work since shit, what day? Ain't.
So you saying like this, right? If they pay my bond now, I can't go like I ain't waiting on Henry County to come get me. I gotta wait on the marshals to come get me.
You waiting on the marshals. The marshals has a hold. The marshals supersede Henry County. So even if you make the bond, you're not gonna be able to get out. You're gonna have to go wherever the marshals take you.
The Fulton County or the federal?
Huh?
Fulton County marshal or the federal marshal?
The U.S. Marshals is not Fulton County, it's U.S. Marshals.
So they have a hold on me.
The marshals do.
So okay. Cause the son said that they paid the bond last night.
Even if they paid the bond, you're not getting out. Either they're gonna hold you if either the marshals get you or Henry County get you. More than likely, the marshals gonna get you before Henry County.
Okay, when the marshals come get me, then what?
Then they're gonna take you to another jail.
Well, I'm gonna do what I'm saying. Like, okay, I'm waiting on the marshals to come get me, and then when they come get me, then they're gonna take me to another jail. I already bonded out on the charge, so what they got to take me to another jail?
You bonded out on the two charges, the gang charge and the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. You made the bond, but the hold was already put on you before you made the bond. And even still, we still working on some things, so that doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna get out on these charges. You have a hold by the marshals.
I know now. I'm saying, well, I'm just trying to like, I'm trying to make a big birthday here. I'm trying to also prove to you that, I mean, what we said, I was gonna stand up to it.
It just don't work just because you made a bond that you get out of jail, you can go home. It don't work like that. I told you that.
So what you could add more charges on me?
We not adding no charges on our shit. Just because you made a bond, which I truly believe you shouldn't have made a bond because the magistrate court judge can't give a bond on a gang charge. And you went before a magistrate court judge.
So that means that they're gonna take the bond back away?
I don't know what they're gonna do, but you weren't supposed to make a bond on the gang charge.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I understand you on that, but I was just trying to see like what's going on so I can I mean, I want.
Yeah.
When you get a chance, can you just come down and talk to me?
Yeah, like y'all call me on a Sunday. I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sundays. So, what's tomorrow? Monday. I try to make it out there tomorrow. If you're not moved tomorrow, we try to come out there. But I'm gonna need a little bit more on them folks.
All right.
To go on.
All right. I need to talk to you about your stuff anyway.
All right.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
I love you. I'm serious.
I love you too. You just stupid. All right.
The person you call.
Yeah, this is crazy, you guys. Thank you, by the
Hello,
way, David
this is a free
Liebold.
call from.
Oh no, they're going right into another one. Oh.
Hello,
David thinks
this
Steele
is
will
a
go
prepaid
first,
collect
so he can
call
ask
from
any question without an asked and answered objection.
an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges,
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of your home for only $5.
And thank you so much,
Take
Aussie
advantage of
Tank.
this limited time promotion by going to
These promotions are nuts.
www.securistech.net and creating a Securus video visitation account today.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Thank you so much for the gifts, Aussie Tank. I hope you're feeling better. That sucks to wake up and feel sick. It's so nice of you to help 5 people become green. Same thing, Peter with another 10.
And they had to be the one that make your bun get too bad. I was telling him what you said on the phone, like how you can't get no bun off the game tug and all that. But I would act like I was one time to you, like, tell Woody he need to start talking to the police.
Why you telling my woman, bro?
Whoa. Why'd you tell him I was talking to the police?
And you said why I told him you was talking to him?
Yeah.
I didn't say you was talking to him. I said I act like I was talking to her on the phone yesterday.
Same thing.
They can't take my bun away.
Yeah, he was like, they can't take your bun away because the judge didn't see no proper cause for you having a game charge on you. That's why he gave you a bun. And I was like, I'm gonna call him on three-way, but I was like, when I was telling her, she was like, the U.S. Marshal put a hold on you and stuff like that.
Try to call Jason.
Hold on. You keep wanting to talk to the lady.
Man, hey, I'm trying to see what's going on, man.
All right.
Yeah, she's snitching on Woody. Thank you so much again, Peter Ortiz. 10 gifts.
Hey, how you doing?
So all 15 new members.
What's up?
Drop some emojis.
What? I said, what's going on?
No, what's up?
I thought you were going to come talk to me today.
I said I was going to get up there this week. I didn't say that.
Oh, you still know when they going to move me?
I'm not sure. It'll be soon. That's what we're hoping for.
Huh?
I said it'll be soon. That's what we're hoping for. Like probably what? What's today? Monday.
Yeah.
Well, I was told hopefully by Tuesday, but you know this whole thing with your bond and all that Henry County stuff kind of your state level stuff has to be taken care of.
You say it again?
Henry County stuff.
So I won't have to go to Henry County?
I ain't saying you're not going to Henry County. I said you got to take care of that.
So I got to go to Henry County first?
I believe so.
Well, why did you say my bond was paid? Now they saying I don't have a bond. I can't get my money back?
I don't know. I don't work for the courts. I told you when I talked to you the other day that I believe that bond was mistakenly given to you because a magistrate court judge cannot grant you a bond on the gang charge. You remember me saying that?
So I'm waiting on Henry County to come get me.
I don't know what you're waiting. I don't know what the process is now on who's going to move you first, but you have to take care of that state level stuff first, which will be Henry County.
Oh, I have a federal charge on me?
I believe so. I believe so for that gun.
When did they pay them?
Hey, what now?
I said, when did it come?
When did what come?
When they put their charge on me?
Which charge? The federal charge?
Yeah.
I believe it was Friday. I just found out yesterday.
It ain't nothing I can do. I can't do that.
I mean,
Thing I can do.
There's a process with everything. Like, I'm not going to sit here and promise you, like, you're going to get out of jail next week or in 2 weeks. All that. Like I told you, you get.
So my brother,
like I said. Do your brother know what?
That federal put the feds put charge on me.
I'm not talking to nobody about your case, but to you and who you got on the phone. That's up to y'all. Like we don't do that.
I'm saying, so is they trying to work with me though? Is they gonna try to work something out?
I can't say what they're gonna do. Like I said, everything that you told us, we want to speak with you again. All of that will be taken into consideration. That's what she told what the ATF agent when we first came in, lady.
Yeah.
That's what we did in the beginning. A lot of what you say will kind of determine your future. That's why you need to.
So if I prove it, then y'all let me have it right.
Are you hearing anything that I'm saying? Because I feel like I'm talking in circles.
Nah, I hear you, but it's confusing.
If you provide us with some things that we can verify, it's not up to us to let you out of jail. That's totally up to the DA's office, all that stuff on what they want to do with you. They do take into consideration if you helped or not. And so,
So I still got state charge and the federal charge.
Yeah, you have the state charge from the Dunbar Center, and then that federal charge is from the gun that was at your house, where they shot the house.
Oh, I have a charge for the Fed put a charge on me for the gun that was at the house.
I believe it was both of them. Dennis, it was both of them, both guns. Yeah, it was for both guns. Felon in possession of a firearm on the federal level for both guns. The one at Dunbar Center and the one that was found in the house.
I don't even know nothing about the one that was at the house.
Okay, well, I guess it's Deshaun's then.
I ain't saying it's horn, but I'm just saying. Okay.
What you saying?
It's y'all, so y'all gonna be able to come back and talk to me.
We gonna come back and talk to you, but we trying to look into some other things and stuff that you said. So, like I said, we want to try to get over there this week, but I'm not giving you 100% promise like it's gonna happen like Tuesday or Wednesday. Like I'm not saying that because we do have other shit going on.
So y'all still gonna move me right?
Am I talking? Boy, I just said that.
Okay.
I just said you have a hole. You're gonna get moved, but I can't guarantee you that it's gonna happen like today or tomorrow. It's gonna happen soon, as soon as possible. Have you had any problems up there?
Yeah.
Who?
Man, fruit people.
Okay, what? Tell me what happened.
I don't know their name.
I said, tell me what happened.
Oh man, it's just niggas just like they gonna get me and stuff like that.
Well, the dudes in the medical unit?
When I came back from cause they came and got me, like APD wanted to talk to me, but I guess they never came, so when they bumped back up, it was a true guy right there.
APD wants to come and talk to you when?
The other day, they called me down and said.
Well, I mean, who was supposed to come talk to you?
They said APD, and they say nothing else. I stayed in the whole tent for like 3 hours, and they bumped back up here.
Okay, like I don't know who was coming to speak with you, but yeah, I don't know who was supposed to come down and talk to you, but we working on it. You just have to give us some time. Like we working on it. Don't happen overnight. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, I know. I just trying to, cause right here, I know what I was saying. Like, what they got me right here, they got me locked down too much, too long. That's why.
You worry about the whole thing. Like you need to be away from people. If you just said some dudes just said they go get you, but now you're complaining that you locked that most of the day.
I think we want to come out and talk to this son on the phone. They be having me locked down. I can't get out and talk to her on the phone.
Bruh, that's what jail is. You can't control what you want to do in jail. It don't work like that.
Okay.
It don't. We can't make up their rules at Fulton County. That's what they do.
All right. So you saying that you don't know when they're gonna come get me? I got to handle the stuff with Henry County first, right?
Correct. We've been on the phone. We've been trying to find out what's going on. They said you have to handle this Henry County stuff first. So we're trying to get it done. We're trying to figure out what's going on in the time frame. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you're gonna call me back again probably tomorrow, and hopefully I have an answer for you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Hey. Hey, Sean.
Wait.
I know, man. This shit just messing me up, man. Hello.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about it, bro.
Don't tell nobody wait. Why did you keep saying it?
Because, bro, fear.
Yeah, I know that. I've been through that.
You been through it.
Yeah, I told you that man already told me.
I didn't even know that. Then they come out. It's my gun that was at your house, bro. I ain't know nothing about no gun being at your house. She just on shame. I don't know what the hell going on.
Where you better find out something, because I ain't going to jail and all that, losing my apartment.
Nah, bro. Man, come on, bro. I never let nobody do that to you, bro.
All right.
Bro, listen to me, bro. Yeah, I know you're not.
This shit getting on my nerves.
What you want me to start calling you then?
Just the whole situation getting on my nerves.
I'm saying, so you want me to start calling you?
I must say stop calling me.
Nah, you see my like getting on your nerve. I need your help, bro. Like,
cause it is like you.
All right, I won't call no more, bro. Like, I mean,
I must say stop calling me.
You saying this shit getting on your nerve and all this, like.
Yeah, about the whole situation, about what you got going on. Like the shit you do just be stupid.
Listen, I ain't did, man. You know I have. It just listen to me. Just listen to me. Like I told you from the beginning, bro. I just fuck what it take, bro. You know what I mean? I don't care what I had to do. Them folks give me a chance to be there with you and the baby. I'm gonna take that chance to be there with you.
What chance they give you though? Cause you telling them shit and then somebody's up to behave. So what chance they give you?
Listen, she said once they find out that I ain't lying, no telling the truth, then they gonna help. They the police. They don't have to help.
This is the part they want.
You feel what I'm saying?
Hylton questions.
Man, you are this you. Whatever you got going on.
I'm saying, so you, what you want me to do? Just go ahead, go down for something? I ain't hell no.
Who said it go down for something, but
This
little folks not even fucking helping you.
That's what I'm telling you. Don't let nobody find out. Like, if anybody asks about me, they'll be like, I got a hold of Henry County. You hear what I'm saying? You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody asks anything, I'm waiting on Henry County. Don't tell nobody, man. Go there.
Yeah.
Like you said, bro, if I set them up or whatever, bro, they gonna let me go. So that's all I gotta do. So just keep it between me and you.
Yeah, you can't even get out, too, though. These folks putting holes on you from everywhere. And you keep, somehow all you gotta do is get out. You ain't getting out. They keep doing everything so you can stay in jail.
They gonna let me out. They gonna let me out your state self. They just gotta, what they doing now, they make sure I ain't lying. They make sure I'm telling them the truth about what's going on. So when they see that, they gonna film. But look, this what I need you to do. I need you to call that money and try to get that money back and get that money back and put some money on the to the baby card, man. I mean, make sure you put some on the phone. Just hold the money until I can't tell you what to do with it, okay?
You have 1 minute left.
You heard me?
Yeah.
How much money you put on the phone?
$20, and my daddy gonna give me some money for a party too.
Who is?
My dad.
Alright, I love you, bro, okay?
Yeah, I love you too.
But I'm gonna call you back about in a minute. I'm just trying to goddamn calm down.
You can call somebody else.
My mom, how? I ain't got no minutes on the phone.
All right.
I'm gonna call you right back though, bro. I promise I am, bro. I gotta go, man. I gotta go in the room and just thank myself, man. Like, I can't believe you got me in that much trouble. I love you, okay?
Yeah, I love you too.
Just calm down, man. Everything gonna work out. I ain't did nothing to nobody. I mean, I just gotta do what I gotta do to get out.
All right.
I'm gonna call you back, Jan. So long. Keep it on.
Yeah.
The call.
I feel like we heard him in real time figure out how to convince or try to convince the girl not to say anything that would get him caught up. How to lie to her.
Again, when you told Deshaun, they have to make sure that I'm not lying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Careful how you ask this, Hylton, because they called out a mistrial the last time.
Correct?
Right.
And the day that you were talking about was the police, correct?
Right.
All right. And these two calls with Gaither, these calls were after the call that you made with Max and Thug on the phone. You shrugged your shoulders. Is that you saying you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know when.
Okay. And the call with Max, did you hear when she said we killed Nut?
She didn't say we killed Nut.
Okay.
She said they saying it.
Is the
That's
we
what the chat heard.
YSL?
No.
Who is the we?
SO.
I'm asking you.
I ain't telling, I don't know.
Now, Mr. Copeland, you've heard Detective Gaither in the interview say that we had to verify what you were telling them. Did you hear Detective Gaither say that in the interview multiple times?
Mm-hmm.
You shook that, yes?
Yes.
And did you also hear her say that on this second jail call that she had to verify what you told her?
I guess.
All right. Now, I guess, yes, no, did you hear it?
If you heard it, then shit, I don't know.
I'm asking you, did you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the June 10th interview, did you hear when you told the detectives that Thug rented the vehicle from the Atlanta airport?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 332Y. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 332Y, do you see on here where it says Hertz rental record?
I can't read.
Okay, so you can't see anything on that page?
I can't read.
Okay. Do you see the name Jeffrey Williams?
Point it out for me.
Okay. If you turn to the back, do you see where it says Jeffrey Williams?
I can't read.
His name spelled differently.
Do you know your numbers?
Yeah, I know my numbers.
Okay, do you see where it says 2014 next to vehicle?
You say what about?
Do you see where it says 2014?
Like the year?
Yes.
I see 2014, but it's with some more numbers. I mean, some letters.
Okay. What's the letters?
What you mean?
You said you see 2014 with some other letters. What are the letters?
CORV.
Okay. And then what's the letters next to that?
2014.
No, what are the letters? So after CORV, what's the next letter?
After what?
After the V, what is the next letter?
Is
Okay.
TINGRAY.
All right. And we can scroll down. And we can stop. I'm going to start reading where it says rental location. You see where it says rental location?
No, show me.
Do you see right here? Fourth line, where it says RENTAL. Do you see those letters?
REF.
REN.
RE. Yeah.
TAL.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you see the other word that starts with the letter L?
It said 1, 2. I see it right there, right
Okay.
there, right there.
All right. Do you see where it says L? You see the letter L?
L?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And does that say LOCATION? Do you know that to say location?
I guess.
All right. And do you see Atlanta? You know how to spell Atlanta?
I see it right there.
All right. Hartsfield International.
If that's what it say.
Okay. Do you know that to be the Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson International Airport?
Yes, I know where the airport is.
And is that where you told police that Mr. Williams rented first a Corvette? Do you recall hearing that in the interview?
I guess.
I guess you heard it?
Yes.
All right. And do you see that same rental word? Do you see time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that reads January 2nd, 2015? You're shaking your head?
Yes.
All right. And does it say at 9:08 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go down two more where it says return time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does that say January 9th, 2015?
Turn time was
At
after drill
9:13 p.m.
time.
That what it say?
Okay. Now, in the interview, did you recall hearing yourself tell the detective that initially he rented a Corvette?
Yes.
All right. And that he initially rented the Corvette from the airport?
Yes.
And that he actually had to return that Corvette earlier, and then he got the Infiniti. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 334Y. We're going to start at the top. Does that spell Hertz?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard of Hertz rental car?
Yes.
All right. Now, underneath that, do you see the letters Jeffrey
Yes.
and Williams?
Yes.
That's Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
All right. Next to that, do you see the letters Vehicle?
Yes.
Sorry, slow down. Sorry. Next to that, do you see the numbers 2014
Yes.
Q50?
Yes.
If you can scroll down to the bottom. On the bottom, do you see the words, again, rental location
Yes.
and Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport?
Yes.
Right. Do you see the rental time 1/7/2015?
Yes.
And the time is 8:34 p.m.
Yes.
And then do you see the return time supposed to be 1/12/15
Yes.
at 8:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in the same interview on June 10th, tell the police that you went with Thug to the airport when he got the Q50 or the Infiniti?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that January 7th, 2015 is before January 9th, 2015?
Huh?
Would you agree that January 7th, 2015 is before January 9th, 2015?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Now, in the interview, do you also remember telling the detectives that Thug was in the Infiniti and the cars were at the gas station?
Here we go.
When the police questioned me back in whatever time they questioned me, they locked me up. And forget what I said in the interviews. I made it up. And when I say I made it up, I'm not saying I made everything up. What I'm saying is I took from what I know personally and put it with other stuff. And what I'm telling you is, I'm not about to say nothing to tell on myself. Like I told you in the back, I was going through a phase in my life. The police kept locking me up. I was trying to be there for my baby mama and my child. And I was going through a dark phase in my life. I have sat right here and told you over and over and over. I'm telling you again today. I'm going to tell you every time you keep asking me a question, because if you want the truth, I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, so my question to you.
And I'm not done talking because you keep asking me and I keep telling you I made these things up. You're trying to make it seem like I was telling the truth about what I said, and I'm telling you I wasn't. And you're sitting right here, keep asking me. I'm tired of it.
Look at love.
You keep going back to interviews I told police. You're playing the calls. Each one contradict each other. If I was working with the police and I was scared as I pretend to be, I would have been in protective custody. I'm in the streets every day. All the people I'm afraid of is y'all. Y'all sitting right here, locking me up, knowing I'm lying, trying to make me do what y'all want me to do. I'm tired of it. Y'all can leave me alone at this point. Y'all bringing me here every day. I don't get no sleep. Every time I gotta go to court, I stay up all night. My brain is in overdrive. Like, y'all doing too much, bro. Like, come on now, y'all gonna do the law, do it the right way. Leave me alone. I made it up. I'm telling y'all, Lil D told me to say this. You hear the call, I'm mad at Lil D because he wouldn't say what I want him to say. So what?
Are you finished?
No, I'm just getting started.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. In the interview, did you hear when you told the detectives that Thug was in the Infiniti and the cars were at the gas station?
I tell you anything to get them off of me.
That's not my question. Did you hear when you said that in the interview?
Yes, I said it, but it's not the truth.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 292Y.
Love, like, looks like she wants to go to that podium and take over.
Do you see the video on the bottom that says camera 10?
I don't recall.
I'm asking you to look at what's on the screen.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, do you see it now?
I see somebody with a yellow and black jacket, somebody with a yellow on and somebody with black on and another person.
Okay. Is that a gas station?
Huh?
Is that a gas station?
Shit, look like it.
All right. Now I'm going to start playing this video at 18:41:56. And I'll pause right here. In the interview, did you recall telling the police that some people were in a Bonneville at the gas station?
You're not gonna get no confession out of me.
I'm not getting up. I'm asking you, did you hear when you told police that in the interview?
I had enough time to get the story together.
My question for you is, did you hear when you said that in the interview?
I had enough time to tell the police anything. With no disrespect to you, but Ms. Hylton, you are running my nerves through the roof. I keep telling you, leave me alone.
Yes or no, did you hear when you told the detectives in the interview that they had a Bonneville at the gas station?
Yes.
All right. You can keep playing, please.
Oh man, I definitely miss Kim.
Judge, I can use your restroom.
No, not right now.
What if he like pees right there?
Do you see
I
the
wish I
person
could see
walking?
Love's facial expressions too.
I see somebody walking.
And we're gonna pause and we're gonna go to camera 2. And we'll pause. Is that yet got it?
Yeah, blow it up. I can't see.
Keep going.
I can't say for 100% facts if this him.
Does that look like him?
I can't say for a fact if this him. It's blurry. It's right here. My face is blurry.
Keep playing.
Everybody in here can see the same thing I see.
Pause. Or we can go back. Looking at that view, does that look like Gat got it?
Yes.
All right. Now we're going to go to camera 10 at 19:16:17.
And thank you so much, Black Butterfly and to Tina for becoming members.
1916-12.
And guys, don't ask me to identify cars. That is not
Go back.
not going to be helpful.
Does that look like the Infiniti that you rented with Doug at the airport on January 7th?
I can't see. Gotta blow it up.
Is that blown up enough or we need to zoom in more?
No, they don't look like they look like an Impala.
That looks like an Impala to you. All right. Now,
Wondering why
we'll
they
keep
it's like
playing.
out of order. Talking about these checks over
We'll
here.
keep playing. Do you see that same individual with the black coat walking to their car?
I see somebody right there, but I can't really see who it is.
All right. We're gonna go back to camera 10. Start at 19, 16, 17.
Can you blow it up?
Yes.
Moses Dupree, did Woody allow questioning by the defense about the ex parte meeting by mentioning the meeting in the back? I'd say this several times that he's mentioned what y'all did to me, putting me in jail. That is relevant enough.
By the car?
We'll go back for you.
But they should have the right to question him about any agreements. Did you meet with
You see the
prosecutors?
individual with the black coat.
So I don't think they
Giving
need
out
they
the
don't
dots.
need the door open.
Yeah, I just seen it.
All right. And do you see him walking towards the gray vehicle?
Trying to stand in the driver's side?
Want to go back again? We're going to pause right here. Keep playing. Pause. Do you see the person getting out of the driver's side door by the car closest to the pump?
Yes.
All right. And now we're going to keep playing. I want you to watch that individual. And we're going to pause. And we're going to go back to camera 11. And go back. So when he's walking. Do you see that same image that was just in that black coat walk towards this gray vehicle?
Hey, I supposed to know they're the same person.
They can't ask about
Now
Judge
we're gonna keep on
Glanville's
playing.
role in the meeting.
Starting at 1916.
But I do think some of the stuff Woody said is opening the door for more questioning about coercion. Wait, Albert's Revenge says Woody identifies as unliterate. Not exactly illiterate, but illiterate on demand.
Do you see the
And
gray
Fletch,
vehicle pull off?
nobody wants to sit through and read that whole rental agreement. Don't make us do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Now, in the interview, you also talked about Nard and Little D from Mechanicsville getting out of the Dodge Nitro and getting into your car. Do you recall hearing that on the interview?
I recall telling you that I lied.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 23CC. Is this the picture of Nard that they showed you in the interview room?
I don't remember what picture they showed me. I can't recall what picture they showed me.
Is this the Nard that you were talking about getting into your car?
I lied when I said no, I got in my car.
Is this Nard? Is this the Nard you were relying on?
I know him. I know his name to be Nord.
Now, you also talked about them getting out of a Dodge Nitro. Do you remember hearing yourself say that in the interview?
I probably did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted, State's Exhibit 22CC. Looking at 22CC, do you see the white vehicle to the top left-hand side of the screen?
At the gas station?
At the gas station.
Yeah, I see it.
Is that the Dodge Nitro that belongs, does that look like the Dodge Nitro that OG Bentley owned?
Shit, I don't.
Does it look like the Dodge Nitro that Demikian and Nar got out of on June 10, 2015?
I can't tell this. I can't tell what kind of car that is.
This video is from April 12th, 2015.
Now I'm gonna
I know it's
show you
blocked.
what's already been admitted, State's Exhibit 10CC. Is that OG Bentley?
I don't know him.
Okay. Is that not the same person as you said got rid of all the guns in the car on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder?
I'm good at lying. Very good at it.
All right. Do you know if OG Bentley back in 2015 lived off of Oak Drive?
I don't know him.
All right. Thank you. Now, Mr. Copeland, after you were arrested in June of 2015, you went to the feds for 5 years, correct?
Correct.
And after that, when you were released from the feds, you came back to Atlanta, correct?
Right.
Now, in October of 2021, you were arrested on traffic violations and possession of a gun, correct?
There's some charges y'all put on me.
Okay. So you were arrested?
Y'all put them on me?
Okay, so yes, you were arrested?
Yes.
All right. And after you were arrested, you were brought to the Atlanta Police Department headquarters?
Right.
Okay. And at the headquarters, you were placed in the interview room?
Right.
And during that interview, did you speak with Investigator Viverito?
Right.
And at other times, did you speak with an Investigator Flores and an Investigator Kettle?
Right.
All right.
Yeah, why don't we actually take a restroom break?
Restroom break and a bench conference, I guess we're getting. So I think it's a little bit weird that they showed the videos back to back like that. Because some of those, you know, we're comparing different time spans. And if it's unclear to me what the state is trying to establish with that, I don't know. I feel like this is why they should have stopped in between those long videos and asked him questions intermittently to keep it all together. But, you know, Woody ran right out of there. We have a bunch of people asking about Cross. I mean, it's possible we won't get to Cross today, you guys. I don't know.
And then are you gonna want me again, potentially? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, it looks like they're doing the rest break first because they just shut off the mics. Positive Q, thanks for the super chat, says, Steel is last. We saved the best for last. That's who will make this a mistrial with prejudice. The cross will do it between me, you, and the phone. I think it's interesting because we also have the opposite perspective. Steele will go first. That way, if there's certain questions that he wants to be the ringleader and ask, I shouldn't say ringleader because I'll like indict him on a RICO or something. You know, you don't want to get asked and answered objections when it's your turn to ask. But at the same time, if they're coordinating the co-counsel and the co-defendants, if they're coordinating, hey, this is what we plan to ask, when and why, they might be able to tell each other, all right, well, I'm going to leave this question to you. You do that. So who knows? But it would be a problem if he wants to ask a question another attorney's already asked.
Guess we'll be taking a recess, and then after the recess, you can, if you need to put anything on the record, put it on the record, since half the people are gone from the courtroom at this point anyway.
Oh, she does not sound happy. I was confused too. People started leaving the room. But, you know, sorry, Judge Whitaker. People don't listen. They want to take their pee breaks. Chloe Albert's Revenge says all of their exhibits, evidence, testimony, photos, law degrees, birth certificates should be labeled like that number 252YWHY with a question mark. That would be hilarious. It reminds me of the jokes of DIY, but instead of the letter Y, it's like, why would you do this yourself? Why would you make this thing? That would be such a good idea. I appreciate you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. And I had seen someone mentioned, speaking of the Karen Reed trial, that the O'Keefes are suing Karen Reed. So that'll be interesting. Like, maybe not a smart move to do while it's possible she's going to be retried. But we'll see. Open yourself up to possible discovery that wasn't actually looked into during the first trial. Garrett S. says, sports analogy. This case is like a team, the defense, winning big, up 3 touchdowns at half, but has 2 hometown refs and versus a team that cheats. So at this point, just win, baby. I think a lot of people do feel like that. I would never underestimate, you guys, though, the human inclination when you're sitting somewhere and you hear bad things happen to want to try to find justice for somebody. And the state is trying to make sure that evidence that could make someone fail to sympathize with the victims, Donovan Thomas, they're trying to make sure anything that could take away that type of sympathy stays out. So it might seem like that as we're watching it out here, but you really never know. You can't predict a jury. And there are still some people, I see in the chat, people that think that we could get a guilty across the board for all charges and all co-defendants. So I'm thinking this is defense's case to win on some of the major charges. I'm not too optimistic about little things and things for certain defendants just getting gone, just getting full acquittals across the board for. What do you guys think? Do you think it's kind of like a split? Mostly acquitted, mostly guilty, completely one way or the other? Maybe we don't even get there. It's a lot. It's a big, complicated case. Even if it's not put together in an organized and well-fashioned manner. Because that I'll agree, 100,000%. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Fulton County's going to get you or the marshals get you. If not, the rhythm is going to get you. No matter what you are, you're got. Oh my gosh. Honestly, Gaither did play him there. I do not think that Gaither was being truthful when she said she didn't know about the federal charge a day earlier. Like, come on. That's BS. So Gaither withheld that to make it seem like, go get your bond paid. Maybe we can see who's paying your bond. Get you on this call, ask you questions. And then when you tell us who paid your bond, we don't really like your answer. So we want you to be like, are you sure that's who did it? How much money did they put in? Really, I don't know. Interesting strategy from Gaither might be the best way I can put that. But yeah, they had him roped up. And to me, those calls showed that Woody, once he found out that the feds were holding him, he started saying, what can I do? How can you help me? Is there anything you can do to help me, Gaither? But the state, I think they're leaning on the words he was saying to Deshaun that I didn't do this. They're trying to get me for something I didn't do. Blah, 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 blah. That's the part that I think would help the state the most if the jury takes it at face value. And then, yeah, Cutthroat Radio Podcast. I'm good at lying is the new one, Kat. He's had a lot of practice. Had a lot of practice. So, well, let's see. I wanted to make sure before I get too far in the chat, a consensus here on, what do we think? We got some all not guilties. I think it's split. All not guilty. Split. Not guilty. Depends on if the state causes a mistrial with prejudice. Yeah, if guilty, I just prefer it to be done lawfully, not by corruption. Jan says, I feel like it'll be mixed. And then the commonly uncommon one says, not guilty on RICO, but Shannon Stillwell's in trouble. And then Ty says, so much evidence, mostly guilty. Pink Adjuster says, I don't see them being able to convict because they don't know what's what. You mean like the jury keeping track of what date are we talking about? What person are we talking about? What government name versus nickname is this person? Yeah, I think the state is really not doing a good job on being clear and concise. Watching Michael Sprinkle earlier, I think his delivery, he was very good with his recall with names. And maybe that was because it was back in 2022. Maybe it was just fresher and newer on his mind. But having someone that with each question, back on April 12th, 2015, referring back to this video from April 12th, 2015, you keep saying these things, keep the T's crossed and the I's dotted. And Hylton doesn't do a good job of keeping that context at the forefront. So I do think it is pretty difficult to follow. And we're out here, we have the chat as an assist, and the jury doesn't have that. We've got guilty, we've got not guilty, split, not guilty by reason of the state's insanity. Sheila's Fantasy says nearly all not guilty. Hung. Viral says, I'm just not sure. Guilty, not guilty. And this is the thing, you guys. I mean, this is the exact way that the chat is going. That's how unpredictable it can be. Split. Hung. Not guilty. Yeah, and Shannon's toast, so split. Split, not guilty. Mistrial. Do you mean mistrial because of a hung jury? Muted. So if they go into the deliberations, if they're all on the same page and don't even want to relook at any evidence, it's still going to take them a long time because that's going to be a lot of paperwork that they have to go through and make sure they're filling out correctly. So that alone, like the deliberations are going to be long, just the administrative aspect of it. Then you take into consideration, well, maybe they want to ask to see certain things again. Like, I don't even want to think about how long that jury deliberation could take, even if they're a jury that's pretty much on the same page and doesn't even need to check that much. It's still going to take a while. Oh, man. And then Miss Kate saying, what is impeachment? So when we're talking about impeachment, that deals with, you have a witness on the stand. there's an issue with that witness's credibility, and there could be different grounds or ways to impeach a witness or try to impugn that witness's credibility. So in this case, I think we hear impeachment by contradiction and impeachment by prior inconsistent statement. And pretty much what we've seen with all of Woody is, we're playing these videos over and over to impugn the credibility of Kenneth Copeland currently on the stand. So what he's doing on the stand, we are trying to impeach his credibility here in present tense with these other things that we're aware of. So we're bringing in past statements that he made. We're bringing in things that contradict each other. But it's really just meant to attack the credibility of the person on the stand. And the state's in an interesting position because it's their witness. They've called Woody as a witness. They asked to treat him as a hostile witness when he got back on the stand 2 weeks ago. And they're trying to play this tug of war to get the jury to look at one point in time, one phrase of his life, as being when he may have been credible. And the defense, strategically, they're going to want the opposite to be true. We want the Woody that's on the stand right now to be credible, at least when he's saying he lied back then. So Kenneth Copeland's probably an interesting example, maybe not the best to use for impeachment, but, someone, let's say this was just Yak Gotti's trial, and someone was like, hey, were you at the gas station at this day and time? And he's like, no. And then they want to show the video where he's walking into the gas station. Or maybe he made a police statement when he signed a police statement. He previously told the police, oh, I was walking into the gas station at this time. Well, they go, well, do you recognize this report? All right, cool. You recognize it? Your Honor, can we admit this in front of the jury? Okay, cool. On this report, do you see where, and then they ask him where he said previously on a sworn statement that he walked into the same gas station, that now he's on the stand trying to say, I didn't go to that gas station. So it's all about the credibility of the person in real time on the stand. And then Ike says, that's just it. No one is reminded of who the victims are. Jury has been asked to forget more than they can remember. Yeah, and that's true. They're being asked left and right, even today. Forget something you just heard. Don't consider that thing that you just heard. State is wrapped up into minutia. And I don't know. You would think there would have been a strategy call by now where someone says, tighten up the details. But it seems like they're going in the other direction. And I just think it's really unclear. You see, I think the chat is a good consensus. If we can't follow it and we have aides, we can look at Thugger Daly's Twitter. We can look at a replay. We can look at what everyone else in the chat is saying. There's a lot, people like Jay in the chat clear up a lot of things that people miss. We have questions, chat comes through, answers them. The jury doesn't have that. They don't have that. It's the state. The state has to do a better job at putting the picture together. And I don't know, maybe they really just wanted to rely on that Operation Planter's PowerPoint to paint the picture for them. And now they can't bring that in. So, thank you, Ike. Peter Ortiz, thanks so much, says, by the time this trial is over, the defendants will be released on time served. At least for the people facing what would be smaller charges. But what is the sentencing for count one if they were all found guilty? $5 to 20 years. Well, I guess they'd be close to 5 years time served, maybe by the end of this too. So at the low end of that, even with the RICO charge sticking, 5, they could get time served for that too if they lean towards the minimum, 5 years. And that's crazy to think about. Some of these bond hearings were 2 years ago already. And we still have 100 witnesses to go in the state's case in chief. Thank you so much, Peter. And right in line here, Be Frank About It says, if this is the longest case in Georgia history, would that make Woody the longest witness on stand in Georgia history? You know, I wouldn't know without saying if we only count the days where he's actually sitting in the seat, but I'd imagine. Well, that's not true, because I think there's been, I don't know about criminal cases, but I think there's been some estate cases where the trial was paused. I think one of the cases cited in the state's response to one of the motions, I think it was Bruce Harvey's motion, they cited some case where it was like an estate case and it went on and on and on, and they had to substitute they had to pause because someone got sick for like months and months at a time. So if they had a witness sworn in while they had to take that break, and you count all of that time where they're not actually having court days, you know, a case like that could technically be one where a sworn in witness was on the stand or sworn in for a very long time. So I don't know if we've actually crossed this line yet with Woody. I don't know. But if we count the time that we were off for 2 months as part of his time being a sworn witness, I mean, he's been like a witness for 3 months now, so that's a long time. That is a very long time. Thank you so much for the super chat. Garrett S says, the big one is the RICO. Yeah, okay, thanks. Perfect. 5 to 20. Other acts are BS, and that's the strategy. And that's what will be interesting is, you know, if some of the individuals have been charged with things that aren't part of this indictment. So when you're speaking of sentencing, there's not going to be the, you know, they have no record, Your Honor, go for the minimum. But for any of the co-indictees that might get stuck with a RICO charge when the jury comes back, and they don't have much prior history, and they lean towards this 5, could the sentencing lean towards the 5 instead of the 20? Interesting. I mean, if we get there, the sentencing hearings are going to be crazy too. All the arguments, mitigating factors, like all of this. We've got 6 co-defendants here. Usually sentencing hearings are like a day, and most of it's taken up by victim impact statements. But sentencing hearings for a trial like this could take weeks. Like, oh, it's a lot. One big RICO. Dublin Mug says, isn't it just what the jury believes? Woody now versus Woody then, and where is the other evidence? And I think that's what the state is really stuck with. If they can't make sense of the presentation of times, dates, faces, names, double names when someone's using a moniker, then they're stuck with their impressions of different witnesses, whether they think someone was credible or not. Closing statements could be really impactful in this trial, even though they're not technically evidence. If the jury hasn't been able to make sense of individual details, if there's an attorney on the state side or an attorney on the defense side that really puts the picture together, whoever makes their closing argument line all the details up in a way that resonates with at least one juror, that could be extremely impactful. Just because they've got a year and a half worth of trial proceeding that they don't remember, that they never really could make sense of fully to start with. So I think this case, because of the nature of it, the impression of someone live on the stand is maybe more important than usual. But yeah, and I think, I don't like to compare cases, but I think a lot of the stuff with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, you know, people were like, well, where's the evidence? Well, it's going to be the testimony that is making me make up my mind.
Bring to the court's attention.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's up?
I make this bigger.
I had the opportunity to have a conversation with.
And thank you so much, Dublin Mug.
Just right at the break.
Right.
We did agree that they're not going to go into certain parts of the interview from October 27, 2021 with Mr. Kenneth Copeland. However, I do believe that they are intending to ask Mr. Copeland on the witness stand about some alleged plot to murder Shell Kell, if you would. And And I believe that there's going to be some line of questioning that's going to be directed to Mr. Huey or concerning Mr. Huey.
Okay.
And I'm concerned, Your Honor, that that particular line of question, first of all, it's not in any overt act that's been listed in the indictment. It's not a count in the indictment. It's not been listed in any type of intrinsic act that they're trying to get into. So I'm going to ask the court to weigh in on this one with respect to it being a 403 issue for the court to consider. It's going to be hard for us to even if I cross-examine him and say, hey, you know anything about this? I told you I lie. I told you I lie. But it's been said, and there's no way for me to be able to cross him on that other than just to ask him about it. The jury will have already heard that information come out, and there's just no foundation for me to be able to delve into this particular witness if they ask him, well, did you try to talk Mr. Huey out of this or out of that particular act? So, Your Honor, I believe based upon that information that the state is telling me that they may get into, I don't believe that there's no real foundation to get into it because I can't do anything with that particular questioning other than ask this witness who we've already seen, doesn't recall, doesn't remember, so forth and so on.
So, Ms. Hylton, what is it that you would potentially be eliciting from Mr. Copeland?
So let me give some context. So in October of 2021, specifically October 27th, 2021, Mr. Copeland was arrested on traffic violations and a gun charge. When he, after being arrested, he was brought to the Atlanta Police Department headquarters and Mirandized and interviewed. In the course of that interview, he was trying to get out of jail. So he told the police he had information for them that would be helpful to them. He proceeds to tell them about a potential plot that was going to happen that evening to kill Shell Cal at a club called Diamonds. I think it might be called Diamonds of Atlanta or Diamonds, which is off of Northside Drive. He tells the police that he did not want to go into full details about what he knew because he was concerned that the police would not help him out because he reverts back to 2015, advising that he had given information in 2015 and the police did not help him. So he was willing to call the people who might be involved in this potential plot to kill Shell Cal on FaceTime and let those individuals kind of talk about the plot in front of the police. The individuals that he was going to call, eventually he ended up saying it was going to be Quay, and we believe that to be Marquavius Huey, and someone that he said was 44 Savage, who was the Levante Fleetwood. He talked about what he could do. You could set me up in a room, I'll call him on FaceTime. And then he proceeded to let the police know that he's advised Quay on several occasions that he shouldn't do things for Thug, that Thug wasn't going to help him out, and that this wasn't, this is not something he should do. Eventually, nothing happened. Nothing happened to Shell Cal in that evening, but.
And was there a FaceTime call in the midst of this interview?
No, they did not do the FaceTime call during the midst of the interview.
And so what's the point of eliciting all of this?
The point to elicit was that he was willing to give up information again about a plot that he was aware of. Again, this plot to have the rival person that we've been talking about for a number of months, Shell Cal, to be killed, which I think is relevant because, again,
do you have some other evidence that there was a plot that evening to kill Shell Cal?
I believe, and I'll have to confirm with Investigator Viverito, that there was some information that Shell Cal was having an event at that club.
Okay,
That's about it.
About as far as that goes. I think 403 is going to keep that out.
Okay. Can I go
Win for
into the fact
Careton.
that Mr. Copeland wanted to advise Quay, not necessarily about not doing this particular act, but the fact that he wants to advise Quay of not hanging with Thug, to not fall into his trap. He says that at some point Quay would be willing to do anything for Thug, and he's trying to advise him against that. Because I think that that is important, especially given his whole testimony here that he lied on Thug, he did all these things. I think it's important that he's advising another YSL member later on, years later, not to do what he's done or not to fall into the same trap that he's done. And then we do have evidence of Mr. Huey being willing to do anything for Thug. We have his text messages in which he's communicating with Thug saying,
All right, give me a minute.
Judge,
Mr.
just real
Matthews.
briefly, just on that same point that the court has just ruled on, I just want to add that during that interview, Your Honor, there was no first and last name of a Marquavius Huey. It was just a Quay. And then secondly, Your Honor, there was never any photographic process where Viverito says, hey, is this the Quay you're talking about here? So we can be clear what Quay, which Quay. So that's also in the interview. There's nothing to say that they're actually referring to Marquavius Huey.
in the interview, Your Honor, she does talk about Quay and where he is from. And he says Quay, he's known him for a long time. He's from Jonesboro South. And I think Investigator Viverito will be able to testify when she comes that the Quay that she was referencing was Marquavius Huey, and it wasn't Cormavius Nichols, it was Quay. And we have pictures and photographs of Marquavius Huey and Kenneth Copeland together. And then we also have incidents, they're not going to come in now, but in 2020 with Copeland and Marquavius Huey and Tanquarius Mender getting into conflict with some.
I assume you have some kind of evidence that Mr. Huey is from the Jonesboro area and that Mr. Nichols is not, such that when Detective Viverito says, you know, Quay from the Jonesboro area, that triggers to Mr. Copeland, oh yeah, Mr. Huey, not Mr. Nichols, or
there's no indication that Mr. Copeland knows Cormavius Nichols. I don't have any.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they're all co-conspirators together.
Correct. But Mr.
Don't hurt your own
Copeland was
argument.
in custody a good number of the time when Cormavius Nichols
All right,
comes
so
into
I
play.
think that'll be able to be cleared up. So yeah, it's, if you want to add, you know, elicit that Mr. Copeland, at least in this interview at some point, whether he did or not, says that he did advise Quay not to do things for Thug, that's fine.
Okay, and then Your Honor, as it relates to the other point, and I understand the court's ruling on the alleged plot, I will also say that Detective Viverito advised that they did send marked units up to the club to prevent anything from occurring.
Okay, anything which maybe was gonna happen and maybe nobody on earth had planned, so, okay. That's
Yeah,
great.
that's not
Thanks for
indicative
clarifying
that they
for the
thought
record,
someone
Mr.
was going to
Harvey.
commit gang activity at the
Then
club.
do
It could just
we
be
get
catching
any
people
instruction
driving
at
drunk.
this particular point, if it comes in, that it is not Mr. Nichols?
No, and if either of you want to ask, if any of y'all want to ask him, well, what Quay do you think we were talking about there? You can.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I don't know who it
Well,
was.
I mean, the state is affirmatively saying that it is not Mr. Nichols. So I don't think it's my obligation to get up and say, hey, it's not Mr. Nichols, with Mr. Copeland, who has got nothing to do with Mr. Nichols. If we all agree that it's not Mr. Nichols, then I think that should be expressed at this particular time.
State really know for sure.
If I get to that line of questioning, I don't even know if at this point, Mr. Copeland is going to, where we're going to go with this line of questioning, if he's going to respond. I do have a picture of him, Quay, Marquavius Huey, and Tanquarius Mender that I intend to introduce through him.
Okay,
that
well,
he
you can,
posted.
if you can say, hey, when you and the detective were talking about Quay, is this the Quay you meant? I have no idea what he's gonna say.
I don't
but-
recall.
Correct. I mean, so.
Okay.
All right, yes, sir.
Your Honor, the volley that just occurred, that is commenting on Mr. Williams' future dangerousness. It is
It's-
asking Mr.
It's
Copeland.
not going to come in.
Okay, the question, I misunderstood. I thought you said that Mr. Copeland could be asked that he gave advice to Mr. Huey to stay away from Mr. Williams, that don't commit crimes for Mr. Williams.
Don't commit crimes for Mr. Williams. I did not understand that to be what he had said, but thanks for the clarification. Let's make sure. When you're talking about that part of the interview, what exactly is being said?
So in the interview, Your Honor, I have Mr. Copeland telling the detectives, I mean, I ain't got no reason to lie. You know what I mean? I told Quay time after time, hey man, stop being stupid. I mean, like, you tripping and you dumb as hell, bro. I tell him time after time, after time, after time. We
Cindy
had a
Lauper?
conversation last night. I mean, he is referencing doing things for a thug. Like that's kind of what the gist of why he's telling Quay, don't be stupid, don't do these things for, I can't say specifically, and this is the part that you ruled out, Your Honor, is that
What we don't need to talk
Copeland-
about the part where I ruled out. I'm
Right, so-
talking about the parts that might still be in that you just referenced for me. Do you want to, do I have a copy of this transcript so that I can look at it? I don't think so, but do you want to hand it up to me and say, I'm planning to elicit or potentially elicit pages, you know, whatever it is, 250 through 260, or I'll take a quick look? Or Mr. Nichols is, sorry, Mr. Steele, is that part in? I'm kind of working from a deficit here since I don't have the statement in front of me. But y'all all do, so.
Your Honor, this is yeah, may I approach?
You may.
Oh, Mike.
Of the October 2021 interview.
All right, where am I supposed to be looking?
So on page 112. Starting at line 8, it says,
You don't have to read it to me. I have it in front of me now.
but some of it's unintelligible, so I was going to.
Oh,
Have Woody read it.
but it's not actually unintelligible. You know what it's going to say?
Yes.
Okay.
So starting at line 8, it says, but Quay, he tells me every single thing. And then Viverio said, and then everything else. Sure, I'm sorry. On page 112, line 8, it says, but Quay, he tells me every single thing. And then line 10 says, and then line 12 is Kenneth Copeland. Most of it you can read, Your Honor.
So are any of the unintelligibles don't commit crimes for thug or something to that effect or something really close to that? Or they just, man, stop doing stuff for him?
It's generally not to do stuff and not to be a gopher for thug.
All right, Mr. Steele, I mean, you've, I'm sure, listened to it. Do you believe there to be something that comes too dangerously close to what you would object to?
Yes, but I don't object to the gopher. If that's how it comes out through investigative Viverito, that's fine, but I don't believe that's the spirit of what they're talking about.
The specific thing that he was referencing was what you just kept out, which is it was Copeland's assertion that Thug wanted Quay and 44 Savage to kill Shell Cal. That part is out. Outside of that, what Copeland is telling Viverito is that he was advising Quay not to be stupid, not to do stuff for him, not to do those things for him. But the only specific thing that she referenced was Thug wanting Quay and 44 Savage to kill Shell Cal. And he also says at some point in the interview that Thug wants Shell Cal dead. I mean, along the lines of what you just said, I wasn't going to go into that, but this is what Copeland is saying, that Thug is not going to stop until Shell Cal is dead. I mean, those are things that he says, but given what you're just ruling, I wasn't going to ask him those specific things.
Okay, well, that wasn't my ruling, but here you go. So it does not sound like that's going to come out. Somebody hand us that. All right, we somewhat clear?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right, we ready to get Mr. Copeland back in and the jury out?
Well, let's watch how this goes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and Satchel, your prediction is becoming truer and truer. No cross today. Defense attorneys will want to caucus before crossing Woody. You know, I still keep saying Woody sometimes after all of this. Thank you so much for the super chat. Miss AB, good to see you. I think that they're throwing poop emoji to the wall and see what sticks. No strategy at all. No way. Complete, absolute mess. And we kind of just saw this. You'd said this a little bit ago, but it applied right here while Hylton seemed like she didn't want to, really say what the transcripts are going to say. Was hoping she could just question without interruption. And luckily, 3 different defense attorneys raised issue. Thank you so much, Miss AV. Mrs. R says, Kat, I'm worried about Woody. I pray for his safety. And I wonder, he's really out and about. And I've had my own curiosity about, I don't know, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be that brave. I don't know. I guess they're just waiting on the jury. And then right in hand, thanks, Miss Kim. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So that's the risk, right? And Zion42 had said, will they poll the jury after the prosecution wraps to see if the defense even needs to present? I don't believe so, but I do think that at least some of the defense attorneys will move for a directed verdict, and we'll have to hear those arguments. That'll be fun to listen to, but they're rarely ever granted.
Thank you. Go ahead.
But who knows? And then Sandy, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Super, super nice of you. Shout out to Sandy.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'll show you what's been marked as 378 YF1. Tell me, do you see yourself in that picture?
Yeah,
You also see Investigator Viverito in that picture.
yeah,
And do you see a date on that picture at the top?
yeah,
Is it October 27th, 2021?
yeah.
And do you recall that being the interview that you had after you were arrested in October 2021?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 378 YF1 into evidence.
Okay. Is that what you mean? Just the photograph?
For right now, just the
All right,
photograph.
that's admitted.
Now, in this interview, do you remember your interview or speaking with Investigator Viverito?
Yes.
All right. In that interview, did you talk to Investigator Viverito about information that you gave back in 2015?
I talked to her about a lot. I can't recall exactly.
Okay. Do you remember being concerned?
And hold on, just for context here, pretty much between those 2015 interviews and this time frame, he was locked up. Like,
Concerned about helping the police out in this interview because you didn't think the police helped you out back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true in this 2021 interview, you did not think that police helped you when you told them about everything that happened with Nutt's murder?
Well, I knew they weren't gonna help me out, because they knew I was lying. They just were going along with me, you know what I mean, thinking I was gonna fall for it.
Isn't it true that you believed in this interview that after you told police about Nutt's murder, you were tortured?
You know, I ain't never been tortured.
Okay, isn't that what you told Detective Viverito in this October 2021 interview?
You watch my interviews, you're gonna see I'm always playing like I'm the victim. I'm always talking about what people did to me. I'm never talking about what I did back to people.
Okay. I'm asking you, did you tell Investigator Viverito in this October 21 interview that you felt as though you were tortured because, did you tell Investigator Viverito that you felt that you were tortured because you talked about Donovan Thomas's murder?
I probably told her that I was, like I told you, they got me again, handcuffs on my wrist. It's time for me to work my magic.
Did you also in this interview felt as though back in 2015, you told them everything that you knew about Donovan Thomas, but no one helped you out?
If I had any truth to speak about 2015, we wouldn't be doing this today.
Okay. Isn't it true that in this October 2021 interview, you told Investigator Viverito, I gave y'all the information, and what did that do for me? Nothing, nothing, man.
Yeah, I said it.
Now, back in 2021, did you still believe that Thug was concerned that you were talking to the police?
I never had no belief about Thug being concerned about me talking to the police. It's just something I told the police. If I made the police believe that me and Thug was at it, they're more likely to think that, okay, they went for exactly what I wanted them to go for.
Isn't it true that you thought that Thug wanted you dead in 2021 because you were talking to the police?
No. If I feel like somebody wanted me dead, I'd be on them.
Isn't it true that Investigator Viverito in this 2021 interview asked, he wants you dead. Your response is, yo, you didn't know that. And she says that, why would he want you? And your response was, she said, why would he want you dead? And your response is, because of this, because sitting here talking to y'all.
Well, I'm not even gonna do it to you. I'd tell the police anything.
Now, with Investigator Viverito, that wasn't your first time meeting Investigator Viverito, correct?
No, it was.
Okay, she was your probation officer, correct?
Nah, she wasn't my probation officer.
How long had you known Investigator Viverito in this interview?
From when she was a probation officer.
From when she was a probation
Yeah.
officer? And at any point in time, was she your probation officer?
Can you say it again?
At any point in time, was she ever your probation officer?
Shit, you might well say it. She always after me.
Okay. And about how long in this interview had you known Investigator Viverito? In October of 2021, about how long had you known her?
I don't keep
You
up
said
with
the
it.
date.
Okay. Had you known her for more than a year?
Yeah,
More than 2?
I did 51 months in the feds. I've been knowing her before. I think before I went to the feds. I don't know when I first.
I'm sorry, did you say you knew her before you went to the feds?
I've been knowing about her.
Now,
She
isn't
was
it
mentioned in
true,
those phone calls.
Back in 2021, did
With the
you
Waters
talk
House
to a
shooting.
number of your friends on FaceTime?
Nothing I said before y'all brought me in this courtroom in the past was the truth. Besides the little pieces that I tried to finesse the police with to get off of me.
So when you were speaking with Investigator Viverito in this October 2021 interview, are you saying that nothing you said in here was true?
I ain't said it. You trying to make it seem like I'm saying the whole interview is not true. What I'm saying is to convince them, you got to tell them a little bit what you think they know. And look, I'm not about to go back and forth with you. I mean, like,
So I'm asking you a very specific question. In the October 2021 interview, are you saying that you were telling Investigator Viverito what she wanted to hear as well?
I don't recall.
I don't even know where we're at.
Now, during the course of this interview, did you speak with Investigator Viverito about Quay?
I don't recall.
And I want to show you.
Doing 13.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 398Y. Do you recognize who's in State's Exhibit 398Y? Do you recognize the people in that picture?
Yes,
Okay. Who is in that picture?
me and Quay.
Okay. Do you recognize the other individual?
I can't see her face.
Okay. Do you recognize the Instagram name Stunner_60?
I don't keep up with people's Instagram.
Do you know that to be another Nard, Tinquarius Mender?
I know another nut.
Did you know him to have an Instagram name of Stunner?
I don't keep up with people's social media.
Okay. And looking at 398Y, can you tell if that other person is Nard, the other Nard that you know?
Yeah,
Yes, that's him.
I don't know.
You're right. This time to say that Tender Stacy's in 398Y as evidence.
Admitted.
All right. Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, back in 2021 or 2020, did you have the Instagram name of 725_Woody?
That what it looked like.
So is that your Instagram handle?
I had so many Instagram pages.
Let me ask you this. If you had so many, is your birthday July 25th?
For sure.
And they call you Woody, correct?
They call me who?
Woody.
Who? I can't hear you.
Woody.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Is this a picture that you posted on your Instagram page?
What you mean?
Is that a post that you made on your Instagram page? The 725 Woody. God bless you.
Give me some money. What you say?
Is this that picture that is posted that says 725 Woody?
I don't remember posting this picture.
Okay. Do you remember taking a picture like this?
You said tit?
Do you remember taking a picture with like this?
Oh yeah, I remember this picture.
Okay. And in this picture, who's all in the picture?
You just said Quay and Art.
Okay, but the picture wasn't on the screen, so is Quay the person with the green sweatshirt around his waist.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm
are
sorry.
you the one person in the middle with the pink hoodie?
And know it with the blue.
Okay, thank you. And if I want to go down, and does the caption say 3 of a kind? And it tags Quay and it tags Stunner with a green heart emoji and a green snake. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. And it says, I am the streets, out now on all platforms. Does that say that?
I guess.
Okay, what is I am the streets?
Yeah, ask who made that caption.
Isn't that you who made the caption?
No, I just told you that. I remember the picture, but I didn't post it. I don't know nothing about.
Okay. So 725_Woody.
I also have other people post on my page, my manager.
Did you have a song or an album out called I am the
I
streets?
said other people had posted on my page, so they could have posted it.
And I'm asking you, have you had an album or something called I Am the Streets?
Yeah.
Today it's I am the product.
All right, thank you. Now, in this interview, did you ever talk to Investigator Viverito about conversations you had with Thug about that the police were going to be watching him?
I don't recall. You said I had. Can you say that again?
Sure. Back in 2021, did you ever have conversations with Thug about the police telling Thug that the police were going to get him?
So you saying in 2021, I told Thug that the police was gonna get him?
Do you recall ever having any conversations with Thug saying that the police were going to get him?
I thought you said I was concerned about him killing me.
That's not my question. My question.
I'm
to
just
you-
saying, if I'm concerned about him killing me from 2015, why would I be around him in 2021?
So is your testimony today that you don't recall having any conversations with Thug about the police going to get him?
Now, my testimony today is that when investigators get to me, I'm trying to convince them that I'm around him and that I can tell them stuff that make them think that I'm right there and I know what I'm talking about. There's proof of, like I said, me making things up.
Okay. So do you recall in this same October 2021 interview telling Investigator Viverito, I go around Thug, I hear him talk stupid, I tell him they're going to get you. Investigator Viverito says, you said what? You said, I told them they're going to get you. She said, who, Thug? You said, yeah, I told him. Investigator Viverito says, like the police? And you said, yeah, I said they're going to get you. I said, all that shit you're doing, they're going to get you. And what does he say? He says, shit, like I know. And Investigator Viverito asked, so you don't care? And you said, no, he don't. Do you recall having that conversation with Investigator Viverito?
I probably did tell her that, but I was just stating it to you so that you can see that, you know, well, like I was telling you, like I'm just making it up as I go.
Okay. And that did you also go and tell Investigator Viverito that you told Thug, I said you put all this stuff in your songs, they're going to be watching you for 5, 6, 7 years. I told them that they're going to be watching you.
I haven't had no dealings with Thug once I got the feds. So when they got me again, back to the routine, put the blame on Thug, y'all let me go.
And you keep saying you put the blame on Thug. What blame did you put on Thug?
Whatever convinced the police that let me go that day, they come look for me tomorrow. I don't care as long as I get away that day. That's all that matters. So they're gonna sit here and keep thinking they're gonna get some type of information out of me. Okay. I'm gonna spin them.
Did you realize in all your interviews you were the person who brings up Thug first?
Cause he's a bigger fish than me.
Now, do you specifically remember what it is that you would make up on Thug?
Whatever came up, whatever the police could say, they could have said breaking their cars. Whatever they wanted, not saying breaking their cars, but whatever to convince them that I helped them for them to let me go, I would have said it.
So in that case, why didn't you tell the police that Thug killed Nut?
Because the police weren't gonna go for that. You gotta be more specific. You gotta be realer than that. You gotta convince them. You gotta make them feel like you really telling them. They know this man ain't feel like to kill nobody. That would have been stupid for me to go in there and say Thug killed him.
Okay. You said that you never talked to Thug after you left the feds. Did you ever talk with Dolly?
No? Hey, I don't know. What you mean? When I got out?
Yes.
I can't recall. I can't recall. But I never talked to Thug after I got out the feds.
Do you remember telling Detective Viverito that you actually saw Thug in the club once you got out of the feds?
I told you again, they got me. I know who they want, who they after. So I'm
Now, in 2021, did you feel guilty about the fact that you had previously told on Thug back in 2015?
If I told on him back in 2015, he would have been in jail if he did anything I said he did.
Okay. Do you recall telling Investigator Viverito that the real reason you don't like going around Thug is because you felt guilty that you had snitched on him?
If you know anything about me, I don't care for real. Like in real life, I don't be caring about nothing. I act like I do, but I really don't.
Is it true that in this same October interview, you said to Detective Viverito, I'm not going to talk at the jail at all because I'm telling you my life is on the line. You don't understand how it make me feel when I go around. The truth, when I go around, dude, I know what I done. So I don't want to be around him because of guilt. That's why I don't want to be around because I be afraid. I can't look a nigga in the eye because I'll be like, damn, this nigga know. That's why I'm going around. I ain't want to tell y'all that. That's why I can't sleep at night because I know him. I know what I done. I know the information that I gave. Y'all sit here and play like this shit ain't valuable all y'all want. I told y'all like I know.
Okay, what you asking me? You asked me, did I say that?
I'm asking you, did you feel, yes, one, did you tell the detective that?
Yeah, I told you, I got to convince them, especially Viverito. She swore she know everything. So I was having fun spinning her.
Okay, but you told her that's because?
I also told her that Doug was fit to do something to somebody that same day. And then they took me to jail and nothing happened that day. So clearly, if you take anything I say, I'm done.
All right.
I'm done. Us too.
Now,
Me too.
In 2022, did you end up going back to prison?
Say that again?
In 2022, did you end up going back to prison?
I went to state prison. I don't know when though.
Okay. And while you were in state prison, did you talk to Little D from Mechanicsville on the phone?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Do you recall ever talking to him at all?
I probably have. I just can't say. Yeah, I don't keep up with who I talk to on the jail call. I probably did. I'm bored or something. I don't know.
Isn't it true that in April 2022, did you call Little D and told him that you were aware that a 43-person RICO case was coming down?
I probably did. Ain't no telling.
And that because the RICO was coming down, that you all need to get off of IG, get off of Instagram?
I love Lil D to death. So if I'm plotting, I'm gonna get Lil D to plot along with me. So I'm gonna go to Lil D so Lil D can be my backup.
And as it relates to Little D, do you recall him having an Instagram name of Scarface?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Do you recall?
Oh, excuse me for cussing.
Do you recall DMing him that they were trying to indict you all on that body?
You said I didn't did that?
Yes.
I don't recall me DMing him that.
Permission to approach. I'm going to show you, or I just showed you what's been marked as
Like, I can't read.
Why? Again, your Instagram name was it 725_Woody?
That makes it seem
Go ahead.
like
Your Instagram name, again, it was 725_Woody.
A lot of people had my Instagram. I ain't seen that message.
Okay. Do you see what that message says?
Nah, I just heard what you said.
Okay. Are you able to read what's on that page that's circled in red?
I heard what you just said. It said.
Do you recall sending that to him?
Can you tell me what the date is?
Sure, on October 6, 2021.
Was I in jail?
I don't know. Were you in jail?
Then I just asked you.
I know that you got arrested on October 27, 2021. So before that, before getting arrested on October 27th, were you in custody at all prior to that?
So this was before I went to jail?
Yes.
So why would I DM him? Why would I message him and say that?
First, answer the question. Is that your Instagram name?
Listen,
725_Woody.
I would not do nothing so stupid like that. I would not message nobody saying that. Why would I say that?
Okay. So you don't recognize that as your Instagram name?
I don't recognize it. Me DMing no little D talking about some date. No.
Okay.
I know how the police operate. Why would I do that?
Why did you think that you and D were going to get indicted for?
Yes. Speak into your mic if you don't mind.
To my understanding, this exhibit is not in evidence.
That's correct.
And I'm going to object to the publishing of this exhibit through.
I don't think she's gonna publish it. You don't intend to publish it, do you? Because it's not in evidence. Okay.
And we're almost.
I would just further
done.
my objection, Your Honor, that it assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on from that last
All right.
question.
oops.
Now, you said that everything you told the police, you made it all up. When did you make it all up?
You keep saying everything. I keep telling you, like, I know how to piece stuff together real good.
The stuff you made up, whatever parts you said you made up, when did you make it all up?
As I go.
Did you make it up with anyone else?
I don't recall. They looking at me like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, isn't it true that you're supposed to be testifying under an immunity agreement?
They're gonna get
To
ahead
be
of
honest
it.
with you, I don't know. I don't have a clue about none of this stuff. I told y'all from the start, y'all to put me in here. Like, I don't comprehend. I done told y'all that time after time. I don't know what the immunity agreement is. I don't have a clue. Like, I'm up under so much pressure. Like, man, I don't know. I don't even know how to answer y'all question because I don't know what type. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to be as truthful as possible. And y'all keep going back into the past. Like, I told y'all when I was talking to y'all in the back, man, I have lied. And y'all don't put me up on here telling me that I got to be truthful when I'm telling y'all. Man, I don't know. Man, I'm afraid for my life. Every time y'all call me here, I think y'all finna take my life, take my freedom. And at this point, I can't call on nobody for help. I don't know what's going on.
Were you told before you testified that anything you testified to in the courtroom could not be used against you?
Can you say that again?
They're going to try to
Before you
say
took the
that
stand, were
he would
you
admit to
told
it now
that
if he really had done it because he's
anything
under
that you
immunity.
testified to in court could not be used against you?
What you mean?
Before you took the stand, were you told by myself, Ms. Love, anyone sitting at this table, that anything you testified to could not be used against you?
Anything I testify to can't be used against me?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, last week, didn't you ask the judge? You turned around and you asked her, nothing I said could be used against me, right? And you asked the judge?
Okay.
Okay. And isn't it true that under this immunity agreement, you were told that you could be charged with perjury?
You say I could be charged with who?
Perjury.
I don't even know what perjury is.
Okay. Were you told also in this immunity agreement that you could be charged if you committed false swearing?
I was told, I asked specifically so I can understand. I asked you, I said, what happened when y'all locked me up? Y'all told me two things I go to jail for. If I pleaded fifth, and if I say that I had committed a crime that I didn't do.
Okay.
So I don't know what perjury mean. I don't know. I mean, I'm afraid for my life. And I told y'all that. I told it to my lawyer. I tell it to the judge. I tell it to everybody. Y'all got me up here. I don't know what's going on. And like I said, for the crimes that y'all charged me with, I went to jail. I did all my time for it. Y'all still bring me in here. I feel like I'm on trial at this point. I'm going to jail because I don't know. Y'all got me up here asking me questions. I don't know how to answer these questions. Y'all want me to be a witness to something I don't know nothing about.
Isn't it true that even with the immunity agreement, you did not want to testify?
Can you explain it?
Sure. Even when you were given immunity, you did not want to testify.
No, I still don't want to testify.
And isn't it true that you feel that you were pressured by the state to testify?
I feel like I was pressured by both sides, the state and the defense.
Okay. And isn't it true that you told me in front of these jurors a couple of weeks ago you felt pressured to testify?
And I still, right now, I feel pressured to testify because it's not like I'm up here it's not, I can't sit here and tell y'all, nothing. I don't know what y'all want me, I don't know what y'all looking for. I didn't see nobody kill nobody. I didn't see nobody rob nobody. I didn't see none of these boys do anything. I did some stupid things. I got caught for the stupid things that I was doing. And I just went from there. Like I didn't. And then y'all got me up here. And I told y'all before y'all put me up here, y'all came to talk to me on like a Tuesday or something. And you came to talk to me in the streets. And I told you like I lied. And I told you that. And then y'all still brought me in here.
Isn't it true that you did not want to testify because you don't want to deal with the reality of being labeled a snitch?
Miss Hylton, I was being labeled a snitch way before I had to come to trial when y'all linked that video out to the social media. So the world look at me as a snitch no matter what goes on to this day.
Wow.
But me coming here, like I have put my faith in God's hands and I come here and I let it be known. I guess got no choice but to be letting know to y'all now that I have told y'all time after time that I done lied.
And a snitch is someone who actually tells the truth, correct?
Listen, Miss Hylton, like, I mean, like, I feel like I got the world on my back now. You ask me these questions, like, I don't know, man. Like, y'all draining me. I mean, like, for real. It's a different if I sat here and seen somebody commit a crime, and then I saw them with my own eyes do this, and then I get in here and say, I didn't see them do that. Y'all want me to sit here and say, oh, the stories that I have put on other people's, and I didn't. Like I would not do that. Like and Lord knows I want to be with my family and my kids. But if y'all gonna put me back in jail because I won't sit right here and tell y'all what y'all believe to be whatever y'all want me to say. Like I mean I don't want to go to jail, but man, at this point I don't. Man, y'all got me, man. I don't know, man. I can't sleep at night. Like I tell you, y'all hold me in jail. Don't feed me. Don't give me water. Like I just don't know. Like. Every time I walk in this door, I pray and hope I walk back out this door. I just want to be left alone. I paid for my punishment. And I done told y'all before y'all put me right here in this seat. Time after time, I told Judge Glanville in his office. I done told everybody I can tell. And I'm telling to your face, I know you don't have anything to do with you doing your job. But I've been nice to you and I've been telling you. that you can't put me up here and I told you, I done made it up. Okay. It's a difference if I seen one of you guys actually do something and you ask me, did they do it? If you ask me, did they do something that I actually saw them do it? And I would tell you, yeah, I saw him do that. Yeah, I was with him when he did that. But this is not the case.
And you just told police what Demikian told you, correct?
I told the police anything to get them off of me. I was going through a phase. People were shooting at me while I had my kid. And my only priority was by any means necessary to protect them with my whole fucking life. Judge, I get a minute because they drive me crazy.
Yeah, take a minute, take a breath.
Dang.
Stay here. Come here. Stay on the
Yeah.
stool. Take
Truth
some
always wins.
breaths.
Thanks for the
Calm
super
down.
chat.
And
Truth
once
always
he
wins.
finishes his
But
breath, Your Honor, state, we conclude our questioning, Your Honor.
oh, they're
Well,
passing
do
the
you have any more
witness.
questions? No. Okay.
Cross-examination.
Judge, can I go home?
Wow.
You know, it may be that some of the defense attorneys or all of them might have questions for you as well. So we're not quite finished yet. So take a minute.
Wow. What do you guys think? Rate that ending line of questioning. That's what they chose to
Come
end
on,
with,
Reed,
to
I'm
try
ready to
to
get over it.
All right.
get ahead of that plea deal.
Who's got
Questioning.
questions for Mr. Copeland?
Rate that closing on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the best for the state, 1 being the worst for the state. Steele is starting. Steele is starting. Thank you so much, Truth Always Wins. The tone of his voice is making me tear up. That got intense there. Well, let's watch.
Go ahead.
I want to talk with you about verification or corroboration of statements made to law enforcement by you that we listen to on recordings, okay? And by verification, I mean something that, besides your word, it supports what you say, okay? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Well, he didn't ask you anything yet. Do you understand what he's saying to you?
I don't understand. Now you're on.
Maybe just ask him a question.
So the district attorney Hylton started to talk with you about what she said, verification of what you said to the police. So I want to talk to you about verification or lack thereof, okay? If you don't understand anything, just tell me you don't understand. The first one that Ms. Hylton said is that Jeffrey rented a Infiniti vehicle. Remember that? Yes or no?
I don't recall.
Do you remember she put up for you State's Exhibit number 334Y? It said Hertz on it. You were talking about some of the words on the exhibit behind you. Do you
I don't
remember that?
recall.
Okay. Do you remember getting beaten in Club Crucial on the early morning hours of Tuesday, January 6th of 2015?
I didn't get beat.
Do you remember having your lip cut open, a knot on the
No,
top
they-
of your head,
No, I didn't have. I just had a knot on my face.
and your eye swollen? You remember that? Do you remember that? Yes or no?
I don't recall.
If that's on the early morning hours of January 6th of 2015, do you remember going to Jeffrey Williams?
I don't
Next
remember
day.
nothing from 2015.
Well, let me finish my question. Do you remember going to Jeffrey Williams the next day and explaining that you got beaten at Club Crucial and you needed a car because you didn't want to drive around in the car that you typically drive around because you didn't want to be noticed in the area. Do you remember telling him that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember saying to?
All right, hang on a second. When there's an objection on the floor, let me hear the objection and make a ruling on it, all right? Before you ask the next question. Assume he's moved on, so we're not going to worry about that one. Go ahead.
Do you remember saying to Jeffrey Williams that you needed a car and he was driving, he had a Corvette vehicle, a rental car from Hertz? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember realizing that a Corvette has 2 seats and you have a child with a car seat as well as your child's mother, Deshawn, at that time, and you needed a bigger car? I'm asking questions to see whether he remembers this conversation.
Okay, sustained that, that is not a fact in evidence at this point. You
The
can.
question, to ask him if it's happened.
So you may ask that question.
That's my question. Do you remember that?
Hmm?
Do you remember saying that to Jeffrey?
Saying what?
That you couldn't use a Corvette. He had a rental Corvette. You needed a bigger car because a Corvette's a 2-seater.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember Jeffrey saying, sure?
Objection, Your Honor. That's assuming fact on evidence and self-quotation.
Sustained.
Do you remember going to Hertz Rental Car at approximately 8 o'clock at night on January 7th of 2015 so that Jeffrey could get you a rental car, an Infiniti rental car?
Objection, assuming fact on
He can ask whether he remembers that or not.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling this jury on direct examination weeks ago that that rental car, that Infiniti, was in your care?
I said it?
Yeah. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Do you remember driving that Infiniti rental car from the time it was picked up from the Hertz rental car on January 7, 2015 until it was returned on January 12, 2015?
Hmm?
Do you remember driving that Hertz rental car that we're talking about from the time it was picked up on January 7, 2015 and having control of it until it was returned on January 12, 2015?
I don't remember 2015.
Do you remember driving with Mr. Zachary? Little D. Do you remember driving with Mr. Zachary and striking cones on the side of the road on the highway and damaging the Infiniti rental car? Do you remember doing that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember giving that Infiniti rental car to other people on the night of January 10th, 2015?
I can't remember 2015.
Let me ask you this way. Do you deny having that Infiniti rental car January 7th of 2015?
What you mean?
Did you have that car in and around your person?
I gave the car to threat.
Okay. You told the jury that you gave that car to your friend, and threat is Mr. Turner. You know his last name? True? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll take the for the court report as a yes. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury you gave the car to Mr. Turner the day of the killing of Donovan Thomas. From that morning to that night. Do you know what I'm talking about? January 10th, 2015.
I didn't mean to say that.
Okay. But that's what you said.
Out of frustration.
All right. Now, you also had that rental car not only when you gave it to Mr. Turner, your friend, but you had that rental car before you gave it to Mr. Turner, obviously, right? Otherwise, you couldn't give it to him.
I don't recall.
And you had the rental car after you gave it to Mr. Turner, right?
I don't recall.
All right, let me ask you this. Getting to the fact that the state showed you that on State's Exhibit 334Y, that Jeffrey rented the Infiniti from Hertz, you were there, right?
I can't remember.
That has nothing to do at the time of this killing, does it? That's 3 days before, right?
I can't remember.
And what you're telling the jury, or what the state wants you, I believe, to tell the jury, is that Jeffrey Williams rented a car. I think it's clear.
Re-ask your question.
Okay. Jeffrey Williams, therefore, rents a car in his own name that's going to be used in the killing of Donovan Thomas. That's what you're telling the jury.
Rephrase your question.
The rental car that's used to kill Donovan Thomas, are you telling the jury that Jeffrey Williams rented a car in his own name?
I don't know what car was used to kill him.
Okay. All right. So what corroborates for the killing of Donovan Thomas on January 10th, 2015? Corroborates means supports or verifies. What corroborates the fact that Jeffrey Williams rented that car with you 3 days earlier? I'm asking.
I think maybe it calls for speculation. Can you rephrase it?
Sure. The district attorney started questioning you about the Hertz rental car on January 7, 2015, talking about verification of what you said to the police. I'm asking you, how does it verify anything you told the police that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the killing of
State
Donovan
opened the
Thomas,
door on
fact
these
that he rented
questions.
That car for you 3 days before.
Sustained.
It was compound, but the state opened the door on this
The fact
question.
that Jeffrey did a favor for you, does that verify anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Jeffrey Williams was involved?
Overruled on that basis that it's not a proper question. Ask a
It-
different question.
Can you tell the jury how Jeffrey Williams doing you a favor 3 days before in that vehicle, the Infiniti vehicle from Hertz, how does that put Jeffrey Williams involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas? They asked this question to verify it.
Okay.
Yes, they
That's
did.
that question overruled on that basis.
How does that support your statement to the police?
Huh?
How does that corroborate or verify your statement to the police?
What you mean?
That Jeffrey was involved in anything to do with the killing of Mr. Thomas?
The police did it.
Okay. Number two, you were asked by the district attorney specifically a little while ago that Jeffrey was in, that you told the police that Jeffrey, on June 10th, 2015, you told the police that Jeffrey was in the Infiniti at the Texaco gas station. Remember that question?
I didn't tell the police that.
Right. Do you remember what you told the police?
But I told them that I don't know what I done told the police.
Do you remember telling the police, and this is, Your Honor, on State's Exhibit 378YE, June 10, 2015, interrogation of Mr. Copeland at 255:48 to 256:06. Mr. Copeland, remember saying, just listen to the story. So they seen him. They switched cars at the gas station. Thug, meaning Jeffrey, got in the car with the girl. Thug, and I think a little D. You remember saying that?
I lie and tell the police anything. This was my, anytime they question me, this what my intention was, getting them out of me. So what I done told them was whatever I said.
Okay, well, I'm going to play with the court's permission, Your Honor. Just for simplicity, I made this JW240N as a nice, and it's really State's Exhibit 378YE. It's just easier to find the snippet, and it's from 255:48 to 256:06. It's already in evidence.
All right.
You might need your earphones if you need them.
And thank you for the super chats, you guys. I'm trying to make sure we're listening.
Before playing that.
And then D. Motley says, he just said, I don't know what car we used to kill him. I heard was, but did he say we? Because you know my hearing. I gotta listen to things on playback. What did the chat hear? Do you hear was or we? Yeah, and look at love. All right, yeah, you guys are saying we've got, oh God, let's do a poll. I think I see more we's than was. Let's do a poll. So let me get over to YouTube and start the poll while we're doing this. Because that's a difference. This word we is all over this trial. All right, so the poll is live.
Mr. Copeland, you may need those headphones. Tell me if you said anything different than just listen to the story. So they seen him, they switched cars at the gas station. Thug got in the car with the girl, Thug, and I think little D. That's what if I said it wrong, please correct it, okay?
I just listened to the story, so they seen them, they switched cars at the gas station. Thug got in the car with the girl. Thug, and I think little D.
What I said was right? Did you hear that?
That's what I said to the police?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's what you told the police.
I said this is what I said to the police.
Yes. Okay. I'd like to show you, Your Honor, it's already in evidence, and the state is going to help play it because they just played it. State's exhibit number 295, Your Honor. I've asked permission to play. It's a Texaco gas station.
Court reporters, man, depends on what they put down.
And it should
What's
be
on the record?
camera 10 first at 18:41:56, or when the supposed Bonneville gets to the gas station. May we play, Your Honor?
Yeah, are you asking the state to do that?
They are, yes.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Mr. Copeland, my question to you is, during this entire video, where do you see Jeffrey Williams anywhere around this gas station getting out, switching cars, okay?
Man, I have told y'all, I have made this up to the police.
Okay.
I just watched this video.
Yeah,
We're just
Steele
going
wants to
make
show
sure the
that.
Jurors see it, okay? But if you see him at all, you just let us know, okay? Stop the video.
Absolutely, Miss AB. She sounds annoyed that Steele is cooking. It's their job to try to object, you know?
Your Honor, this started 1841. You see that white car? You see the white car that gentleman just got out of? It's walking towards us on the screen? Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm just going to play it in double time. If it's too fast for you, Mr. Copeland, just go to the court. Just tell the
Fine.
court, okay?
This is good info here. Thanks, FFS. GeoVision camera surveillance running on an old setup, even for the year it was made. Poor quality, that's why not zooming in fully, because the more you zoom, the more distorted the image will be. What's crazy is surveillance like this is used by witnesses that don't know the person, trying to blind ID someone they saw in a flash of a moment. And thank you so much, FFS. I'm glad you guys in the chat know what cars we're looking at. One of y'all gonna get called to the stand. Everybody's saying we when they go back and listen. Yeah, and still not a clear confession, that's true. Then we got some wases. I'm telling you, man, it's hard, you know? Things get interpreted differently, and sometimes you could be in jury deliberations and it could come down to this thing. What did he say? I heard this, well, I hear that. Yeah, the jury probably isn't even like thinking about this. And going back to what Tina said earlier, thank you so much, Tina. He is telling the truth. What actual evidence has been introduced to prove anything against anyone in this trial? I now feel like not only is this trial a circus, but it is a malicious prosecution against all defendants. I think that's I think all defense attorneys will be in agreement, like kind of trying to push the same angle. Woody was telling the truth more now and not when he was speaking in those interviews. What else do you have? Thank you so much again, Tina. Miss AB wanted a very short cross. Mr. Copeland, did you unalive Nut? Yes, I did. Steele. I moved to have the charge against my client dismissed. There is a lot more ground to cover. And Cal thinks that with Hylton, that last end of questioning, that Hylton was redirecting because she knows she's got nowhere to go with this witness. I think so too. She had to try to get ahead of certain things before the defense got up. I wish we could see Woody, because I bet he's not even like looking at the screen. He's probably like, Truth Always Wins had said, see, what they did was use Meme Maker app, anyone can do it, and made these fake Instagram posts to try to trip Woody up. It ain't right. And what was interesting is watching, during lunch we looked at a pretrial hearing with Michael Sprinkle, and he said he subpoenaed some stuff in 2022 from Instagram. But we don't have that same type of verification from this stuff prior to that. We just have screenshots where people went and looked backwards at accounts that now have different name changes. We don't know if captions were edited. Like, we just don't know. So okay, thanks, Danny. So Danny's saying it's his southern drawl. So that's why it sounds like was. It was just short because we're not saying the S. And I think that's true. That's like similar to the city, scene, C debate. Like, you're not going to say the T with a like tuh if it is city that you're trying to say. Yeah, this is going to be the exact question. Where is Mr. Williams? Tell me if you see him. The problem is he's just going to be like, I don't know, I don't recall.
So if you could slow that down and go back a little bit, time. Mr. Copeland, I want you to look at the people walking and changing cars here. We'll start at when that car pulls up. That just got into the screen. So we'll start at 19:14:47. You see the new car being entered into the screen in a moment. And people exit the car. Tell the jury when you see Jeffrey Williams in either of those cars or anywhere in the parking lot at all, the Texaco gas station.
I told you I made it up.
There you go. State insisted otherwise. And it's a wonder Gaither could have looked at this video.
1916-51, and that car that pulled up last just left. You see that? Yes? Audible, yes?
Just
Yes.
say out loud, either yes or no instead of not, if you don't mind.
No Jeffrey Williams, right?
No.
We can double speed it unless the court says no. Your Honor, we're going to double speed it unless the court says otherwise.
No, go ahead.
Please.
And now
Shout out to double speed.
1739 or 40, and it's we're going to stop camera number 10. Tell the jurors whether you saw any reference or image of Jeffrey Williams during that entire clip that we just watched from January 10th, 2015 at the Texaco gas station.
Like I told the state, I just told the police anything to get them out my face.
So did you see Jeffrey?
Then nobody in here that watched the video didn't see him.
I'm going to go with the court's permission. It's already in evidence, Your Honor, same exhibit number. It's camera number 11, and there becomes an Infiniti vehicle, what's purported to be an Infiniti vehicle pull-up. Whatever, I heard what you said, so whatever vehicle you think it is. We will start at, can you get it right before the Infiniti pulls up, which should be at 11:19:16 if you need your. 11:19:16, I have. Your Honor, we're starting at 11:19. Oh, that's wrong. I'm saying 11. I topped it. 19:16:06.
All right.
Not in double time. And Mr. Copeland, if you can watch here and tell the ladies and gentlemen jury if you see anyone who resembles Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
And FFS said he meant chess. So Steele is playing chess, already sees his next 10 moves. State is still setting up the
Focus
board.
around, but
That's
any
Steele's
way you see
strategy.
Jeffrey Williams, if you do, let us know.
And I don't know cars, but that doesn't seem like an Infiniti to me. It just looks regular.
You see that vehicle moving outside the screen, Mr. Copeland? You see it leave the gas station, sir? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to stop it at 19:17:30. And thank you so much. And I heard what you said, Mr. Copeland. You made it clear. You were adding Jeffrey Williams because that's what the police wanted to hear. Is that true?
That's what they told me.
Because you had an agenda. You wanted to get yourself free, right? You were in custody, right? Is that true?
Right.
And in order to get out of custody, go home, you knew the police wanted to hear information that Jeffrey Williams committed crime, was a big fish. Remember that?
That's what they said.
Yeah. The police told you they wanted Thug. Remember them telling you that?
That's what they said.
Before all of this, before all this information about Jeffrey Williams, you remember the police telling you, we want the big fish, we want Thug. Remember that?
Yeah.
You remember the police telling you, it wasn't just local police, and that's bad enough. I'm not saying that's not serious. But you had the Atlanta Police Department with you on June 10, 2015, Detective Gaither, gang unit, right? She's in the room with you. Detective Dennis, right? He's in the room with you.
Right.
He's with the gang unit.
Right.
I told you. You had Detective Thorpe, homicide.
Right.
With the City of Atlanta Police Department, right? Correct?
Right.
And you had federal alcohol, tobacco, firearm, explosive Special Agent Cunningham at times with you in that room, right?
Right.
And federal agent Cunningham told you that you are an armed career criminal. Remember that?
I don't remember nothing about the interview.
Okay, well, I'm going to play it for you in a moment if we need to. And she told you that you are getting, without parole, you know what parole is?
Yeah.
If you get a sentence, you might get out a little earlier, or you may get out earlier on parole. You know what I'm talking about?
Ain't no parole in the feds.
Exactly. So you do every day, right?
Right.
And in the federal government, Special Agent Cunningham with the federal authorities said she already spoke with the U.S. Attorney's office about you, right? We'll play it. Do you remember her telling you you're getting 15 years without getting out every day to the door as an armed career criminal? Remember that?
I don't remember what she said.
Plus, you're getting an additional 10 years on top of that for a total of 25 years for two different guns, the gun at the Dunbar Center and the gun in your home on June 10th, 2015. Remember that conversation?
I remember she said I was looking at a lot of time.
And do you remember she even calculated for you? She asked, how old were you on June 10th, 2015?
You said how old was I?
She asked you that.
I guess.
And she added 25 years to that and said you wouldn't get out until you're 48 years of age. Remember that?
I guess.
Then Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Detective Thorpe explained to you that's just federal charges. You also have to deal with gang charges. Remember all that?
I guess.
That means that that could be stacked or run consecutive. Do you not remember this?
I don't remember the interviews.
And you told them, I don't want to go to jail. I hate jail. Right?
I do.
Right. And you told them, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I just want to go home. Yeah, I'm not saying that's a quote, but that was your.
Sound like me.
Yeah, that's what encouraged you to tell these lies, right?
They did.
Yeah. That's why when you told them that Jeffrey Williams went to the gas station and changed cars, it's not on the video because it's not true, right?
I was just trying to tell them anything to get them out for me.
You were making it up. For that reason.
I don't remember what I told them.
Okay. We just.
This is what the state should be doing. Everything that we've watched since Steele started playing that video. He just brought it all back. He told us his point for doing all of that and clarified the exact takeaway the jury is supposed to have. Jeffrey Williams was not in those videos. You told them back then he was in those videos, which means unless we don't trust our own eyes, what we see in these videos, what you're saying today is consistent with what we see with our own eyes. And what you said back then is not consistent with what we see with our own eyes. Therefore, you were lying back then because you were under this pressure. That is what the state never does with their own presentation. Shout out to Steele.
Listen to it. Remember, you put your earphones in?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you told them. That was not true, right?
That's what I told the police.
And the verification there should be, if you were telling the truth to the police, it should be then at the Texaco gas station, you see Jeffrey Williams changing cars, right? If you were going to be verified, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's talk about you in the Infiniti at that gas station. Okay?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts not.
Sustained. I mean, I think we hadn't really heard the question yet.
If you were in that Infiniti at the gas station and had anything to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas, what did this district attorney Hylton tell you would happen to you?
Objection, assuming facts not evidence, is speculation.
Why don't you not ask it as a compound question?
Tell the jury what District Attorney Hylton told you on June 10th of 2015 if you admitted that you were involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas, tell them what she.
15?
Excuse me.
Try that question
Excuse me.
again.
2024, right?
I just got it. June 10th is the same exact date. Okay. June 10th, 2024.
There we
I
go.
see it. 2024, June 10th, a Monday. Remember meeting with your lawyer, Judge Glanville, District Attorney Hylton?
Right.
Yes? In this
Mhm.
courthouse?
In the jury chamber?
Yeah. I wasn't there, right?
Huh?
I wasn't there.
You wasn't where?
In the judge's chambers with you, Miss Hylton, your lawyer, Judge Glanville?
No.
None of these, anybody here was there, right? It was just the people I mentioned and security.
Let's get to the actual question.
Tell the jury what District Attorney Hylton told you would happen to you if you admitted in any way that you had anything to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Tell them.
They gonna lock me up?
Boom.
So when you have this use immunity for anything you say, District Attorney Hylton told you, but you can't say that, right? That is testifying, and I'm asking Mr. Copeland to tell
Overruled.
the jury. Tell the jury your understanding what Ms. Hylton told you if you admitted to being involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas, even with use immunity. Tell what the district attorney's office would do to you.
Huh?
I don't think that was compound. Okay. If you admit the way you were told by Miss District Attorney Hylton, if you admit to being involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas, you get prosecuted for that, right?
You'll have him on redirect.
Yes,
Overruled.
it's coming
Is
in.
that true?
She said, if I do that, plead the fifth, I'm gonna go to jail.
And when you say, if I do that or plead the fifth, if I admit
Verify his
to
words.
being involved in Donovan Thomas' murder, I go to jail, right?
Huh?
That's what she told you. That's what Miss Hylton told you. Am I correct?
I didn't hear you.
Okay. If you admit that you're involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas, you get prosecuted. You go to jail, right?
Two things to send me to jail.
One is if you admit to the murder of Donovan
Hey,
Thomas
let
being
him
involved.
answer the question if he's going to let us know what his understanding is. What is your understanding?
Go ahead.
Well, when I was talking to them,
Tell the jury.
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Copeland, if you were to admit that you're involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas, do you go to jail? Is that your understanding through District Attorney Hylton?
Can I ask the judge a question?
Let's take a recess.
Oh, come on. Wow, holy
I tell my
moly.
lawyer.
Yes.
Oh, he wants in the here. He said that in front of the jury. Can I talk to my lawyer? I mean, he has the right to say that in front of the jury, and the right to ask to talk to his lawyer.
You said I can go?
Yeah.
But if you were a juror and this just happened, and he's like, "Can I talk to my lawyer?" What would you make that up? How would you interpret that? So we're gonna have a recess here. I don't know if they're going to look at Doug watching the body language, scanning the room. Look at the state. Look at the three of them.
All right, unless anybody needs to put anything on the record, we're going to recess and let Mr. Copeland have whatever time he needs to speak with his lawyer.
And what's crazy about this, guys, Steele is doing so much here. It's really beautiful to watch. You have to understand, he expected that there's going to be objections. Oh, Kenneth Copeland could be a difficult witness. Even if there's things that he might actually answer, he's probably predicting the same repetitive type of answer, right? Like I said before, I told everybody, I'm saying it again, I would lie. He's kind of got, it seems like a script at this point for some of those repetitive responses. Steele opening, I would not change this and have a different defense attorney open. I think this was the right way to do it, even though I predicted maybe it'd be somebody else starting. This is extremely powerful. He's connecting the dots. He's also doing very, very small, detailed things that I think a lot of other attorneys or attorneys that wouldn't be equipped to deal with this type of scenario wouldn't do. One of the last questions he clarified, and he used Kenneth Copeland's own words. He separated the or. If you lie or say that you killed Donovan Thomas. Because the way Woody said it, it kind of blended together. Steele pulled that out because everything that we do in the chat with these, did he say was? Did he say we? Steele's getting ahead of that and making sure the record, the transcriptionist, the jury, all hear what they actually need to hear and don't need to decipher it. Just some incredibly, like, I don't know, whatever, standing a little bit for Brian Steele right now. But I think it's beautiful. It's a lot. And then you have this note, they're going to take their recess. And Copeland asked to speak to his attorney. Brian Steele is making it clear. And Woody's question to speak with his attorney right in front of the jury is corroborating, is supporting Steele's line of argument that Kenneth Copeland still may not be clear on what his immunity agreement covers. The state just passed the witness with an ending line of questioning that tried to patch together something with this immunity deal. Well, if you had something to say, like maybe you were the one that did these crimes, surely you would have said it on the stand now because we gave you immunity. Thus, if the defense comes up right now and tries to say that you're being truthful today and not back then, the jury, you guys shouldn't think that makes sense, because why would Kenneth Copeland lie today if he has immunity? Well, Steele just established Kenneth Copeland still does not understand what he's safe to say. He just twisted their entire attempt to get ahead and clean up all of this within, what time did this cross-examination start? I noted it here. 7:02 into the stream. So 47 minutes ago. It's been less than an hour. And their big finish cleanup with Kenneth Copeland, he already spun on its head. Like, that's what we just witnessed, you guys. It's exactly this, Peter Ortiz. State opened the door, Steele walked through, and closed it to the point where we get a recess. Like, Miss AB says the state needs to take some notes and learn. Even just these small things, I think there's so much hostility in this courtroom, really focused on Steele and Love and now Hylton as well. Not so much maybe the other attorneys, but it's getting there. But Hylton could be really effective if she picks up on some of these little techniques. I don't know, sometimes when you have animosity towards someone, you get blinders over your eyes and you can't see you can't see an enemy as a mentor. Some people can't do that. I don't like that person, so I can't learn from the things that they do well or do right. But if they did, I think Hylton could really improve. Miss AB, thanks so much again. Also says Love is shaking in her shoes. Yeah, and then watching the three of them right at the end, right before this recess there, while they were still showing the state's table, was kind of crazy to witness. Sheeny Beanie, this was funny. If this was Glanville still up there, right when key questions were being asked, or Woody was responding, we probably would have had a bunch of cough. And then the word coerced, oh, we gotta cough quick. Pressured, oh, we gotta cough quick. I think, just speculation I see in the chat, but you guys do seem to notice a lot of timely signaling and sounds that interrupt important words being spoken. Thanks so much, Sheeny Beanie. Legally Brown Girl, I am with you right now. I am for sure with you. Steele is my goat, my goat, my goat, my GOAT. This is not an easy situation to be in, and I think he took a calculated risk with some of the approach. That it could have blown up in his face. It didn't, and it's extremely, extremely effective. Extremely effective. And then FFS, thanks again earlier for your tip about that specific type of surveillance camera. With some additional comments here, only reason I know GeoVision is commercial and what I use. So cameras are proprietary to only GeoVision cameras when digital. These can't be digital IP. See, now this is like foreign language to me. You're giving us some context here. I don't know what to make of it. I need a demonstrative. Thank you so much, FFS. Garrett S. says, Steele avoids Ural, attack Hylton, Surgeon Steele. That's a good point, too. Don't go after the judge. And, you know, Woody did it himself. He said, you know, you mean in chambers. You mean in chambers. And you guys have commented in the chat, Woody's not being... He didn't switch up his demeanor or his approach, at least not noticeably to me and seemingly to you guys. He's not just cozy and friendly and chummy with the defense all of a sudden. And maybe that's specifically because it's Brian Steele. And he might feel like Brian Steele is the one out of any of them. Maybe Schardt too, because of Shannon Stillwell. But they're going to hammer you. Steele's probably one of the they, right? So maybe he'll be chummier out of the blue with a different defense attorney. Like maybe, who knows? But he certainly isn't changing his demeanor. And if you were the jurors, it could change your opinion a little bit if suddenly Kenneth Copeland is so nice and friendly to the defense attorney. It might look like he's working to help them. But by keeping the same energy in both directions, it looks like Woody's only out to protect himself. And he's curious about this immunity deal. Back then, he was just trying to make sure he could get out of custody, not be held any longer. All of that goes, in my opinion, to a, you know, state of mind back then, a state of mind right now, a motive and intention to look out for myself and make sure I don't get in trouble. And if that's how the jury interprets Woody, that's very helpful to the defense. And then Annie Bailey Brown, thanks so much, says, Steele is meticulous. Yes. Oh yeah, you're right. I was a little bit behind. Thank you so much. Stay tipsy. There we go. And then we'll be caught up because I had paused earlier. I was pausing McPausertoning. And then Satchel says here, a number of smart people have been saying, you learn far more from your mistakes than from your successes. Yeah, absolutely true. And I think that's an important lesson in humility. You know, it doesn't feel good to be wrong. It doesn't feel good to realize you made a mistake. But if you just try to put blinders on, not only are you less likely to fix any, you know, fallout that may have happened from being wrong or making the mistake, but you don't really have the chance to learn and grow and just be somebody better in the future. Even if the same thing never happens again, you're not in a position to make the same mistake twice. You can still learn things as you go, and those lessons you can apply to all other aspects of your life. And I really think when you watch, even with witnesses, thinking of the Karen Reed trial again, maybe even a little bit like the Johnny Depp trial, a lot of the witnesses that I personally, my own opinion, find to be dislikable, unlikable, and maybe have credibility issues. It seems like a hubris problem. They don't want to admit they're wrong about something that's obviously wrong. They want to stick to their guns so bad to not ever look like they've ever made a mistake or ever done something wrong or ever lied. And when you can't admit to something small,
Do we know
you
whether
don't
Mr.
look
Copeland
credible.
has finished consulting with his attorney? Can somebody step out and find that out for me? Thank you. He has. Okay.
All right, so they're coming back in.
I'm asking him.
Thank you so much for all the super chats, you guys. And thank you, I don't know if it's Lucia or Lucia. So smart that he said he doesn't recall, but still agreed with defense. State made a mistake by
I
underestimating
see his
Woody
attorney. I don't see Mr. Copeland. We're ready for Mr.
for
Copeland.
years.
Mr. Steele, am I correct in assuming that your cross is going to last more than 30 minutes?
I would, if you want to know, I would estimate, terrible, but I would estimate the day tomorrow.
All day tomorrow for Steele
Do you know
cross.
a time stop? Because then I could try to get
For
to
5:30.
for today.
So there actually is a juror issue that I want to, all of us to deal with this afternoon. So I may just, I mean, if you, we can go 15, 20 more minutes, or we can just stop for today.
I'm with you. I just didn't want to start something big and then.
Yeah, so if you
Finish
have
out this little
something
bit.
that's, 5 more minutes before you move to the next topic, great. If you think this itself is going to last another 40 minutes, I may just say, let's break and deal with our other issue, but I don't know, so.
I appreciate it. This will take a while, so
Okay.
more than 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, let's get the jury out.
All right, so they're going to recess for the day? Interesting. Kind of sucks that he didn't know that in advance.
I have no idea. I don't know why it says that message. I don't know what.
Oh, we muted. And juror issue, it could be like a scheduling thing for a juror. It might not be like, oh, a juror's going crazy. Something insane is happening. Oh, trial has to end. No, it could just be juror has something planned in advance. Or recently planned something and didn't realize that Whitaker wanted to go until 6 or something like that. So. Yeah, and I'm pretty interested in redirect also. And that'll be an opportunity. Are we going to see some mirror matching? Are we going to see some of the, like, if I was the state, I'd want to be observing what Woody seems to maybe cooperate a little bit more with.
Given that it is almost
and adopt that.
5 o'clock anyway, and I don't love stopping before 5, but we have another matter to deal with anyway. I'm going to let you all go for the day. But let me remind you that our schedule is going to typically, unless you hear differently from me, be a 9 a.m. start time each morning. So please be here so that we can start on time at 9. And juror 387, if you could hang back for a minute. And the rest of y'all are excused, and I'll see y'all in the morning. I'm going to remind y'all, do not talk to anybody about this case. Let anybody talk to you about this case. Don't look at any kind of media, social media, any kind of accounts whatsoever about the case or about anybody involved in it. And don't try to find out information from anybody or any place other than the confines of this courtroom. So I'll see y'all in the morning. Thank you. 387, if you can stick with us.
I can go.
You can go. We'll see you back at 9 a.m. as well.
You have a nice day.
No, I think this is okay. I think this is a decent break. Steele will know how to come in and start fresh tomorrow morning. We will be starting on time tomorrow, you guys. I have several clips I want to pull out of things today, like the ex parte testimony bit right there. I'll pull out the Michael Sprinkle thing that we watched over lunch and clip that separately. That way you guys can jump to key things from today. But I do think with Steele, he's going to come in tomorrow and be like, look, do you actually understand what you're protected against? And go back into this line of questioning.
For the media, this part's going to concern kind of the juror's personal life. So I'm kind of
all right.
We won't talk about
So I don't know if they'll come back. We'll have to see on that. We'll see if they end the feed. So we'll just leave that up there. Yeah, and I really look at it this way too, Mark in Texas. Steele leaves them on a bombshell. The state really screwed up. And I'm not exactly sure that Steele planned to leave them on that bombshell, but now the jurors are gonna remember, oh my God, they asked him about that thing. He doesn't understand it. And then he has to talk to his lawyer. And 2 weeks ago when we were here the last time we were here, he asked the judge, like, am I good? So if I was the juror, there's no way I would think that Woody understood whether or not he was actually protected from saying stuff. So that's what they're going to marinate on overnight. Thank you so much, Mark in Texas. And then FFS, state won't say that because it doesn't fit the narrative or agenda that they're trying to push ever so hard. Yeah, do you guys think we're going to be a juror down? I don't know. I don't have any guesses on what's going on with the juror. You know, sometimes things happen. And we're going to do cross-examination all day tomorrow, guys. Like Steele, specifically, all day tomorrow. So that is a time. That is a time. All right, and so let's see. They're going to cut this feed down. Yeah, I never know. So I'm just going to keep letting this play, but sorry, sometimes it like rolls into another video and it just sound blares when the feed actually cuts out, so we'll see. Thanks so much, Mark, for becoming a member. And thank you guys so much in the chat today. Lots of, I don't mean to slow the chat down because I don't want to like stop people from having a natural conversation, but it really got fast to read. Like everything was going like this in the chat today. Lots of excitement, especially when cross-examination was starting. Crazy, 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 crazy. And that's what I think too. I do think that they might come back to actually say we're in recess for the day, but Cash. Cash's plot twist. It was the juror in the kitchen with the candlestick. It's always the candlestick when someone mentions a Clue reference, isn't it? Right? That's like the go-to, the candlestick. Yeah, and actually, I'll keep 2 feeds up. Cross started. We're not going to rewatch the video replay. Do you guys want to, let's start with Cross right when he comes back from the video playing. Do a quick rewatch while we wait. Okay, so like here.
Pulled up last, just left.
How's that? I have it open in another window to listen if they come back, guys.
Audible, yes.
Just
Yes.
say out loud either yes or no instead of not, if you don't mind.
No Jeffrey Williams, right?
No.
We can double speed it unless the court says no. Yeah, we're going to double speed unless the court says otherwise.
No.
Okay, there must be a lot more than I expected left of.
Entire clip. Any
Oh.
reference or image of Jeffrey Williams during that entire clip that we just watched from January 10th, 2015 at the Texaco gas station?
Like I told the state, I just told the police anything to get them out my face.
So did you see Jeffrey?
Then nobody in here that watched the video didn't see him.
I'm going to go with the court's permission. It's already in evidence, Your Honor, same exhibit number. It's camera number 11. and there becomes an Infiniti vehicle, what's purported to be an Infiniti vehicle pull up, whatever, I heard what you said, so whatever vehicle.
Let's talk about this. So thank you, Andra. One of the jurors got evicted is what I heard on AV channels earlier. That's what I heard floating around, I think, with infamous Sylvia, and some people also started saying it in the chat here. However, I don't really know, and I wonder if the issue is they got evicted and want to go stay with somebody else, live somewhere else where they would now be out of district, which is a separate hardship than just, hey, I need some time to figure stuff out, right? If they just need some time to figure stuff out, they need to move, it's short notice, it's an emergency, that could be a short-term issue. But, you know, if someone gets evicted and they say, well, I want to go stay with my parents who live 2 counties away, I can't just come to court and be a juror anymore. So now that's a long-term, you gotta go type problem. So I don't really know the outcome of this, but thank you for the detail there. I'm sure we'll find out if a juror has to be dismissed or released. We'll find out about that for sure. And then thanks for becoming members, both Cash Money Cass and Tabitha. Thank you so much. Emoji time for you guys. And then FFS, I think, is losing his mind over here. So FFS, Woody, you're not supposed to not recall now, my guy. You don't recall? You said the answer 1,000 times. Steele is now asking you. Let's see.
Vehicle you think it is. We will start at, can you get it right before the thing pulls up, which should be at 11:19:16 if you need your. 11:19:16 I have. Your Honor, we're starting at 11:19. Oh, that's wrong. I'm saying 11. I counted. 19:16:06.
All right.
Not in double time. And Mr. Copeland, if you can watch here and tell the ladies and gentlemen jury if you see anyone who resembles Mr. Jeffrey Williams. And that's a vehicle that just pulled up that we are focusing on, but anywhere you see Jeffrey Williams, if you do, let us know. You see that vehicle moving outside the screen, Mr. Copeland? You see it leave the gas station, sir? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to stop it at 19:17:30. And thank you so much. And I heard what you said, Mr. Copeland. You made it clear. You were adding Jeffrey Williams because that's what the police wanted to hear. Is that true?
That's what they told me?
Because you had an agenda. You wanted to get yourself free, right? You were in custody, right? Is that true?
Right.
And in order to get out of custody, go home, you knew the police wanted to hear information that Jeffrey Williams committed crime, was a big fish. Remember that?
That's what they said.
Yeah. The police told you they wanted Thug. Remember them telling you that?
That's what they said.
Before all of this, before all this information about Jeffrey Williams, you remember the police telling you, we want the big fish, we want Thug. Remember that?
Yeah.
You remember the police telling you, it wasn't just local police, and that's bad enough. I'm not saying that's not serious. But you had the Atlanta Police Department with you on June 10, 2015, Detective Gaither.
All right,
and
the
you,
jury
right?
issue is a hardship
Really?
issue, according to Miss Sylvia.
Detective Dennis, right? He's in the room with you.
Right.
He's with the gang unit.
Right.
I told you.
And-
you had Detective Thorpe, homicide.
Right.
With the City of Atlanta Police Department, right? Correct?
Right.
And you had federal.
All right, guys, I am dropping a link in the chat right now to Miss Sylvia's channel. She typically goes live about an hour after, like an hour and a half after court ends for the day, like 7 p.m. Easternish. But But she's going to go live. She said she'll talk about it, but it seems like there's a juror having hardship issues. There was an eviction. And to me, it sounds like if they can't stay in the county, they can't be seated as a juror. So this is Sylvia's channel. I'm sure plenty of you are already subscribed. I don't have an exact time that she'll go live, but she'll go live sometime tonight. So hit that bell if you want to get a notification when she goes live. And then thank you so much. Sheeny Beanie says, if there is a conviction on any of the accounts, I would 10% appeal and complain. 100%? I think this must be 100. I would 10% appeal. I would 100% appeal and complain that one of the jurors was not of sound mind to judge my innocence. Yeah, but jury, maybe there's a different argument to make when this has gone on for so long. Because, for example, and we saw this be argued by Doug Weinstein, you know, I could have been great when I was voir dired and sat as a juror. So it's not the attorney's fault for not striking a witness. But if I start to have issues that change my temperament, my ability, my cognitive abilities, while trial goes on for 2 years, now that's a unique issue for a trial that takes forever. So this actually could be an appeal argument if there's a basis for it with something running this long. Like, you know, one of the jurors, we know we sat them. They were fine when we sat them. But along the way... But the problem with that is how the other 11 agree to it. If it's only the one. What's the explanation for the other 11? Are they all unreasonable just because one person had a valid reason where we might think that they weren't thinking rationally? So, kind of a second issue once you address the first one there. But thank you so much. I always love good food for thought. And then Nancy knew, am I the only one thinking no one there is committing these crimes dressed as fine as Yak was dressed that night? I mean, that looked like expensive. You know, you don't want to get some stains or mess it up type of clothing, if you ask me. Even on that, can you blow it up? Blurry, distorted camera footage. And then Garrett says, if I was a juror, count 1 is a no-go. I need money, email, phone, something that makes me believe YSL is a group that takes orders like old school mafia. And that's the other thing. I don't really think the state in the past has done a good job of explaining why gangs might operate differently. They've pretty much said they have tattoos, they're signaling to each other on social media. Like, I get why gangs might want to signal their affiliation, but why would they signal their crimes so boldly and brazenly, as the state's also saying? So, I think they're missing... Strategically, they're missing this thing that they really should be making clear to the jurors if they want the jurors to understand their argument. Thank you so much, Garrett. And Nick, good to see you. Are you done for the day, Nick? Are you done for the day, Nick? I'm going to look in the regular chat too. But Nick says, the state's goal the past 3 days of testimony was getting Woody so riled up he would refuse to cooperate with the defense. And he said he needed that break. And they came back and they're like, we're done. The moment he snapped, they were done. Yeah, exactly that. I should have kept reading. Great cliffhanger with Hylton's threats. Absolutely, absolutely. This was beautiful to watch. I'm going to go watch your replay. Where was your stream from today? Because I can only imagine your reaction. I know it was great. Guys, Nick Starr was another one where I feel like you guys should all be subscribed already. But in case you are not, and you want to see someone lose their mind over what the state does in this case, with a Swedish accent, definitely give Nick a subscribe. Thank you so much, Nick. And then Pete also says, hi, y'all. Everyone say hi to Pete in the chat. Let me see. Yeah, Nick says he's done for today. Yeah, I think we are wrapping up. I don't see... We've got feeds live still. I don't know. All right, so Long Crime has cut their feed. They're done. I think. Are they live? No, Long Crime is still live. Their mod said that they're done for the day. But Long Crime is still technically live. Sylvia's still live. There we go. Nick says I use a lot of C words the last 15 minutes of the States Direct. That's the great part about these long trial streams, Nick, is you're enough time into the stream, you can do that. And then Mark in Texas says, to expand, State gambled on keeping Woody on stand, in my opinion, the rest of the day. And remember, guys, in this chat, when we see in my H, it is not in my humble opinion, it's in my honorable opinion. So the state planned or gambled on keeping Woody on the stand, in my honorable opinion, the rest of the day. Woody then got out of control with his answers, said Glanville's name, Love panicked, and tendered Woody. Yeah. They gambled and they sure lost. God, it's going to be beautiful tomorrow, guys. A whole day of steel. And we don't know how little Woody will wake up feeling tomorrow. But at least he'll have rest. He'll have a chance to collect himself. We might, if you guys check Instagrams, you might see him say something on Instagram. Let's see, did he do anything yet? I only have one of his accounts, so I know he has two. And he posts so much. Oh, he did post Kayla at the court saying, she's making me get my license. So Woody, the attorney. And then, yeah, nothing since he left court today. And then if we jump over to Sylvia's channel, she just said she's gonna, she gave nicknames to the jurors. She said she's gonna let them know. The state didn't object to the juror being released. Okay, wait, so she got a job, but they are not releasing her? So, but Sylvia will go live and talk about all of that, you guys, so I don't have the information. And the cameraman just asked to put the camera back on, so we will see. We're here like, are they coming back or not? Encore! Someone start yelling Freebird in the chat. Come back out for an encore. Yeah, who knows if they'll actually come back. And then, sorry, thank you so much, Miss Kims. I saw it and didn't pull it up. Okay, I'm going to share Miss Sylvia's link again and hit the bell because I don't know what time she'll actually be doing her chat tonight. So I can't tell you guys when exactly to show up. But if you hit that bell notification, sometimes YouTube plays nice and actually gives a notification. And then Albert Edens, Steele has a great strategy. He asked the question about him being beat up. Yeah. Oh my gosh. As soon as he said beat up, I was like, he's going to say I wasn't beat up. So Steele has a great strategy. He asked the question about him being beat up to get to him, and that got Woody to be somewhat ready to answer questions. Yeah. That was actually a good little quip, too. Like, you know, I had a knot on my head. Well, didn't you also, like, have a swelling lip or something like that? Whatever the other injury was. He was like, I don't recall. And then FFS says, jurors, you're welcome to come here and join us and learn. No, I think they've only, if they do end up releasing this juror, they'd be down to, like, 3 alternates. Right? Because they had 4 alternates when Doug was writing his motion. So they'll be down to 3 if they release. All right, and no cameras, but they can report. And then Sayawaya became a member. Thank you so much. Always love seeing you in the chat. I'm actually surprised you didn't get a gifted membership because you're active in here. Yet everyone's in the chat asking for a free bird encore. I do think they're going to be done for the day. So if anyone's like hanging on, but they have other stuff that they like really need to get to, I don't think anything interesting is going to happen. You know, they're definitely not going to continue crossing because the rest of the jurors are already gone. So you're not going to miss any testimony if you guys have to dip out right now, just so you know. And I don't know exactly when the "we was" question was, you guys. Like right before the video started, maybe? Or hold on, let me see if like Thugger Daily clipped that part. Yeah, and everyone that's jumping out of here, you guys all have a great night. Thanks for tuning in today. We'll start on time tomorrow. So everyone that is dipping out, have a good night, good morning, depending on where you are. And hold on, I don't know where the "we" and "was." Well, let me see when Joseph Papp tweeted about it, and we can just go back that much time. Okay, so Joseph Papp said that at 4:04. So we gotta go back like an hour and 12 minutes in. Is this still live? Let me make sure this is live. We'll go back like an hour and 14 minutes here. We'll do an hour and 15 for good measure, in case it took him a long time to tweet.
January 10th, 2015.
I can't remember 2015.
Let me ask you this way. Do you deny having that Infiniti rental car January 7th of 2015?
What you mean?
Did you have that car in and around your person?
I gave the car to Threat.
Okay. You told the jury that you gave that car to your friend, and Threat is Mr. Turner. You know his last name? True? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll take the for the court report as a yes. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And
was it before this?
You told the jury you gave the car to Mr. Turner the day of the killing of Donovan Thomas. From that morning to that night. Do you know what I'm talking about? January 10th, 2015.
I didn't mean to say that.
Okay. That's what you said.
Out of frustration.
All right. Now, you also had that rental car, not only when you gave it to Mr. Turner, your friend, but you had that rental car before you gave it to Mr. Turner, obviously, right? Otherwise, you couldn't give it to him.
I don't recall.
And you had the rental car after you gave it to Mr. Turner, right?
I don't recall.
All right. Let me ask you this. Getting to the fact that the state showed you that on State's Exhibit 334Y that Jeffrey rented the Infiniti from Hertz, you were there, right?
I can't remember.
That has nothing to do at the time of this killing, does it? That's 3 days before, right?
I can't remember.
And what you're telling the jury, or what the state wants you, I believe, to tell the jury, is that Jeffrey Williams rented a car. I think it's clear.
Re-ask your question.
Okay. Jeffrey Williams, therefore, rents a car in his own name that's going to be used in the killing of Donovan Thomas. That's what you're telling the jury.
Rephrase your question.
The rental car that's used to kill Donovan Thomas, are you telling the jury that Jeffrey Williams rented a car in his own name?
I don't know what car was used to kill him.
Okay. All right. So
Okay, I see. I hear was. We're going to slow it down.
For the-
Let me slow it down. I heard was. I heard was. Go real slow. Let's go back.
Oh, what car was used to kill him?
Okay.
I don't know what car was used to kill him.
Okay.
I think it was, me personally, but I get that everyone hears things differently.
I don't know what car was used to kill him.
Okay.
It sounds like he's talking out the side of his mouth and going, I don't know what car was used. Then we don't really hear the S like a was used to kill.
I don't know what car was used to kill him.
Okay. All right. So what?
Okay, hold on.
All right.
Last
car
time.
was used to
Car in his own name.
I don't know what car was used to kill him.
Okay.
Oh my god, the captions, you guys. I don't know where Carl used to kill him. Poor Carl catching a stray out here. Yeah, I think it's was with a southern accent. I'm hearing was, you guys, not we. And I do think even if it was we, like, the transcriptionist could have wrote was, and then it wouldn't properly be on the record as what we could have heard it be. So, let's see, do we have any updates on this? Okay, so the juror issue detail. The judge won't allow our camera back on, but we can report the issue. The woman was on medical leave with her employer when selected for this jury. She recently found out that they won't continue to pay her. Not sure starting when, and possibly shouldn't have been paying her because of the medical leave. She then decided to recently apply for another job out of state and just found out she got it. She says this trial will now be a financial hardship for her. The judge said she'd inquire with her employer and excuse her for the day. Dang, that's rough. The state doesn't oppose dismissing the juror. Attorney Matthews speaks for the defense after they huddled up and said they are holding off on their opinion until they hear back from the juror after she gets more information from her new employer. So, yeah. I mean, that's a situation where, like, you know, it can take a while to apply and interview and get hired and get a start date for a job. Not every job is like, all right, we'll hire you because you called us today. So this is kind of a situation that might not happen for a typical juror in a typical trial. But here we are with the YSL trial. This nice long trial. There you go. Chloe, this is hilarious. Carl did it. Carl and Rico the cat. Yeah, the captions are throwing strays at poor random Carl. Thank you so much, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Thank you so much, Lucia or Lucia. I still gotta look for a correct pronunciation of your name. Thank you for becoming a member. And then, yeah, so FFS says Steele didn't leave them in a bombshell. He left them in a field full of landmines. I do think that's what the state's feeling like. I don't really know if I think Woody's feeling like that because he kind of just has that one question. What am I actually good to say? And also, thanks so much, FFS, for your support for this channel. I got evicted. I gotta move. Where to? So I didn't really see an eviction mentioned here with Kathy. So I'm not sure if it's an actual eviction issue or she's just saying, like, look, I want to move for this new job. I would have to lease a new apartment. I don't want to renew my lease where I'm at. But I don't I don't think that there's an eviction on the table here, just for clarity. I just don't see it mentioned now that they've actually had the discussion in court. So, and yeah, if she is dismissed, there would be 3 alternates left. 3 alternates. Juror 386 is coming to join us in the chat. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I said Lucia first. See, I can go watch my own recording and I'll get it right. I will replay. Okay, so there's other jurors then complaining about a hardship. So, oh my gosh, then there could be, that explains why the defense wants to wait and see. Because if they think they're going to lose more and they think this case is going in their favor, they might not want to let one go if another one might be out the door. There we go. All right, we're going to do 7:30. Hold on, if the live is scheduled, let me get a link. Okay, and yeah, I think Sylvia entered her stream too. Okay, so she must have said it verbally because I don't see her, but that makes sense. She probably said it on her stream. But Sylvia at 7:30 Eastern. So there's a link to Sylvia's channel again. And yeah, some of you guys are saying we. It's crazy because you got to wonder what the transcriptionist gets. What if an appeal issue comes down to one thing and you look at the record and the transcriptionist caught something different? Like, is that really the transcriptionist's fault? You can't really fault the transcriptionist for something that reasonably sounds to 50% of people one way or another. So like, say you and I were on opposing interpretations of this and it could make or break our case in either direction. And we ask the transcriptionist to read it back. And she reads it as we. And it helps your case if it's, we don't know what car we were in when we did the crime. Oh crap, that sucks for me. But if it just was, and the transcriptionist catches it as was, then uh-oh. And it doesn't really matter what we hear. It matters what the transcriptionist caught. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, and yeah, thanks again. So 7:30 confirmation here, and all the jury is having financial hardship, it seems, and that's not surprising. That's not surprising. Okay, cool. Lucia. There we go. And then I think we're going to wrap it up. The feeds are closing down, you guys, so I think we are officially done for the day. Thank you so much to FFS for the encore, the Freebird super chat here. At this point, I'm positive Fulton County would classify us as a multi-state and international gang. Heck yeah, this is the Rico chat. This is the chat Rico. There we go, guys. I will be pulling some clips from today. I know you guys like to be able to look for those bites in a little bit more of a condensed fashion. Don't forget, if you either did not originally see Detective Gaither's testimony, or you saw it a while ago and want to watch it in retrospect, we did 2 condensed streams. We condensed about 7 days that she was on the stand into 2 4-ish hour streams. If you guys want to check that out, you know, I'll link right to the cross-examination. This is cross. That's probably the more interesting one. But if you want to go back to direct testimony and hear about her accomplishments and how she became a gang expert, this is Gaither Direct. Give you some stuff to fill your time if you want more YSL content. And we will reconvene with court in the morning tomorrow, 10 minutes before it starts. So like 8:50 in the morning Eastern time. We'll get caught up. They actually started at 8:50 today. So see you in the morning. You guys all have a good one. Thank you so much for everyone for being such great players in a really busy, chaotic chat today. It's been a good time. Very excited for tomorrow. See you all then.